I awoke in a land overgrown with life, choked by trees so dense no light reaches the forest floor. The air is thin, cold, every breath feels watched. 6 p.m. I need to go back. We can't be caught when the sun goes down. Night doesn't fall here. It comes looking. There's no time to explore. There's no time to think. Only time to prepare. I need to get out of this place. But the longer I stay, the harder it is to remember why. My thoughts feel distant, like memories left out in the rain, blurring at the edges, like an old photograph I've stared at for too long. I don't know if I'm losing my way, or losing myself. Savages, they tear me apart, if not for my shelter. These walls won't save me forever. They only buy me another night. We try again tomorrow. We always try again tomorrow. When day breaks, when the sun touches my skin again. That's the only light I follow in this.
Darkwood is honestly unlike any horror game on the market in current times, and honestly is unlike any other horror game ever made. Developed by Polish developers Acid Wizard Studios, or three friends who attended college together. Holy shit, here we go. Gustav, Artur, Jakub. I'm not even going to try pronouncing the second names, I can't. All three of them had very little video game development experience, but this small team were extremely ambitious and looking towards creatives they themselves enjoyed consuming their content. People like David Lynch, the Strugacki brothers, and Stanislaw Lem, as well as many of the games that they themselves played throughout their entire lives. Games like Fallout, recent indie game hit that came out when the game started development, Project Zomboid. They set out to make a top-down survival horror game that was unlike anything else, something that was truly scary and something that was very unnerving. But how do you stand out in a genre that is dominated with so many great games that can do just that? Make you question who you are, make you feel uncomfortable what it's being shown to you, and make you scared. Well, like anything in life, the best way to stand out is to be yourself. And the devs decided to pull from their own lives, as well as traditional Slavic folklore that they themselves are familiar with and obviously grew up with. This familiarity with folklore in mainly Poland allowed them to build the game's world up and make it extremely unique and unlike any other big horror game. Now, of course, they set the game itself in their home country, Poland. A country itself which has a lot of history to it, with it having history connected to the Soviet Union, which kind of explains the whole aesthetic that a lot of the major Polish cities have, and also the grey concrete block apartments that never look great, but people always say it's aesthetic. In my opinion, fuck me, they don't look nice, they look worse than the fucking Tower Hamlets, and that's a proper shithole. But Poland itself isn't all that bad. It's quite a nice place with very nice people. And to me, it contains one of the major cities for Counter-Strike, Katowice, the second cathedral of Counter-Strike, if you will. If you know, you know. But it's clear from the presentation that the developers were more familiar with, let's say, the less developed side of Poland, the poorer areas, not the Kensington and Chelsea, but the Barking and Dagenham areas. And it really shows. Immediately, one of Darkwood's greatest strengths that it will present to us is its presentation and atmosphere. If I could describe the game's look with just one single word, it would be filthy. Items, character art, the environment, the way people speak to you, it's all just filthy. But to add to that visual of the dirtiness, Darkwood is also a masterclass in ambience and atmosphere building. From not only the smart use of the field of view that we have in game, that really makes the game feel way more isolating and dark even while the sun is still shining so brightly, but just the noises as well, the snapping of twigs under your feet, the knocking on a door during the night, the pitter-patter of the rain on a metal bit of scrap outside, or even the distant barking or maybe screaming of something in the distance. Horror isn't only about making you scared, it's about making you as uncomfortable as possible, and Darkwood makes sure that you are never comfortable while playing the game, not only by using its atmosphere, but also doing a lot from moment to moment. But that also ties over into the gameplay part as well. So I guess we should fully dive into Darkwood and see where this journey will lead us in these woods.
I see hatred and fear in their eyes. As if I was responsible for the spreading these. As if I were the source of all the misery plaguing this land. I have nowhere to hide from them, nowhere to run. The woods have closed us off from the outside world. We are all doomed.
Entering the prologue itself acts as a tutorial, teaching you to, actually play the fucking game. I know, it's revolutionary and game-changing, but exiting this office space, we find a room filled with cages covered with tarps, telling us that the man here we are currently playing as is probably no saint. And interacting with the door, he says something rather ominous.
I would rather not open it. I spent too much time to lock him in there.
The Doctor himself has locked someone away, but why lock a man in a room? Why would you do this? Who knows? Now, interacting with some potatoes, we also make another interesting remark.
The only edible thing growing on this land. I still have some left.
Food has become extremely scarce. Whatever is going on in this world has led to food becoming very, very scarce, with potatoes being scarce as well. And if you know anything about food and crops, potatoes are one of the most hardy crops that you can get. You can grow potatoes almost anywhere as long as you have some decent conditions that allow for basic growth. The fact that these are running low tell us that almost nothing is growing outside. Something really bad is going on in these woods. And investigating the windows we see is completely barricaded shut, with a remark about taking the barricade down being
Dismantling this now would be suicide.
suicide. Something very bad is going on, and something extremely dangerous is of course outside as well, which poses a threat to the man we are playing as currently. This immediately sets the tone of the game, I think, perfectly. Not only telling us that life itself, basic plant life, is struggling to flourish out there and grow, but also anything else out there that is living, humans, animals, is being hunted by something that is so dangerous that the man here has to barricade his own home down and completely shut the light out. It sets the tone to me perfectly and really does make you uncomfortable immediately as soon as you open this game. And it tells us that we should always be on guard for something happening, but we don't know what that is yet. We don't know what we're facing, and it makes this great tension building moment where we're waiting for something to happen, but nothing really does happen in the beginning immediately. Now you might notice you can do something else in the opening as well. You can drag the furniture around in this building, moving wardrobes, coffee tables, side tables, chairs, beds, whatever. You can move them to your interior design desires. Insert the rearranging my room meme. Yes, I think that looks good there. This is a very essential thing that we need to learn to do, because furniture will play a big role in the game later on with how you use them. But also we can find a radio on the ground in one room.
The radio has been silent for years, although sometimes I think I can hear voices through the static.
Now if you investigate the man's house enough, you will quickly come to the conclusion that bro here is definitely a doctor. We can find medical notes scattered about and journals that talk about diseases and what's happening currently with the people he's been treating. But we don't really learn too much. We learn that he's a doctor, but nothing about what's actually happening. Exploring enough, we will eventually find a key, and this key will allow us to open the front door and guide us outside, and we will find a sorry sight immediately.
My dog. I don't think he's going to make it. I should end his suffering.
I really like this moment. It's a powerful moment that opens the game, very simply. A man having to look at his dog, obviously very clearly suffering, dying on the floor, and he states that he should just end its suffering, knowing there is nothing he can do for it. I know anyone that has a pet will not want to do this, because hurting animals is just not a nice thing to do, but sometimes you need to make the call to end their lives, and that's what the doctor here thinks he needs to do. It sets the game's tone again perfectly. The feeling of that pit in your stomach of just despair and uncomfortableness is this entire game. This is what Darkwood feels from start to finish, and I adore it. It is pure horror at all times, and it is a horror that is very rarely done. But also, this part teaches us a key aspect that we're going to have to learn about this game. Choices. Your choices in this world will have either small or massive ramifications for the game, from the people you meet to the world itself, but also the quests that you'll be able to go on in future parts. And this itself is the very first choice that you get to have. And yes, this does have ramifications in the future. Not a massive change, but a very small one. But heading just east of the dog, we can find an axe on the ground, and we can either decide to leave the dog alive and let it basically bleed out. In my first playthrough, I decided to give the dog mercy, putting it out of its misery, but you can choose to just not kill the dog if you don't want to. But with this dog being dealt with in any way you see fit, you can move along a path which is blocked by a fallen tree. And using our recently acquired axe, we can cut the tree in half, and again, this teaches us that items like the axe, a traditional weapon in most games, have tool functions. You can use them in other ways to open different paths, and most of the weapons you find aren't just weapons. They'll often have other features about them that you can use to do other things with.
These trees are growing too fast. Soon, I won't be able to cut them down fast enough.
But moving further along, we can find a dead cow, which is now all bones, and this simple skeleton here tells us that whatever has been going on has been happening for quite a while now, as this cow has become a complete skeleton. And as we move along this road, we find it quickly becomes completely overgrown.
The woods have devoured all the roads that connected us to the outside world. No one is able to pass through this thicket.
Now we actually enter the woods proper, with the trees creating these winding paths that completely restrict your sight, isolating you and making you feel like you're going to choke on how dense it is. But to me, it shows you immediately how vision works in this game. You can only see roughly about 120 degrees in front of you, maybe a bit more. I ain't got a fucking protractor, so I can't measure it, but that's all you can see in front of you. The stuff behind you, you can't see. So if you're not looking at something, it won't appear on your screen. You need to actually look at stuff to see it, and I really like that. And when something's blocking your vision, like a tree, you can't see anything on that side, and it means that you have to make sure that you're always paying attention and searching correctly and doing a thorough job when looking around. The field of view in this game, I think, just adds that isolating feel that Darkwood has, and I just love it. It's such a simple mechanic, but it adds so much to the game that I think would be completely lost if you could see full 360 around you at all times. But with how dark the woods are becoming, we need to create some sort of light source, so we now make a torch, teaching us of course the crafting mechanics in this game. Crafting, while it's simple, is really well done in my opinion. Every item that you find in the woods, just like in real life, can be used to either do something or craft something, with the torch itself requiring a hell of a lot of items to actually make it. You need some wood, some rags, some matches, and either gasoline or alcohol to act as the fuel source. Comparing this crafting system and the requirements to make such a basic item like a torch to another game like Minecraft, recipes in Darkwood are often extremely expensive and use way more items than you probably think about. The torch, again, requires 4 items to make it, while in Minecraft only requires 2, and them items are very easy to get. But to make the torch, you have to use, as I said, rags, alcohol, gasoline, a match, and some wood. And all of these items can be used to make entirely other items. Rags, for example, can be used to make bandages, which can be used to heal you. Wood can be used to barricade up buildings or make weapons. Gasoline can be used to make torches, molotovs, or used to fuel generators and saws that we will get access to later. It makes you weigh up what each item is being used for and makes you really think about what you're actually crafting and if it's worth the investment of those items. There will be points early on where you will actually have to weigh up the benefits and drawbacks of using certain materials, especially something like rags, which you need to make healing items, because it could lead to you being killed in the future if you don't have the correct equipment. We have to carefully choose what equipment we want, and every item in this game is useful. There is no wasted item. Yes, you can find some items that don't have any initial value, but they might be used for a quest, or you can trade them for something else. And it makes you really think and pre-plan what you're doing with everything. If you should throw away that item in trade for another item because you might need that other item later on. Not only does this make the survival side of the game so engaging, which is often quite hard to do with survival horror games, is keep the survival part engaging. It actually makes it way more fun to constantly be thinking about, what should I make? What should I save for later? What should I use here and now? Should I use this gasoline to fill up the store so I can get some more wood, or using the generator, or maybe make some Molotovs? It makes planning and forethought a skill that is required and something that you'll develop as the game goes on. You will see items and you'll think about if you can use them and if you desperately need them in comparison to something else. And this simple skill and simple thinking is going to be essential to surviving these woods. Now, slowly but surely trudging deeper into the woods, we will eventually come across an unconscious man on the floor.
I think this one is still breathing.
And on the man we find a big metal key with the description, if there is an exit out of these woods, this key will surely open it. And the key has a number inscribed upon it, 21.
21?
He's unconscious. I've never seen him around here before. He's only carrying a key and some journal. Since he managed to sneak in here, he must know how to get out. Of course, he won't help me voluntarily. But that is of no importance.
Now we switch characters, no longer playing as the Doctor, but now the main character, the protagonist.
I need to get out of this accursed forest. You hear me, rat? Show me how, and I will let you go. I sometimes hear her voice. She's calling me. Calling me to return home. Where is the exit? Where? Show me where! I'll kill you like a dog if I have to.
Fucker stole my key. I'm hurt. I could use the rags to craft some bandages to heal myself. Now we can craft two things. Some bandages to heal our wounds, having taken a nasty combination from the Doctor, teaching us, of course, how to heal ourselves in a survival game, a very important skill to learn that needs to be taught to you. And you're probably wondering, you don't need to teach this to someone, you can figure it out. No, it needs to be taught. Darkwood has one of the most convoluted and complex ways to heal yourself. First of all, you need to make the item, then you need to put the item in your taskbar. Then you need to select said item in your taskbar, and then use said item. You cannot just pop a herb like you can in Resident Evil in your inventory. You need to manually take the item out of your bag, put it in your taskbar, and use it. You can't just use it. And the second item that we're going to make is a lockpick, which we can use to unlock this locked container on the floor, allowing us to find a shovel and a flashlight. Now with said shovel, we can swing it at the door and break the door down, allowing us to escape capture. Ah, David Blaine. Investigating, we will hear someone on the other side of the door. The man the Doctor went through a great effort to keep locked inside, so we will leave him alone for a minute exploring more of the house, and we will find some interesting items and a medical table with leather belts that you could strap someone down with. But in this crate we find a table leg and gasoline. Now filling the generator up with the gasoline, we can turn the lights back on. Now the radio has turned back on. Oh, that ain't a radio, is it? The corpse has 2 dials instead of eyes. His mouth is wide open, and I can hear a distorted voice, barely distinguishable from the radio static. But Radio Man here gives us a code which can be used to unlock the code lock, and we can meet the man inside.
Help me. Come closer.
London. We are assaulted, but we are not defenseless. With our table leg, we can swing it and fight back, with the game obviously teaching us combat. And Darkwood's combat is fairly simple overall. It's most similar to something like Project Zomboid, slow, methodical combat that demands you take your time and pick when you swing, as missing an attack leaves you completely exposed, and if you hit a wall with a certain weapon, they might get stuck in the wall, leaving you completely defenseless and opening you up for a counter-attack. But of course, you can't just swing willy-nilly, as this will leave you with your stamina completely drained. Stamina is a limited thing in this game. When you run out, you can't swing or dodge attacks. It leaves you completely exposed to an enemy just to rock your shit. It's a delicate dance of watching animations, thinking exactly about what you're doing, and maintaining distances to avoid attacks, but also ensure that you can actually close the gap and hit someone when they give you an opening for an attack. Of course, this combat sounds very familiar to how many people would describe Dark Souls, and as I stated, the developers were very clear with their inspirations they took from Dark Souls. The combat in this game is Souls-like. It is, especially Dark Souls 1. You wait around watching animations, waiting for openings, all the while having to manage health and stamina, which this is probably where the game took inspiration from Dark Souls, just its combat. But I find its combat way more similar to Project Zomboid if I had to compare it game to game. Top down, it's very slow, and even the vision mechanic in the game is very similar to Zomboid. Also, if you let it, this game will kick your ass. If you're bad at the game, the enemies will hit hard and will just fucking murk you. And later on in the game, some of them are extremely difficult to deal with, and on harder difficulties are complete run killers. But this man here is fairly easy to deal with. He swings, you back up, you close in, you bonk him on the head with your table leg. But from him, we can find a small toy, a chick. Chicken. How weird.
To get out now. You think you can manage all by yourself?
Well, shit. Something isn't very happy with us. With all the lights in the house going fucking sicko mode and then going out, you might try to save yourself by barricading a room up and moving a table in front of it, but before anything actually happens, it cuts. We are offered a hand from someone who saves us. And we enter Chapter 1. Awakening in a completely different location. A place we will call the Hideout, and immediately we will not feel safe, as it's an unfamiliar location, we don't know where we are. But we can find a photo nearby, titled The Road Home, pointing us in some form of direction of where to go, giving us an objective of what we need to do. We need to find the road home and escape from where we are. But moving about, the player character makes an interesting comment. Yesterday, I barricaded one of the windows. If I want to stay here for some time, I should do the same with the other windows. We have been here for multiple nights now, but didn't we just get here? Like, right now? Well, viewers, this is a great way with fucking with us. Darkwood isn't only going to be a normal horror game. Of course, like any great horror game that has something to say, it's going to be a psychological horror game. This one moment to me makes it very clear that our protagonist is not going to be the most reliable narrator. And maybe he does things in the world without us actually seeing what happens. The classic, I didn't realize I was becoming a monster all along trope. But it starts fairly simple, with us doing some carpentry in our sleep. Why does that specific sentence feel so nostalgic to me? But at this point, the game itself entirely opens up. And I guess we should talk about the first hideout. First of all, the workbench. The workbench allows for crafting of more unique items, and as we progress through the game and upgrade it, more powerful and more interesting items are unlocked for crafting. What I think is way more interesting is the oven here. A pleasant warmth is emanating from the oven. I can sense a strange yet familiar scent. It's the smell of the protective substance, which gives me relative safety after dark. The vapors rising from the huge cauldron are distributed all over the house via long pipes. As long as I remain inside my hideout, I have a chance of surviving the night. When I arrived here a couple of days ago, the oven was basically prepared. I just needed to light it up to ensure my safety at night. This cottage must have been one of our hideouts. The inhabitants of these woods don't need to inhale this revolting gas. The label on the bottle says, "Staying out of reach of the protective substance after nightfall results in immediate death in 99 out of 100 cases. It is advised to evenly spread the gas inside the sleeping area. Warning: even a properly prepared substance does not guarantee 100% safety. Remain vigilant. It is recommended to stay in a well-lit indoors area in order to minimize the risk." A small empty cast iron pot. I haven't used it yet. I haven't felt any hunger or thirst since the accident a few days ago. I can't stop thinking about one thing. These mushrooms. These red, pulsating mushrooms. They look so tasty. Maybe this pot will prove useful after all. Now from this, we learn a hell of a lot. First of all, our protagonist isn't like the village inhabitants, those who live in the woods in a village here. He is an outsider, and he speaks as a collective. There are multiple like him. And he also says that this hideout was set up, like someone else was here before him and arranged it. They put these things in place for him beforehand. It tells us that the protagonist has some sort of past that he hasn't revealed yet, that we don't know about yet. But he isn't a native to these woods. He has come here from the outside. He, for some reason, is here when shit's going down. A stranger in this land. It's called The Stranger on the Wikipedia. That's probably why it's called that. But with the oven, we can now cook. What can we cook? Like Walter White, we can cook drugs, of course. And following the words of our boy here, those red delicious mushrooms, yeah, sure, mushrooms, we can fill up this syringe with essence, and this acts as the progression for the game. If you fill it up, you can then choose some upgrades. So I guess we should go outside and do some foraging. Ah shit, we need to go outside and touch grass now. Ah fuck. But now Darkwood itself starts proper. And this game is so open. It is completely open. In fact, it's so open, it's completely randomly fucking generated. Each time you play Darkwood in a new save, the forest will completely change its layout. While certain structures and buildings will be in certain locations, so in this area, which is called the Dry Meadows, certain locations will always be here, but their location on the map and how it's arranged will change up save to save. This means that you need to actually learn the map. It's not something that you can just look up and just blitz through the game. You have to learn the map every time you play the game, which I love. I love it when games, especially like this, that are, for lack of a better word, are a bit more simple. They don't have infinite replayability on a base level. The fact that it's randomized makes the game way more replayable for that fact. And each time you play it, the game's pacing in the order of what you find things in will be different, because you'll go in different directions and try to find different locations, and you'll find different locations that you weren't looking for the first time. But also on subsequent playthroughs, you will find locations that you might have missed before because of how random the game is. You might have not explored a certain area properly. The map that we get, it's this piece of shit. This map almost tells you nothing. Even though it tells you nothing, I really like this map. It's just basic scribbles, no borders or details or roads or anything. It doesn't even make sense on scale wise. It's kind of like just a very basic children's drawing of a map. The only thing that it actually does display to us sometimes is the terrain. Occasionally you'll get a line drawn on it that will show you where is a larger mountain that you have to go around, you can't go through. And you might notice that our current location, where we are if we're wandering the woods cannot be seen. The only time your location can be gleamed is if you are in a specific location. So for example, we are currently in the hideout and the hideout is highlighted red. That tells us that we are in the hideout, but if we leave the hideout, we won't know where we are. So you have to use these locations as pathfinders, as ways to find where you want to go. Go in specific directions, north, south, east, and west from these locations to get where you want to go. But to do this, you actually need to explore the area and find locations to add to the map so you can do this. So I guess we should actually head outside and explore the world. And hey, look, a shrine. Where the fuck is he going? Darkwood's biggest strength in general is how open-ended it is. There's actually a shit ton of stuff to do, and a lot of it is completely optional. But the first location you will probably run into is This underground cave is of high importance to us in the first chapter. First of all, in the building before the entrance, we can find a packet of 6, all crumpled up on the floor, and moving a wardrobe, we can find the entrance to the underground tunnels. Someone was here rather recently with these cigarettes and either didn't know about the entrance behind the wardrobe or just happened to be passing by, one or the other. Were they searching for it or were they just lost? Who knows? But with us actually entering the tunnel itself has our first optional and time-limited piece of loot here. This dig spot here, if you come to the tunnel say later with a shovel, you can actually dig it up and obtain a couple of very valuable items, namely parts for a shotgun. However, obtaining these parts this early on, while very good, you won't be able to use them for some time until you upgrade your workbench quite a bit. So if you don't get them in the beginning, it isn't the end of the world and they can be found elsewhere. But more importantly, we can find an automotive magazine. How nice. And we can use this to figure out a date. This magazine is a real-world magazine that dates from 1975, which is cool and would roughly tell you the year of the game taking place, unless you looked at the fucking journal and you'll figure out the game takes place in 87. But it's giving a bit of world building, showing that things from the 70s are just scattered about here. They're not stored or anything. Something's been going wrong for quite a while now if a magazine from 75, 10 years ago, is just thrown about on the floor. But heading deeper, we eventually come to an armored door with the number 21 on it. And listening, we can hear a faint noise that is familiar to us, and looking through the keyhole, we can see a faint light. This is the door that we had the key for, the 21 key, but now the doctor of course has it. So it gives us a objective. We need to get through this door and we need to find the doctor to get said key to get to the road home. This is our objective and the order of events. So, key, door, road. But after looking through the keyhole, a earthquake will occur and we need to escape, as something can be heard down here with us. Also, that's a really weird looking thing. I don't know what it is, but it's fucking weird, isn't it? But escaping the underground tunnel, it's clear what our next objective is, the doctor. And after that earthquake, if you return to the tunnel now, you can't dig up that rubble pile to get the shotgun parts. They're completely gone. This is a really cool thing that the game does and shows you that the game is always changing, always evolving. Things are time limited and you need to make decisions or prepare to do things before you do something else that might change things up and restrict you from doing them. But yeah, we need to find the doctor now. But where the fuck is he? That's the whole objective of chapter 1. We need to find the doctor. This single main objective will fuel us the entire time here. So now the game completely opens up. So I guess we should introduce the first area we will be exploring in chapter 1, the Dry Meadows. The Dry Meadows is a fairly simple area. There isn't a lot going on here, and you won't find any of the answers or people who have said answers for your questions in this location. But you will be encouraged to just fully explore it and see what you can find. And yeah, exploration is really fun, with it really feeling like you're having to scrounge up and really dig through the dirt to find anything that is useful, anything that can help you keep going. But our time is a limited resource, a resource which you will need to manage, as once the sun starts to set, you will have to return to your safe house and fortify and get ready to survive the night. Darkwood itself is split into 2 parts, day gameplay and night gameplay. Day gameplay is all about exploring, doing quests, looting, leveling up your essence, the overall just doing the main stuff in the game. While the night gameplay is about fortifying your hideout, fending off the creatures and spirits of the night, and just immersing yourself in that horror experience that the game has. Nights are scary, intense. You will always feel on edge from savages trying to break their way through the barricades you put up 2 hours earlier, to the ghost spirits outside making noises, but the lights that you can put on with the generator will keep you safe. You will need to be in a safe house, not an area with light, a place with the gas. You need the gas. But just like Five Nights at Freddy's, with enough time, you will reach the next day. Now, when you survive a night, you are rewarded with a time freeze. Time is always progressing in Darkwood, so this time freeze allows you to really sit down and sort out the stuff you have and maybe want to craft or heal yourself up, but also refortify your base for the next night before you go out. This is a tip that I would genuinely encourage you to do. Make sure you repair any barricades that broke during the night and refuel your generators. Make sure you turn the generator off before you go out, because you'll use up the fuel if you leave it on. But doing these actions, such as refilling the generator, does take quite a while, so I would recommend doing it in the time freeze. But what's probably more important is each day we will be visited by a vendor, and this first day we are visited by my favourite character in the whole game, the Wolfman.
Even from afar, I can smell your putrid stench. Be glad I don't have an appetite for carcasses. Meat. The figure hides its face under the hood. It smells of wet soil and fur. I know what you're after. I can help you reclaim what you've lost. If you help me attend to a certain matter. What do you say, comrade? As he leans towards me, I can hear him giggling under the hood. I knew it would interest you. Before we make a deal, you need to prove that you can do the job. I've no time for weaklings, meat. You follow? Show me what you're made of. Get through to the Silent Forest. You think it's so easy? If I were you, I would prepare myself well before setting out. When you get there, you'll find me in this spot. Remember it.
The wolf grabs my map and scribbles something on it.
The likes of you always crawl back to me.
Now with the Wolfman, we can do 3 things. Show an item, trade with him, and gossip. Showing him items allows us to learn about them. Up to this point, we'll have gathered a couple of items, mainly the plastic chick and the photo of the road home. So showing him the plastic chick,
beautiful item. Perfect for a church fair.
And showing him the photo of the road home.
What's that you got there?
The wolf snatches the photograph from my hand and studies it carefully. Finally, he snorts, his thick, yellow spit landing on the photo.
This road doesn't exist anymore. Overgrown with trees, like all the other ones.
He tells us of the road home. It has become completely overgrown with trees, like most things in these woods, so it is entirely impossible to reach, according to him. But he knows of the key that we lost. He seems rather knowledgeable himself, already knowing a lot of these things that we don't have any idea about. But what is behind that door for that key? Who knows? If it's not the road home, which is apparently impossible to reach, what is it? Why does the doctor want to go on the other side of that door so badly? What is on the other side of the door 21? But now, gossiping with him, he will give us a little bit of advice.
I wouldn't recommend wandering around these woods at night. It would mean certain death for you. Meat. Better hide in that hideout of yours before dark and pray for the morning light. If I were you, I wouldn't venture too far from here unless you got bored of your lousy life. Meat. Only a few return from the dense woods, and those who made it back were not able to share their happy stories. I'd avoid getting into trouble if I were you. Meat. Or at least until you get a decent weapon.
This advice is helpful overall. Make sure we get ourselves a decent weapon, and if we are to go adventuring outside, make sure we get back to the safe house before the night falls, which, yeah, I'm sure yourself you will figure this out very quickly. But now trading with him, he is quite the trader, having many items associated with weapons or healing items. He has weapon parts, small caliber magazines, handgun frames, but also other useful items like a flashlight, tape, pipes, chains, and 2 of the most useful items in the game. One being the toolbox, which can be used to upgrade our workbench to allow us to craft even better items and more complex items, with each upgrade allowing more and more, with it eventually allowing us to even craft guns. But more importantly in my eyes is the watch. A Casio F91W, a classic digital watch which you can purchase for God damn, that's cheap. This watch was first made in 1989. This game is set in 87. So how does this watch exist? Well, it shouldn't. It's clear that Darkwood wants to be a period piece, so they set it in the late 80s, which is probably when the developers either grew up, familiar with, or find interesting. But the watch that best embodies the late 80s is the Casio F91W, which is one of the most popular digital watches ever made, and it's when digital watches started to become quite big. It represents sort of new retro technology that was being developed in the 80s around the Cold War and everything. And again, it's one of the most iconic ones. But the low resolution of the image, you could say that it's not this one, and it is actually one that did exist at the time, which would most likely be the Casio DW5600, which is a very similar watch, but it lacks the distinct shape that this one has, and it's way more similar to the F91W, which means it shouldn't exist. And yes, I'm a goddamn nerd, and this bothered me a lot, I will be honest, because I know that this watch shouldn't exist. But now, leaving the Wolf's camp, as we can't actually buy anything yet because we can't trade him anything, he has one more thing to tell us. If you wish to spend more quality time basking in the striking yet natural beauty of my features before you head off to the Silent Forest, you will find me in my camp in the Dry Meadow. The wolf points to a location on my map. He guides us to his camp where we can meet him again if we want to trade with him again or just talk to him again. But leaving the dog, we can use some mushrooms that we scavenged on the first day to cook up some drugs, or essence. Essence is used to level up, and here we should hit the first level and we get to choose between some perks. Each essence level has a selection of perks that we can choose from, some being really useful and others not being so useful and more situational. And there are 4 tiers of perks, with each tier being unlocked as you cooked more sequentially. And from each tier you get to pick 2 positive perks before you move up to the next one. But for now we only have tier 1, so what do we get to choose between? First of all, we have Eagle Eye, which will allow us to see much further, with our boy getting laser eye surgery to fix his short-sightedness. A very good upgrade that allows us just to see more. Moth, be like that one guy that loves lamps, and once a day we can heal ourselves by standing next to an electrical light source. So we can't stand next to fire and heal ourselves, it has to be an electrical one. Alright, but it's not anything crazy. Navigator, once a day we can learn our current location on the map, wherever that is. It can be useful if you do get lost in the woods a lot, especially in a new area, and also if you get lost in a location where you're not meant to be.
I really hate to say this.
Or mushroom healing, being able to heal yourself by eating mushrooms that we find. Becoming Big John on a Friday night, ordering his Chinese and chowing down to re-energize.
There's one rule in Chinese, right? There are no rules. Just
Now you might ask, what perks should you pick? And that is a good question, but before we can actually get any of these benefits, like any drug, there are always drawbacks. Now each tier after one has a choice of a negative trait between 2, and you have to pick one of them. But for the first tier, we have only one to pick, that being Shadows, a perk which means staying in dark areas at night is now dangerous to us. This trait means that the Shadows night event will start to occur during night gameplay, and these shadows will fuck with you in many different ways. Moving light sources, moving furniture, and also just attacking you and completely making certain rooms inhospitable for you. If you want to tip to fend off these shadows, flares, flashlights, and military flashlights will easily fend them off, but to be safe, just stick to your lamps as much as possible. Now, positive traits. The only one here that I would say is completely essential is Eagle Eye. Increasing the distance that you can see is something you won't realize how useful it actually is until it's taken away from you. Being able to see further means that the radius which you can see in all directions increases, because if you just turn around you can see more. But also being able to see further into the distance means that you can actually see things way further up ahead, allowing you to actually sneak up on enemies or navigate better. Now the second choice I think is where it gets way more interesting and a bit harder to pick. Eating mushrooms for health is good, but mushrooms are used for 2 things: antidotes to heal poisons when you step on a poisonous mushroom, and cooking for essence. So eating them straight, especially early on, I don't think is that good of an idea, especially with how easy things like rags and pills are to find. Trust me, you will find a bunch of rags and pills to heal yourself, more than mushrooms definitely. So save the mushrooms for leveling up. Navigator is good, but if you can navigate anything like the London Underground, you'll be fine. It's something that you don't really need, and it's only useful in the case scenario where you get genuinely lost in the woods and you can't find a key location. So it kind of just comes down to Moth now, a perk that I very rarely use, but it can save you in a pinch, especially during night gameplay when more powerful enemies come for you and you need to heal without dropping your weapon or switching out or opening your inventory. But now we are actually going to explore the Dry Meadows properly. I'm not going to talk about every location in this area, I'm only going to talk about the key locations. Darkwood is randomized, so some locations might not appear for you, but there are certain key locations that will always appear in each part of the map, and these are the locations I'm going to comment on. So first first up, we're going to start with the Wolf's Camp. The Wolfman will have a camp set up in locations across the 3 areas, and I think these camps themselves say a lot about his character. The Wolfman is a scavenger, a nomad, traveling from place to place, messing with, attacking, and taking whatever he decides. He trades in weapons because he knows that gives him a level of power and authority over others. He isn't trying to build anything up, he is just trying to destroy and have fun with all these things that are going on in the world. And as we move through the game, you might notice that he is very much the dog eating the other dog in this world. But his camp is what's really interesting to me. It's just a bed with a fire, no house with gas to keep him safe. But moving on from the Wolf's Camp, we will probably find ourselves going to the wedding. The wedding itself is a very interesting location in this game in its entirety, because to me, it stands completely out from the rest of this game and all the other areas we will discover. Darkwood itself, in the name, is dark. The game will very much be diving into darker themes about self-doubts, depression, abuse, everything. But a wedding event at the start of the game, I think, is a very interesting choice. A wedding is often where 2 people will most likely be experiencing one of the most happiest memories in their life. Hopefully. There is some stories that people say that they hate their weddings and it is a nightmare and they wish it never happened. I hope that never happens to anyone watching this, but if it does, fuck me, I don't know. But Darkwood itself flips it on its head. It translates the traditional happiest moment in someone's life into a tragedy, and it's a very good horror moment, and in my opinion, one of the best horror moments I've ever experienced in a game. And with the way it presents itself and the theme and the tone it sets, it really reminds me of the wedding little bit in Left 4 Dead in one of its campaigns. It's in the short one that is with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. I, for some reason, cannot for the life of me remember it. But it's actually a pretty good campaign and it was added on later, so some people haven't played it. I really want to make a Left 4 Dead 2 video. That sounds like fun. But to get to this wedding, during a random night event, you will be given an invitation, and this invitation will have a code on it. Now, making your way to a cornfield and then following some scattered flowers through it, you will eventually come to the wedding venue. And moving past the dog who seems to be guarding it, we can enter the building and find a bride dancing around, and she doesn't seem to want to attack us, but faintly in the distance you can hear a constant but quiet banging. The bride isn't doing anything, she's just dancing, and we kind of want to investigate what this noise is. So using our code we got from the invite, we can open the door and we can actually enter the wedding venue. Immediately we can meet the mother-in-law. That's a funny joke I couldn't fucking resist. But the banging will keep getting louder and louder, and music will start to cut in as well. And this honestly is such a good section for just horror. And it's something that Darkwood I think really underutilizes, is this sort of horror. Unfortunately, when you start to get more and more weapons later in the game, it gets way less scary, which I think is a massive shame. And at this point in the game, if you get the invite early on and you do it early on, you won't have a lot of weapons to really deal with anything, so you'll be really on edge at all times, and that constant banging that's getting louder and louder will make you think of the worst. But heading outside and looking through a window, we can see the cause of that banging. It's a man banging his head into the table, and that is the groom.
We've been waiting for you.
How nice, he seems to be enjoying his wedding. But we can move past him and head into this back area, and here we can find more of those brides, and there is a lot of them here.
Wanna dance? Dance with me. Dance. Will you dance with me?
I'm not too good around women, so let's just get back to the main room, and oh, the guy's gone. Oh, and the door just locked behind us. Oh, that's fun.
We've been waiting for you. Dance with me.
we have to fight the White Chomper, or the Bride Chomper, a Chomper in a wedding dress. This is the first time you'll most likely face a Chomper, so it might push you a bit and actually could kill you, but it is a fairly simple enemy to fight. They charge at you, you dodge, you hit them in the back of the head. Bonk them 4 times, they probably die. I actually really like the Chomper designs. I think they're one of the best in the entire game, and I will definitely talk about them more later on when we get into an area that has way more of them. But defeating this Chomper, it drops some cloth for us to use. There is a glitch where the Chomper just disappears for some people. The Chomper did die for me, and I could loot it, and I could get the cloth. The cloth is used for essential upgrades for your hotbar, increasing it from 3 all the way up to 6, and inventory spaces, which allow you to increase the inventory by 2 slots every upgrade. Cloth is one of the most valuable resources you can find, and it is extremely expensive to obtain. So anytime you can get one, I would recommend grabbing it and keeping it on you for later. At the moment, you probably won't be able to actually craft these upgrades because you haven't upgraded your workbench yet, but just keeping it in your workbench for safekeeping is a good idea. But once you've killed this White Chomper, there's actually nothing left to do in this area, and the entire wedding venue gets completely locked off after you leave. So it's a completely optional area that gets closed off from you. So make sure that you loot everything that you want to before you leave, and again, it's teaching us that some things are time limited. But from here, I guess we should move along to the burned houses. There are a number of burned down houses in the Dry Meadows, but one of them sticks out from the rest. It's a much larger complex, and it is way more detailed with way more stuff going on. And also, it is completely overrun by wild dogs. Now, investigating this building and, well, couple of buildings, I guess, there isn't really that much to see. There's a disassembled tractor, a red seesaw, and a couple of key items that we can find. First of all, we can find a second piece of fabric and a seemingly inconsequential key item, a white dress that seems to be for a child. This small item is going to be extremely important for a later story and tying together a much longer story that is told throughout the game, and this is the first time we see it. We see this house completely burned down and the remnants of what seems to be a family living here. Normally, adults don't have a red seesaw or wear children's clothing. Unless you're really short, then you still shop in the children's section, which I am so sorry. But we can assume that there is probably a family with some young girl here who'd like to play on a seesaw, and that's it. But after doing some exploring of this area, of course, the sun at this point will most likely start to set. And at this point, especially when night starts to fall, you will be forced to return home and to prepare for the night. Now, surviving this night, you'll meet someone new. Unless you found the wolf's camp in the first day, then you would have found him in the first night. But on the second night, if you didn't find the wolf's camp, the new trader will appear and we will be able to trade with him.
Man roughly my size is standing before me. I can barely make out its disturbingly familiar features through that matte visor of his helmet. The massive helmet is covered with an old sack. It seems to be an integral part of the unnaturally pale body. I remember him. He's the one who rescued me from the doctor's house. The man reaches out to me with his black hand. It's covered in charcoal. There's something written on his worn woolen glove. We need to stick together, brother. His lips are moving, but all sounds are drowned out inside the helmet. He shrugs, then takes the huge sack off his back and drops it on the ground, revealing its contents. While the Wolfman is my favorite character in Darkwood, the Trader to me is the most interesting one to dive into. And I think personally, the Trader is the character that has the most to say narratively, despite his lack of words. The Trader himself will visit you every single morning, and if you survive a night without dying, you gain reputation with him. Probably should have mentioned that you don't trade for money or trade items. You do it the old-fashioned way on a reputation-based system. You give them items, you get a reputation gain. You buy stuff from them, you lose reputation. You have to make sure that you're consistently trading stuff with them. Now, the Trader himself has a lot of different items, including basically every item that the Wolfman has to offer, and some more bits like barrels, magazines, bullets, bolts, fabric, gasoline, axe and shovel heads, pipes, and some mushrooms. He has some of the most useful items in the game, and a lot of general items that you're going to consistently need throughout the entire game, like wood and gasoline. He's going to be the main trader you interact with, probably the most,
throughout the entire game. He's one that you'll be buying from and selling to the most often, and the one that I would recommend that you trade with the most. While the Wolfman does have some useful items, there's not that much to him. I would say maybe if you pick up the watch or a weapon part, that's all you should trade with him. Mainly focus on trading with the trader because he has more to offer you. But also the reputation gain you get with him is more consistent and constant. You gain reputation every day if you survive the night, so you'll find yourself slowly building up reputation with him as you play the game. Now early on you don't get that much from surviving a night, you get about 100 or maybe even less, I think it's 100. But in later hideouts you get more and more, and this allows you to buy the better items in his inventory faster. But you might question, who is the trader? Well, he was the individual who saved us from the doctor's house in the prologue. And why does he visit us every morning to trade items, and where does he come from? No clue. But showing him some items, he does have some rather interesting things to say, or I guess write. Showing him the photo at the road home, he states, he wipes his left glove on his pants, takes out the charcoal from his pocket and starts scribbling. When he finishes, he lifts his dirty hand. All roads lead deeper into the woods. No matter where we go, all the roads we follow will lead us deeper into the woods. He is telling us there is no way to escape these woods. We are trapped within the walls of it. This is a warning to us that should we continue on, should we keep trying, should we bother actually trying? It's a question that Darkwood is going to raise to us. Is there any point in trying when the odds are so heavily stacked against you? But there's no point of just hanging around in the hideout because the game would be very boring if you did that. So we're going to head back out and explore some more. Now before heading out to the next area, I actually got my second upgrade from cooking essence, and getting this second upgrade leads us into a dream sequence. A sequence which has us in the underground tunnels and a voice guiding us through it to a door. Going past this door, and within here we find a very interesting sight, a lamp. Turning it off and on reveals thousands of sleepers all surrounding this central light, and eventually, moving away from the light and back to it, we will see a baby light thing. But after this we will be teleported somewhere else, and in following some shiny stones through the darkness, we can find a bed and lie down in it, reawakening back into the real world. What does this dream mean? All will be revealed later, I promise, but it's clear that something is going on with us as well. The protagonist is psychologically, something's going wrong with him. He is either seeing these visions that are hinting towards something in the future, or these are memories of his past. Now, quick thing about this dream, if you do the dream correctly and get to the bed, you'll be rewarded with a shiny stone.
52 Bomber Blood Claw Pussy Wagon Chicken Nuggets.
The shiny stone you can trade with traders for 130 reputation, which is actually quite a lot, so it is well worth doing this. If you veer off the path and die by the darkness / the floor gore, you'll get nothing. You'll still wake up and you'll be fine, but you won't be rewarded with a shiny stone. Now at this point in the game, if you've explored the wedding and all the burnt houses in the area, you'll probably have explored all of the areas that are key in the Dry Meadows. There's really not a lot in the Dry Meadows. It is very much, I guess, an opening sort of tutorial area to teach you the game. So you might question, where should we go next? Well, the Wolfman did point out to us that we should head over to the Silent Forest and meet him at his camp if we want to find what we lost. So to do this, we need to start to prepare for our journey to him. And I guess we should talk about the weapons that we can obtain within the Dry Meadows to prepare for this journey. First of all, we'll go over the most likely weapon you'll make first. The board with nails, a simple 2x4 with nails slammed through it. It's a crude weapon, but effective. It's also fairly cheap to make and has 3 upgrades that you can do to it. Hardened, giving it more durability, which reduces the durability loss by 30%. More nails, which means more damage, increasing damage by 30%. And light materials, which reduces the stamina drain when swinging the weapon by 30%. Honestly, the board with nails is probably the weapon you're going to overlook the most, but I think it is actually probably one of the most important weapons in the game, and I would say it's like B tier. It's a simple, solid weapon, and I think is good, especially in a pinch. I found myself in areas in late game still crafting a board with nails occasionally if I found myself in a spot where I had no weapons or they just broke, but I had the materials to make a board with nails, especially during the night. Yes, I would not recommend relying on it late game, but early game it's still a great weapon and I think definitely is overlooked by most. Next up is the torch itself, which can be used as a weapon, but if you do use the torch as a weapon, it feels way more like a oh shit last resort sort of weapon. It doesn't do too much damage, it constantly loses its durability as it's on fucking fire, and actually using it as a weapon drains its durability so quickly. It also cannot be repaired and it cannot be upgraded. So to me, you shouldn't be using the torch as a weapon. As a light source, it's like a C tier light source, maybe even D tier light source. As a weapon, this shit's F tier. It's not a good weapon. Don't use it as a weapon. The next weapon you'll probably find will be of a savage that you find in the area. Savages are a type of enemy, and if you kill them, they might drop their staff, a weapon that can be found in the area and not crafted. This weapon is an essential crafting component for two of the most powerful weapons in the game, but the staff itself can be used as a weapon itself, but it cannot be repaired or upgraded. But despite this, the staff is actually a really good weapon throughout the entire game. You will find a lot of staffs throughout the game, and you only need 2 of them to make the 2 stronger weapons. So relying on the staff as a sort of simple weapon to beat up the lesser enemies in the game so you don't waste durability on the more powerful weapons is well worth it. But again, early on you're weighing up the option of using it as a weapon and losing it forever, or keeping it and then saving it to craft the better weapons. Overall, I'd say it's an A tier weapon. It's a great bit of kit that will really help you out early on, with it being a significant damage upgrade from many of the items and weapons that you have at this point in the game. Next up, of course, is the London Special A. The knife.
It's a fucking shithole! I hate the fucking place! I fucking hate it! It's full of dickheads! I fucking hate it!
Probably the most interesting weapon in the entire game to me, because Londoner, knife, it's like bread and butter. You fucking go together like anything. The reason it's interesting to me is because it can be used in 2 ways. It can be used as a standard melee weapon with a hack and a slash and a stab and a stab. Of course, this means it has a shit range because it's a knife. You need to get up close and personal and do the London Special, stab. But it can be used as well as a ranged weapon by throwing it. This is where it really shines and where the game turns into something completely different, because it turns into a Modern Warfare 2 trick-shotting thing. The knife, to me, is the best ranged weapon that you can get early on. Yes, there are guns and stuff, but this early on, the guns aren't as consistent and as usable as the knife is. The knife itself can be used to do some insane damage when it's thrown, and especially when you're in a pinch and trying to run away from enemies, turning around to quickly just throw the thing at an enemy could kill it or damage it significantly that you can just bonk it on the head with a staff and kill them there. It's a weapon that you can't rely on entirely, but combining it with another weapon turns it into a winning strategy and one of the best ways to deal with savages early on. If I had to rank it anywhere, I'd put it at B tier. It's good, but you can't rely on it on its own. And finally, the last weapon that you can obtain in the Dry Meadows and craft is probably the shovel, which in my eyes is the second best melee weapon in the game, with 4 upgrades to choose from. 2 durability ones, which reduce it by 30% and the other one by 70%, making it 5 times more durable. No, it does not reduce the durability drain by 100%. That is not how percentage stacks work. This makes it one of the best investments in the entire game because it is such a consistent weapon and is one of the easiest weapons to use in the game. It has one of the best ranges, it has one of the best attacking animations. The only thing it doesn't do the best at is damage. The shovel itself has a wide arcing swing that allows you to catch enemies from pretty far distances. If a chomper, for example, were to run past you, if you swing the thing as it runs past, you'll probably hit it. But also you could hit enemies on your left and right, and it means that it's very hard to miss with this weapon, like the staff, for example. But not only does it get 2 durability upgrades, it also gets a damage upgrade, which is the same thing, a 30% increased damage, and of course the light materials upgrade, which reduces stamina drain by 30%. It's one of the best weapons in the entire game, and Many people say it is the best weapon. It isn't. I'd say it's probably one of the most stable weapons. It's the easiest to use. You can always know what to expect from it, and you very rarely miss when you swing it. But of course, it can also be used as a tool. Like I said, in the tunnels, you can use it to dig up a bunch of shotgun parts. But at this point in my game, I could not go back and do that. But the shovel is still a great weapon and definitely worth buying the shovel head to use early on, or running to a specific location to get one. But at this point, with all of your items and weapons and healing items and your upgrades done, you're probably ready to go to the Silent Forest. So I guess we should go to the entrance to the Silent Forest. At the pass to the Silent Forest, we will come to the final location, the Dry Meadows, the entrance to the Silent Forest, a small house that connects the two areas. This house acts as the gateway between the Dry Meadows and Silent Forest, in the name. And inside the house, you'll find it has been completely infested by these huge bugs and worms. These bugs and worms are annoying as hell, but the best way to deal with them is with fire. So throw a Molotov cocktail, which the Molotov cocktail I would put at probably S tier. It's one of the most useful items in the game, and I used it through the entire game, and I love Molotov cocktails. But after burning out the worms and the bugs, you will be able to pass through the building, and inside we can find a code and use this code on the metal door with the code lock on it. Now, proceeding into this room, we can also find an egg, and smashing the egg open like the barbarian we are, because we see egg, we want to make scrambled egg, we can collect an embryo. The embryo itself is quite an important item, as it is one of the best items that you can use to gain essence, with it giving the most essence out of any item in the game. For comparison, it gives 4 times the amount of essence than a normal standard mushroom does. But not only can these be used to gain essence, they can also be consumed to heal you. But more importantly, if you're playing on the harder difficulty, you have a limited number of lives, and you only get 4 lives to start with. Eating an embryo on the hard difficulty gives you an extra life. So in hard mode, searching out these embryos is very important, and it means that you have to really weigh up the option of consuming them and using them for essence, as lives are limited and essence gain is fairly slow, so you have to really weigh it up in comparison to the hard mode, where you can just throw them in your essence and forget about it, because consuming them feels like quite a waste, especially this early on. And inside the next room, we can find a savage. I've mentioned these savages before, and they've been fairly uncommon in the Dry Meadows. The savages are mostly passive enemies. They will run away from the player unless you meet them at night or you physically pursue them. In turn, they will decide to attack you. You don't see them a lot in the Dry Meadows, but they will become far more common as we enter the Silent Forest, as the savages will kind of take the place of the dogs as the more common enemy. The savages themselves were once regular normal humans, but they lost their minds due to what has happened here in the woods and whatever is going on. This trauma, infection, whatever has happened to these people has resulted to them reverting to a much more primal state, and causes them to always react with either flight or fight in response to seeing you. But also, whatever the forest has done to them has resulted in them being unable to speak or even communicate with you. All they do is grunt and scream and fight. That's all they do if they see you. Now, as I stated, the savages are passive enemies. They're not explicitly going around to hunt you down. They will ignore you if you maintain your distance, but if you get too close to them, of course they will try to fight you and kill you. So if you don't want to fight them, just maintain your distance and they will ignore you. And last but not least, we can exit this building and we can find a sleeper on a floor, an individual who cannot move anymore because of the little strength that they have left. They just sleep and lay there. But this guy does have some words for us.
Hey there, friend. In the last hideout, look for an exit beneath the floor.
Now on their person, we can find 2 shotgun shells and a map of the Silent Forest, which marks the next hideout in the Silent Forest, so we can head straight there. But also marks Piotrek's house as a key location on the map. But his words: in the last hideout, look for an exit beneath the floor. Words that we should remember once we reach the final hideout. How will we know when we get to the final hideout? Who knows, but I guess we should keep an eye out for anything beneath the floor. And thus, through this, past the sleeper, we enter the Silent Forest. The Silent Forest itself is a significant step up from the Dry Meadows, with more difficult enemies that are more common and more difficult to deal with, of course. But also the terrain as well is more complex. There's less wide open fields and more thick winding paths of trees that we have to deal with. It's in the name. This is the forest proper, and this is when the safety rails completely come off. To me, as I said, the Dry Meadows was more of a tutorial opening area. The Silent Forest is when that hand that has been pointing us in directions completely disappears and we are on our own entirely. The Dry Meadow, for argument's sake, you will progress it probably the same way that I did. You'll pretty much just explore everything and the same areas that I did. You'll find all the items, interact with the Wolfman, and clear everything of interest, eventually leading you out towards the Silent Forest. The Dry Meadow itself has no clear choices that make any big differences in terms of the story or quest lines or anything, but the forest itself does have a lot of decisions that need to be made, and the decisions that you make here will determine the outcome for the first half of Darkwood and some of the parts further beyond. Our first objective should be to find a place for when night falls, and very quickly you'll find yourself going towards the second hideout. Now, you'll immediately notice something about the second hideout, is that the layout itself is extremely different to the first one. It's slightly more challenging to fortify and also to hide at night in. And this is something that Darkwood, I think, does really well from a gameplay standpoint. It's scaling difficulty. As the nights go on and the days progress, the nights themselves get slightly harder and harder, with more enemies spawning and a wider variety of them, and more events happening as well. Now, of course, these events also change from hideout to hideout. There are certain events that are only for certain hideouts. And Darkwood makes sure that as you progress to new areas and get more equipment, better items, better gear, that the difficulty itself steps up accordingly. So going to the Silent Forest, which in of itself has way more resources to loot, way more weapons to find, and just you'll be more familiar with the game, it decides to throw a curveball your way to make sure that you're still on your toes and making sure that you're engaging at all times and not getting too comfortable. The bigger building itself requires more resources to fortify and requires you to be more on alert and checking areas to make sure nothing's gotten in. But also a larger building means your resources, which have become slightly more common, are now being stretched further. And I love that again. Darkwood is pushing the player constantly, making sure that we are never comfortable, making sure that we're always weighing up our options and considering what each item goes towards. But surviving our first night again in our new safe house, the trader will pay us a visit again and have some new dialogue for us. The man stands before me motionless. I can only see my own faint reflection in the semi-transparent visor of his helmet. Suddenly he starts moving quicker, as if looking for something in his pockets. He takes out a piece of charcoal and starts writing on his palm. "There's no way out of here, brother." He shows me what he's written, then wipes it with his sleeve and continues scribbling. "We're stuck with each other." After making sure I've read the second sentence, the man takes out a full tank of gasoline from his sack. He places it on the floor next to me. So we have been gifted some gasoline, a full tank of it. How generous. But again, he emphasizes that there are no paths out of the woods that will allow us to escape. And more interestingly, he states that we are stuck with each other. And this line to me reads a bit ominous. Stuck with each other and not stuck here together trapped, to me reads very different. It sounds like we are stuck with the trader. There is nothing we can do to escape the trader. The trader has been very helpful to us up to this point, giving us some free bits and bobs, and of course being able to trade with him. But why in the world is he here? Why is he looking out for us? Why did he save us? Why is he giving us these valuable resources? Why is he trying to help us survive in these woods? I think having the Wolfman and the trader in the beginning area is extremely smart, because to me it highlights to the player that while the Wolfman, you can't trust him with anything, you know what to expect from him. He would sell someone to anyone if it meant that he could get his hands on something that he wanted. But that's a good thing. If you know what to expect from someone, you can always anticipate what they're going to do. The Wolfman is not trustworthy because we know who he is. He's a man that trades in for weapons and enjoys flexing his power, let's say. But the trader, we don't ever get a read on. We don't understand his character. We don't know what he stands for. He's just helping us for some reason. Yes, it's all good accepting this help, and it's not a weakness to accept help, but why is he helping us? Why does he want to help us? what's in it for him? These woods are nowhere for weakness. The weakness is very quickly snuffed out, and people that try to protect weakness often find themselves being overwhelmed by greater forces of powers. So why is the trader trying to help us is a question we should be asking. But also, why does he want to remain here? Why is he okay with us being trapped in the woods? Why doesn't he want to escape like us and the doctor? Why does he want to stay here with the animals, like the wolfman, the savages, and the dogs? That is a question that we do not have an answer for yet, but you might realize something as well at this point. In this base, all of your shit that was in the last base, in the workbench, will not have been brought over to help you build up. You'll have lost all of your items. But don't worry, with this revolutionary device, this bike bell, we can call an important man to help us transport some items for us. Bike man.
Hey there, boss. I'll be honest here, boss. I'm really thirsty, you see. If you could share a refreshing beverage with a weary traveler, I would make it worth your while, boss. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. When life's a bitch, booze is a must.
Showing him the photo of the road home, he states,
A beautiful road, Mr. Bossman, long and straight. You'll find only twisted paths in these parts, mister.
The man waves his hands sloppily, almost losing his balance.
Let me tell you something, mister. A good liquor straightens out all the paths. Every single one of them.
And finally giving him a good bottle of booze.
Ah, a good vintage. A bottle a day keeps the monsters away. To your health, boss. If you want, boss, I can bring your junk from the other hideout.
And giving him one bottle of booze, he will move all of our items from one hideout to the next, which is an extremely helpful and very cheap service. Better than fucking Deliveroo. But also at this point, you probably have reached the second tier for Essence. So let's quickly go over those perks as well. Starting with our benefits. Acid Blood. If you get hit by an enemy, your blood will burn in return, causing them damage. Blow for blow. A actually decent perk that is somewhat useful in a pinch and allows you to damage enemies if they hit you, and can actually allow you to kill enemies if they're really low on health, but I would not rely on it for damage. It's mainly to give you a little bit of breathing room because it can stun enemies and get them to back off from you. Next up, Third Eye. Once a day for 1 minute, you'll have 360 vision when you pop the ability. It's okay, but these limited abilities aren't the best things in the world, especially ones like this. Having 360 vision while on paper sounds really powerful, in practice it's not actually that useful because guess what, if you want to look behind you, just turn around. It's something that is kind of cool to have, and popping the ability is kind of fun to be able to see all around you and see everything going on. I don't know though, I don't think it's worth taking up one of the slots because the next perk is actually a way better temporary buff. Runner. For a short time, you can run without losing stamina. This is an amazing perk. Even though it's a time-limited ability that you can use once a day, if you need to get back to your hideout quickly and the sun's going down, popping this ability allows you to run for about a minute straight without stopping, which allows you to cover massive distances. Running drains your stamina extremely quickly, so having unlimited amounts of it allows you to travel way faster than you probably realize. But also, if you're being attacked by too many enemies and you feel yourself being overwhelmed, you can be like Forrest Gump and just run away from the bullies. Enemies cannot catch up to you when you're running. You're faster than every enemy in the game, except a couple when you're running. So being able to have unlimited stamina will mean you'll be able to escape any enemy you face. But of course, with the good must come the bad, and we have to choose between poison vulnerability, increasing our vulnerability to poison, meaning of course we take more damage when we are poisoned. This is mainly from stepping on poisonous mushrooms, and fearful. Anytime we get hit by any enemy, our sight will get worse. And out of these two, I would say poison vulnerability is way easier to manage. Sight is something extremely important in this game, and the act of losing it might mean you lose track of enemies, especially later on when enemies are moving faster, charging at you, leaping, burrowing underground. Losing track of them can actually lead to you being killed. But poison is way easier to manage. The only way you can get poisoned in this game is by stepping on poisonous mushrooms, but poison itself can be removed by using an antidote, or countered the damage it does to you by good timing with healing, with pills and bandages. And if you use one bandage when you get poisoned, you don't take any damage. The damage you take is equal to the damage you're healing from the bandage. So it's way easier to maintain and manage this vulnerability as long as you're healing and paying attention to where you're stepping and not stepping on shit you're not meant to. It's really not that big of a problem, the poison in this game. It's way easier to manage than trying to not get hit and losing your sight when you do get hit. So personally, I'd recommend taking Poison Vulnerability, Runner, and Acid Blood. With all that done, let's take these drugs. We now awake in a bedroom with a lady sleeping with us, our wife. Oh shit, sorry. Leaving the lass to sleep, we find ourselves in what appears to be a small flat with a living room with a TV in it, which we can turn on to play some programs about some stars falling. But within the living room, we can find some Polish money. Again, we're in Poland, and we can also have a nosy in the bathroom and the kitchen. We can't really do a lot, we kind of just wait around until the sun starts to rise on this lovely world. Man, all of that must have just been a really terrible nightmare. We see us. Was this us before whatever happened for these woods? We don't know, but now we awaken from the dream and we return to the woods. Very odd, and it does not answer a lot of questions, but I think it does give us a glimpse into the protagonist's past, with him living a fairly simple life. Lived in a flat with a lass that he was probably married to, I'd assume. But anyway, now in the Silent Woods, we should go out and meet our other friend that isn't the trader, the Wolfman, at his camp like he asked us to do.
I can smell your stench from far away, meat. I'll be damned, I barely believe my beautiful eyes. You made it. I need to admit, you're a quite resourceful piece of meat. The wolf smiles, revealing a sharp row of teeth. Time to get to specifics. Follow the path located in the edge of the Silent Forest. You'll get to a village where you'll find a hag who reeks of chickens. Talk to her. Maybe you'll learn something interesting. But be on your guard, comrade. Don't let her deceive you with that kind face of hers. This selfish bitch is keeping something that does not belong to her behind the locked door in her house. Something I'm after. Bring me the key to that door, and I will tell you where to find the thing you lost. Is it fair, comrade? A key for a key. Good. Now take off. Get to work.
The Wolfman here has a task for us, and helping him, he will help us find what we have lost, the key that was stolen from us. And he has requested that we find the village on the edge of whatever side he said for you in the Silent Forest, and search for a woman who stinks of chickens, and of course have a wee little chinwag with her to find out more about what he actually wants. Doesn't actually tell us what he's after, but he does say that the chicken lady has it. But he does warn us that we shouldn't be deceived by her kind face, as she is keeping something in her house behind a locked door that doesn't belong to her. Something the wolf is after, or something that used to belong to him. So we need to find a key and bring it to the Wolfman. A fairly simple task, I would say. So the thing behind the door is probably some gun or something valuable that the chicken lady has taken from him and kept hidden away. So why not? Let's go investigate this. But before moving off from the Wolfman, you can gossip with characters each time we meet them, and you should do this, as each time they might have something new to say and reveal something that you can use to find something else, or figure something out, or what you need to do next. So the Wolfman has a bit to say.
Looks like no one else will enlighten you. Listen, the inhabitants of our lovely village hold many, many secrets, treasures they do not wish to share with anyone. Those selfish, deceitful wretches. They think they're superior because they have human gobs. They treat us like lepers. But you know what? Fuck them. We're buddies, aren't we? And them, they deserve to be punished. Eat.
The wolf moves closer to me.
Hear that squealing? It's one of their secrets. The wolf grins, listening to the distant sound with great relish. Find that pig shed, meat. Make that squealing stop, and the treasure will be yours.
He points us to something else, a squealing, which is one of the village people's biggest secrets. One of their many secrets, he adds. It seems that the wolf doesn't like the village people, seeing them as deceitful wretches, as he thinks that they see themselves as superior to the likes of us, the wolfman and the protagonist, because they have human gobs, human mouths. So it's another lead we should investigate, some squealing. But it's clear there's already a divide being outlined here between us and the regular people, the outsiders and the natives of this forest. And this is a theme that you'll see pop up again and again, with people treating us as an outsider, that we don't belong here. But of course, our journey towards the village, you will come across quite a few new locations. And the first one I want to talk about is Piotrek's house. This location is less of a house and more of a scrapyard, with the smell of resin filling the air. Now we can find one key item, a postcard with a portrait of a man. Who is this man in the portrait? Well, it's a real-world picture from 1961, a picture of Yuri Gagarin. And the date 1961 was the year that the first Soviet space flight took place, and Gagarin is the first Soviet pilot that took to space as well. Now in the center of the yard we can find this massive pile of scraps, and I'll be honest, the wiki states that it's meant to resemble a rocket. I didn't see it as a rocket. It just looks like one massive just tube. I understand it's meant to look like a rocket, but it just looks like a pile of scraps. And also it kind of just looks like a fallen down tree that's been hollowed out. But in one of the rooms, after clearing the dogs from the area, from the request of someone inside the building, we can meet this crazed rocket scientist, Piotrek.
Oops, I didn't hear you come in.
The boy's eyes are wandering around the room.
I found this wiggly metal thingy yesterday. It was laying there in the grass. I don't like grass. It's so slippery and it tickles your feet. Rather than grass, I would prefer these metal wigglies, yes!
The metal antennas on his wiry hat suddenly start vibrating.
Do you have any metal wigglies?
Now Piotrek is another trader, but he won't take really anything from us. The occasional items like scrap bits of metal or other crafting materials like wires that he could use in his rocket. But what's more important with Piotrek is not that you can trade with him and everything, it's more that the items we can show him that we've collected and he talks about them. He is, while a major character, fairly minor overall, but he is the first quest that you'll really be partaking in. But we can actually show him the many items that we've collected and the same items that we showed to the Wolfman earlier, such as the plastic chick.
I had one just like this. I melted it into a perfect little ball, shaped like the moon. I melt everything plastic into moons.
Piotrek suddenly becomes excited.
And have you seen my vehicle? It's ready. Well, almost ready. Just a couple of parts missing. I will need to find them. And I will have to repair the casing, the one from that spring that fell off recently. When I was entering the cockpit, I hit my head, and it, well, fell off. I thought I was flying, but it was just that the lights went off.
Or the photo of the road home.
You won't be able to make it home via this road. You should build a rocket.
Now, if you do find the photo of the doctor, he makes a comment about his husbando, Gagarin.
Beautiful. But I don't see Gagarin in it. I've never seen a photo without Gagarin in it before. Gagarin was this cosmonaut, a man who flew to the stars. I'll reach the stars too one day.
Piotrek stares at the blank spot for a few seconds.
Maybe tomorrow, for example. I just need to find the screw for the cover.
And we can even show him his own items that we can find in his house, such as the portrait of Gagarin, which he adores, and his blueprint that he created.
These are the blueprints for my space rocket! Almost ready. I broke down a whole tractor to build it. But I'm missing several parts. Several very important parts. For example, a shiny little mirror, and this rectangular box with wires, and...
The boy suddenly becomes lost in thought.
If only I had more tractors, I would definitely go to space.
Now, the item that I find most interesting when you give it to him is the portrait of Gargadon. Piotrek doesn't even realize that it's his own photo that we just looted from his house, which definitely shows he is not the sharpest tool in the shed, and his blueprint is this. It's definitely a great blueprint. He's definitely someone that is either completely traumatized with what's happening and he's kind of just gone completely insane and reverted to a younger age of mental thinking, or he is less mentally developed. He is smart, don't get me wrong. He is a very intelligent individual and, spoiler alert, he does build a rocket. But he definitely clearly has something mentally wrong with him or been traumatized, and it has caused him to revert into this state that he's in now. The words he talks about makes no sense. He seems like he's living in a fantasy, talking about wanting to go to the sun and land on it during the night so he doesn't burn to death. He's clearly not all there. He's clearly disconnected from reality in some way. And it kind of leads to a more tragic way of looking at Piotrek in this game. Piotrek is going to be one of the only innocent characters we actually meet. He doesn't really do anything wrong, but he's still exposed to everything that's going wrong, and he is still at the mercy of you as the player. Now, during your journey in the Silent Forest, you'll come across many broken down tractors, and in these tractors you can find items that are worthless. Tires, steering wheels, batteries that are worth 0 reputation. They are completely useless, and you might think that, hey, I don't need to take these, there's no point of picking them up. However, Piotrek loves these items, so giving him something like the battery, he has something interesting to say.
A hybrid rocket engine! Wow! This will fit perfectly in my rocket! Have you seen it? Have you seen my rocket? It's almost as pretty as Gagarin's! Well, almost. I just need to find some parts, and it will be completely ready. Would you bring them to me? The other parts? I want to fly to space, and to the moon, and to Mars, and Jupiter, and to the sun! I mean, I would land at night.
The boy suddenly looks into my eyes.
Look for old tractors. You'll find the missing pieces from my rocket in them.
The battery will most likely be the first item you find because it's in his house, and he does state that he wishes that there were more tractors in the area around his house that he could scavenge for more parts. This will point us in the quest line for Piotrek. He wants us to go around, find him parts, bring him back to him so he can continue building his rocket. So finding these worthless items, we can bring them to him, and he gives all of them fairly interesting names, despite them being very basic, simple items. A fan belt, for example, is
Hold door frame stabilizer.
a tire.
Space rocket chassis.
An exhaust is actually
Carbon dioxide exhaust system.
a rear view mirror is obviously a,
Advanced information display.
and a steering wheel is.
Trajectory guidance system.
Now, giving him 4 items, you don't have to give him every item that I listed, but you only have to give him 4 of them. He gets extremely excited and sends us off.
Yay! Finally! I have everything I need! Go your way now! Go now! Please! I need to install these parts in my beautiful rocket! And then, whee! Off I go! I will wave to you when I'm on my way to where no man has been before!
Now, this is one way to finish his quest. You give him all the items, you can trade with him, get some bits off of him, and then you leave him and he goes and builds his rocket. You are rewarded with some very useful items that you definitely want to grab from his inventory. Mainly the cable, which can be used in another quest, and also the watch. The watch is extremely important, and I would recommend picking up as soon as possible, and this is one of the best ways to get it early on. But if in your travels, when you've picked up one of these items, you decide to go back to Wolfie, you can show him these items and he has a very different idea on what to do with them.
You've gathered some junk to show me. You excel yourself, mate. You're not telling me you're gathering junk for that nutcase. What's his name? Hufta? Piotrek. Oh, mate. You have a lot of free time on your hands. You're keeping yourself occupied with such nonsense. The wolf suddenly stops, remains silent for a moment, then his eyes open in a split second and he continues. Hold on a second. I have this abso-fucking-lutely brilliant idea. Give me that piece of junk for a moment, and we can decide to either give him the item or not.
In this case, we're going to give him it to see what happens. The wolf turns his head back to me and starts tinkering with the part for Pietrek. After a moment, he hands it back to me. Now it'll work like it should. Thanks to my DIY abilities, I managed to increase the kick on this baby by 200%. Well, that's to help his neighbour, right? Me, run to Pufta and give it to him. Just don't forget to wave him goodbye before his flight. And now the Wolfman has modified the item that we gave to him for Pietrek, so he can fly even further now. And now we can go give said item back to Pietrek. But now, going back the next day, if you gave him all the items normally, with none of them being tinkered with by the Wolfman, he will fly off, he will disappear, and we will not see him for a good while. He will have actually achieved his dream of building a rocket and sending it up to space. But what if you do have the items tinkered with? Oh my, he's fucking dead. And going back to the wolf, you might realise he planned for all of this to happen. Me? Fucking hell, seen that? Seen that? Off he flew, didn't he? Off he fucked. Pietrek the astronaut. So he doesn't actually say astronaut, he says cosmonaut in the actual game, but on the wiki the dialogue still says astronaut, meaning at one point in the game, probably before this change was made, he said astronaut. I did a whole analysis on him saying astronaut and how it linked to him being an outsider and an enemy to the people of the village. I honestly don't want to remove it because I still think it's good analysis, but yes, the Wikipedia, which I was using a lot for making the scripts for the characters, which I used to script the Wolfman because it's faster to do it that way than go through hours of fucking gameplay to get the lines, is wrong. So whoops, I guess. But we'll just carry on. He actually says cosmonaut now and not astronaut. Is now on the moon. Rocket worked like a charm, didn't it? Good that we've managed to make a couple of quick innovations at the last moment. Helping others. Neat. Is there a better feeling? Oh, what an explosion that was. Fucking boom. It's still ringing in my ears. Pity that you weren't here to see the fireworks. This is when it will become completely apparent the wolf loves the chaos. He loves seeing people die. He wants them to suffer. And this makes you question him as a person and also the main objective he gave us at the village and the pig as well. And I love it. The Wolfman isn't a good person. He lives for the thrill of doing shit like this. But what I found most interesting about the Wolf's dialogue here is he also doesn't call Pietrek a cosmonaut, which is what would have been the more standard saying for people living in Poland at the time. I think. I did do a little bit of digging and I couldn't really figure it out what they would have called them at this exact point in history. But obviously, Pietrek's idol was a cosmonaut, so I'm just going to say cosmonaut if they're actually astronauts at this point. I'm sorry, if you don't know, cosmonaut is Russian influence in space stuff. Astronaut is more Western. But to me, it highlights that more that the wolf, he is against the villagers and even Pietrek, who are natives to the village. They are regular people that live here, but the Wolfman is different. He is an outsider because of this one word, astronaut. Remember, the developers of this game have used the word cosmonaut multiple times and they are Polish themselves. I'm sure in their history books they would have seen more about the cosmonauts from their area than astronauts. So to me, I think this is meant to demonstrate that the Wolfman is way more of an opposition to the general people of the village than being someone that's, say, their neighbor that got pushed out. He is basically an enemy. He is the other side. This could be a mistake, of course, but I actually think it's a really smart use of just small bits of dialogue that just highlight this theme a bit more, that he is different. The Wolfman trades with us, we know that, but we don't know if he trades with the people of the village. Again, he sees them as enemies. He believes that they think they're superior to him and he sides with us. He sees us more like him than he does see himself with the villagers. But anyway, let's leave Wolfie here to cackle himself to sleep and actually make our way over to the village. The village to me is the most interesting and the most complex location in the Silent Forest, and it is probably the first location that you'll visit where you'll notice something about the time if you have a watch on. The clock stops moving. In the village, you will have a time freeze. This obviously allows you to explore the village in as much detail as possible and as much as possible, because there is a lot going on here. But also it's probably to help that you don't get killed by something here when you're just trying to do a basic quest. But within the village as well, there is a hell of a lot going on, with us being able to meet a lot of the lovely townsfolk. Insert all the townsfolk dialogue.
If he ever tries to come back. Who are you? Get away from me! He's been hiding in the cottage for the last couple of days. He'll end up like the others. I'm telling you, who are you? Get away from me!
And immediately in the village as well, we can find a shrine. A shrine with a crudely made statue of Saint Mary, telling us that the villagers are religious, which is expected. Specifically though, Christians, praying to be saved by a god who has very clearly abandoned them. But religion and these crudely made figures that we see here made of seemingly mud and sticks pop up more often than not, and they really remind me of old witch sort of stuff. My brain of course goes to Blair Witch for some reason, because of course that has the wood stick people things, but it tells us that while the villagers are religious, they're slightly more occult, and that there's definitely something hidden underneath their normal exterior that they're showing to us. They're not innocent by any means, which I think this clearly shows, because technically they have desecrated the shrine of Saint Mary by putting mud and sticks on it and a shiny stone, which we can take as well if you want. Again, the shiny stones are worth a good bit of dosh, so make sure you pick them up, even though the villagers won't like it. But ignoring all the riffraff here of all these people, we are here to look specifically for the chicken smelling lady. So let's look for her. Now, as you explore the village, you'll eventually come to the realization that you probably need to head to the east of the village. And going east, you'll find a woman sitting in the middle of a burnt down building, and she won't speak to you. So let's just leave her and continue looking for this chicken lady. This lady here in the village wants the sow dead. And is that the same thing that the wolf was going on? That's squealing. The sow is something important to the villagers. We can see there's a lot of pigs wandering about the village, so obviously they have a pig farm somewhere. But why do they want them dead? And with that woman complaining about not having enough meat to eat, why not kill the pigs? Why are they not eating the animals that are around them? And why does this woman want it dead? What happened in this village that caused her to want it dead? And why is her building the only one that's burnt down? But we can continue on, and continuing a bit further, chickens start to appear, and following them you will eventually find more and more, and then reach a house, and inside you will find it filled with chickens, and of course, a chicken lady within it.
The old lady squints at me, her eyes full of suspicion. She hugs her chickens possessively.
Better keep them hands off me hens, you bloody scoundrel.
The old lady puts one of her hens to her ear, mumbling under her breath. After a moment, she calms down.
I've seen me share of things, lived through many a war, but nothing like this, Lord be my witness. This accursed land ain't a place for men, ain't a place for hens.
Showing her the plastic chick.
Hell's bells. Where did you get it? Where did you find it?
The old lady seems disturbed. The hens fall silent. I can feel the tension in the air.
Holy mother, it's Janek's little hen. A gift from me, my little brother. A couple of days ago, he got mad. I told him, stay, you're not one of them brainy fellas, you know nothing. But he wouldn't listen, and off he went to that other fella. Here, take this. He went to see this fella, see him? He never came back.
The lady shoves a crumpled photo into my hand. The woman trembles violently. The hen on her shoulder struggles to maintain her balance.
You're all I have, my little sister.
Showing her the photo of the road home.
Oh, I remember this place, I do. It's been 6 years since I've been there last. This road used to lead to the other village. You could also take it to get to the city, not that far away from here. You won't get there now. These devilish trees have overgrown everything.
Well, she seems rather friendly, but is rather protective of her hens. But showing her the chicken, the little plastic one that we found, she gives us a photograph of the doctor who knew her brother. So she's also connected to the doctor as well and knows of him. It's clear that the doctor was either a local in this village or visited it multiple times. But now we are getting closer to finding him. Moving through her house though, we can eventually find the big metal door that the Wolfman was on about. We can hear something on the other side of it. How weird. But we now need to find this key. But exiting the Chicken Lady's dialogue for the first time, the faint sound of a violin can be heard being played. Not well, but it can be heard.
Holy mother, this creep again. May the devil take him and his blasted violin.
The old lady turns red and starts to scream.
Devil fucked your mother, get away from me house!
She is not very friendly to whoever is playing the music, so going outside to investigate the noises, we can meet our next friend, the musician.
It's not my fault. I know it doesn't sound too great. My violin, it's a bit broken. I won't play anymore. I'm sorry. Sir, have you been in that hut? The chicken lady's hut? You're not afraid of her? Oh, you're brave. And have you seen her, the pretty lady? She's the most beautiful lady in the world. I watch her through the cracks in the window. She changes when I watch her. Gets more beautiful. I play for her. I want her to be happy, because she doesn't seem to be. The chicken lady locked her in that room. She keeps her there. She envies her. She won't allow anyone to see her, even me. She knows very well that during the last Kupala night, I fished out the pretty lady's wreath from the river. Yes, sir. The chicken lady knows what it means. Oh, yes, I will become the pretty lady's husband. We'll walk hand in hand, sir. I will play for her, Mr. Sir. I tried to release her, but the chicken lady, she chased me off. She always does. I also looked for the second key at Mr. Jan's, but now he's disappeared. I don't know how to get into his house. So kind, so very kind. You're just like him, my daddy, but my papa has changed, mister. Just like my mummy. They will not listen to me. They won't hear how sad I am, sir. Oh, but am I not boring you, sir? Oh, please don't go. Please, hear me out. Don't go.
Nervous grunting can be heard from underneath the tractor.
Perhaps you could help me, please. Please find the key, good sir, to the pretty lady's room. The chicken lady has it. Well, Mr. Jan also has it. I saw him recently, near the well. He used to play with me. We threw rocks into the well, and I looked into our reflections while making silly faces. Daddy used to say not to do it, else my face will stay that way. Now the water in the well is always hazy. It shows these weird images. Oh, the well is here, in the village. Maybe you'll find him there? He used to hang around it often. He stared into the well, as if looking for something or someone. I must hide now. Hide from the chicken lady. I'll go to that place where they used to keep all the grain. In the northern part of the Silent Forest. Will you bring me the key if you find it? I promise to repay you somehow. Me and the pretty lady.
Showing him the photo of the road home.
Mummy once told me about this road. She said people used to travel it. They would leave their houses and walk it during the night. I was scared of the story. I was afraid Mummy would go out too and leave me behind.
Showing him the photo of the doctor.
This is our doctor, yes? Oh, he is just as brave and good as you are. He helped me. He is helping all of us. He gave me this beautiful mask so I could be healed of my afflictions. Oh, maybe you could have one too. Oh, maybe the doctor would make a mask like this for you. I could ask him about it.
Showing the boy the small plastic chick toy.
Wow, it's so pretty. Could I hold it for a wee moment?
The boy clumsily turns the small item in his overgrown hand.
My mum likes these. Where did you buy it? If I were big and had the money, I'd buy more of these, and maybe she would stop being angry at.
Well, shit. At this point, two people have requested the key to the pretty lady's room, as the musician calls it. The Wolfman wants something in there, and the musician here wants it so he can marry the pretty lady. Also, he was watching her change. Don't do that, people. Unless it's consensual by your partner, then you can do it. But don't do it, because you're fucking weird if you do that. But yes, the musician wants the key so he can marry the love of his life, the pretty lady. While the Wolfman wants something that he didn't reveal to us that's behind the door that does belong to him. Does he mean the pretty lady, or does he mean just an item in there that he wants us to grab for him? Don't know. We will find out. But before we decide who to give the key to, we actually need to find the goddamn key. And the musician gives us some information where one might be. Insert the line about the key's location. Well, that's interesting. There is another key somewhere, and to reach that key we need to head into the well, but the well is boarded up, and obviously that is an interesting sight. A well is normally used to extract water from the ground and allow you to drink it. The fact that it is boarded up tells us something has gone either horribly wrong, or maybe something's down there. Gossiping with the chicken lady though, she tells us some of the history of the village and some interesting events.
Poor soul. They burned her fellow at the shack and took the horror somewhere. Everyone got the jitters, little wonder.
The old lady smiles kindly, baring her 3 yellow teeth.
It was a long time ago, but you remember it still, my little hen, don't ya?
Hanuska was the woman sitting in the middle of that burnt house, asking us to kill the sow. Why? Well, something terrible happened to her family. She gave birth to an abomination. We don't know what it is, but apparently something so disgusting and horrible. And because of it, they killed her husband, burnt their house down, and took her child away. And all that remains of that life is this small burnt doll sitting next to her. Now, investigating the well and using a chain you can either buy or find in the village. You can find it behind the chicken lady's house. We can descend it, and as we dive deeper, we will be confronted by a chomper. Again, we've met a chomper up to this point, but chompers are very easily the hardest enemies that you'll be facing. They are hyper aggressive and they deal big damage, charging at you with no care for themselves. And they are quite an intimidating creature this early on, and I love the design of them as well. The main thing that is great about the chompers is up to this point, combat has been very slow. It feels very deliberate and it's very back and forth like a dance. But the chompers throw a wrench in that. Every other enemy slowly approaches you and then tries to attack you from the front, while the chompers will charge at you constantly. Throughout this entire charge, they can hit you and do damage to you, and they do big damage. But despite this, the game will teach you how to use this against them, slowly dodging, going side to side, and just bonking them on the head as they run past you. If you've played Left 4 Dead, you know how to combat them because you combat them the exact same way you combat a charger. Eventually killing this chomper, you will make another scary discovery, another doll identical to the one in the burnt house. This chomper was Hanuska's child, the abomination that was thrown down into the well to be abandoned and fed occasionally from the meat from the farm of the sow. That is extremely sad and shows us that the Wolfman was right. This village has many dark secrets that they are trying to hide. And it could explain why Hanuska has completely shut down. Her life was destroyed from the birth of this child. When the village decided that they didn't want to try save it or take care of it, they destroyed everything. But what I find most interesting is they don't kill it. They keep it alive, trapped down in this well. And you can find a way to escape the well without going up the chain that you just made. This chomper could have escaped one day, and there's nothing they could have done about it because they didn't do a very good job at barricading it. It shows how this village almost is on the edge of falling apart into disarray if something so small goes wrong, and something currently is going wrong. It's clear that the sow or the meat farm that they have isn't producing the same amount of meat that they had before, with a woman banging on the mayor's house constantly demanding that she gets her share of the meat. But this isn't the only dark secret that this village has. Located in some of the houses, you can find burnt building that's covered in seemingly ash, and diving deeper you'll eventually come to a furnace which is completely surrounded by bodies. This could tell us that they've been burning the bodies of those that have become infected, or what I think is more likely, that they have been killing people and disposing of them when they cause issues. They've already killed a man because they had a child that was completely infected, and now they seem to have burnt a hell of a lot more bodies for probably a lot less. To me, it hints that there is a much darker secret in the village that the Wolfman did tell us, and to me it shows us that we cannot completely trust the villagers at all, and maybe they will turn on us just as quickly. But continuing through the caves, we will be able to ascend into the house that the musician was on about and find the key that we have been searching for, the key covered in chicken feces. And at this point, you will come to the biggest decision that you will have in the game up to this point. Who to give the key to, the musician or the Wolfman? Both of them will help you find the doctor, so which one should you go with? Well, one is a boy with dreams of marrying the love of his life, and the other is the Wolfman who likes to see others suffer. Now, before you decide on who to give the key to, I think we should continue investigating the area, more specifically the final key area of the Silent Woods, that being the pig shed. The pig shed is in the name. It's a large shed-like area which houses a hell of a lot of pigs, with it being rather well fortified with a massive wall surrounding it and a couple of guards inside. Now, you can either Metal Gear Solid your way through this thing, sneaking past, not killing anyone, or you can do what I do. walk up to them, square up and scrap. But killing them and slowly moving your way through, at one end you might find one pig isn't quite like the rest. The sow here is one massive pig that is being used to feed the entire village by using her offspring. But a slight problem, the sow hasn't been producing any new offspring. This is why at the village that lady was banging on the mayor's house demanding more meat. She believed that she was meant to get more, but there isn't any more offspring. The village has actually run out of food entirely because they've killed all of the sow's offspring. Why has she stopped producing offspring? Well, murmurs from the guards in the pig shed will reveal that the pig farmer, the one that was actually in charge of the pig shed, got himself killed. He would feed the sow, which the sow would need to be fed in order to have the energy to produce said offspring. Now she's unable to produce anything and she is slowly starving to death because everyone else that is there is too scared to actually feed her. Now, why did the pig farmer die? Well, it probably has to do with this damaged wire here, which following it to one side, we will find a switch. This switch itself has many warnings, but long story short, this is an electrical system that shocks the sow to stun it. This then allows the pig to be fed. They will push the meat in front of the pig will eat the meat, and then it will produce offspring, which then run out and they kill them. That is how they run it. But the fact that they need this sort of contraption and this amount of electricity tells us that the sow is very big. And if you do approach the sow, you'll find out that, yeah, it's massive and it will attack you and can kill you very quickly if you let it. So how do we go around dealing with the sow? Well, there are really three options to go with. Either you just leave the area entirely and you just don't even touch the area, which itself is an option, but this will very much displease Wolfie. And also it doesn't help the villagers at all. We don't change anything, we kind of just let everything continue onwards. Or we can fix the issue. So we need to get a cable, and a cable can either be bought from Pietrek before you send him off into space, or a fiery inferno of his own creations, or from Hanuska here. Now you can't buy it from her, you have to kill her to get it. She wanted the sow dead, and killing her, she has the cable and a knife on her, telling us that Hanuska was the one that actually cut the cable and basically put her village in a death sentence. She wanted revenge for what the village did to her family, mainly her husband and her child. This explains why she wants it dead. She's not actually asking us to kill it, she was basically asking herself to do it, and she did take the actions to destroy it. The villagers very clearly don't have the resources to fix this system, because I'm sure trying to find cables that would be able to take the electrical current in this area would be very hard to find, or Pietrek has them all and they probably don't want to go visit him because of all the dogs that were surrounding his place. But the villagers, while normal people, are just as monstrous as the savages in the woods. They completely destroyed an innocent woman and man's life because they gave birth to a child inflicted by the diseases of the forest, and they've also made this whole system to breed this one single pig, this entity, who just cycle it through its offspring and just eat the pigs. It's very clear that they are no better than anyone else. They are abusing things to get what they need, and I understand what people might say that this is a survival situation, but you have to understand that we've seen that the village is hiding things and have these secrets. I'm sure a lot of the villagers don't actually understand where these pigs are coming from. The sow very clearly has been infected by the forest. No pig should get this big, and no pig should look like that. So to me, it's clear that they've probably made the decision to feed their people contaminated meat to keep them alive. And this would explain why the child became what it was. The mother is infected, most likely. Hanuska is probably infected by whatever the forest does to people, and this went to her offspring. It could also explain how the pretty lady got infected. And you'll very quickly find out there is more people that are infected in this village. Now, fixing the cable, you might think your job is done. But if you return to the wolf, he has some choice words for you.
I've heard someone took pity on the poor villagers and fixed the cables in the pig shed. Some good soul, an angel of sorts, probably crawled out of the ground. People like that haven't been seen in these parts for a long time. The wolf pierces me with his look and grins. A string of saliva lands on his whole rizzled jacket. Dear meat. The wolf puts his paw on me. I can feel his claws puncturing my skin. If the cables are fixed, And be so kind as to move your fucking arse and finish the job. You just need to tweak the machine a little bit in order to silence the unbearable whining of that pathetic sow. You can do that much, can you?
Appears that the wolf wants us to kill the sow. So the question is, should we kill the pig? Well, let's weigh up the options. On one side, keeping the sow alive will ensure that the village has a supply of food, again making sure that the innocent people of the village are not killed for it, despite them being rather big asses to us and very mean when we enter the village, and also killing innocent people when they believe that they are dangerous. They are people at the end of the day just trying to survive whatever's happening in these woods. Or, just hear me out, we kill the sow and we get rewarded with a happy wolf friend and a hotbar upgrade. Killing or not killing the sow has massive ramifications, not only now but also later in the game, as parts of the next section of the game will be completely changed if the sow lives or dies. But honestly, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. What I would recommend you do for a first or a hard playthrough of the game is kill the sow. The hotbar upgrade that the Wolfman gives you specifically is the 7th hotbar slot. If you don't kill it, you can only get 6 hotbar slots, but killing it, the Wolfman will give you the 7th one. If you want to know, you can only craft 3 hotbar upgrades from the crafting table, and the Wolfman will give you a 4th one, which will allow you to get a 7th one. It is definitely worthwhile killing it, but I would recommend at least playing the game through twice, and one you kill it and one you don't. Now, if you want to know the ways you can kill it, yes, you can shock it to death, which is the clean, easy way, but if you, say, sent Pietrek off into space and you didn't buy the cable, and you don't want to kill Hanuska, you can just shoot the thing to death and be done with it. It takes like 3 or 4 shotgun rounds, and by this point you should have the ability to either make a couple of shotguns or have the single shot shotgun which you can reload.
Little pig! Little pig! Chop it.
But speaking of shotguns and guns, I think it's time we actually start talking about some of the new weapons that you might have found and picked up during your travels in these areas, starting with the melee weapons that you'll very likely find in the pig shed first. The pitchfork, which can be obtained from villagers that have the pitchfork, and this weapon is actually pretty good. I really like it. It has a really good range, being used like a spear to poke and prod enemies and push them back. While it does have less damage, it has insanely good range, and it allows you to distance yourself from basically every enemy in the game. However, the major drawback that the pitchfork has is it has an insanely high stamina consumption. It's actually higher than most weapons in the game. The only one I think that might be more than it is maybe the shovel and the axe, but even then, when I used the pitchfork, it felt like I ran out of stamina way faster than them two weapons. And the little damage it does feels like a massive trade-off with how much stamina you're trading to use it. But also, the damage is significantly less. At this point, you'll probably have the shovel, which does the second and most amount of damage in the game, and comparing it to that is literally a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. It does almost no damage. This weapon, in my opinion, is best used for dogs, savages, and occasionally a chomper. Honestly, I wouldn't even recommend using it on chompers. It's good for the smaller enemies that you can kill very easily with almost any weapon, because that range makes it even more effective at dealing with them. But for most of Chapter 1, especially if you upgrade it, it will definitely get you through Chapter 1 quite easily. Chapter 2 is probably where it will start to struggle and where you'll really feel like upgrading to either the axe or the shovel. But another weapon that you might have been able to obtain at this point and craft will be the sickle, as if you completed Pietrek's quest, you will obtain a welder to upgrade your workbench. Now, the sickle has a really interesting characteristic to it. It has a really short range like the knife, but instead of just a basic slash attack, like a chomper, you can lunge with it. It gives it a completely different attacking style, and it makes it actually pretty fun to use, but very, let's say, risky. You charge at enemies slashing multiple times, but the problem it has is it doesn't stun them. It has a really high DPS and allows you to close the gap really quickly. So a savage, for example, would swing its staff down and stick it in the floor. You could fling yourself at them and kill them extremely quickly, but it can't stun enemies like the shovel can, as if you hit just before an enemy hits you with a shovel, it will stun them and interrupt them. But this weapon, it doesn't do that. This makes it a good weapon against, let's say, bigger, more hulking enemies that turn around slowly. Elks, savages, and some enemies later in the game that are, let's say, a little bit slower. But it's not one that I think I could find myself relying on for the entire game. It feels too situational, and it has a lot of drawbacks that make it not as useful. But what if you want something with some range? You want something with a little bit of kick to it, something that can blast something away? Well, at this point, as I mentioned, you should probably have access to a couple of guns now. Either being able to craft some of them, or if you're extremely lucky in the random loot that can drop in the areas, you might find one. Let's start with the ones that you're probably definitely going to have, the craftable ones, starting with the single shot pistol. As it says, this pistol gets one shot in it. It is powerful, but once you fire that one shot, it's completely useless. It's a decent early game option for emergencies when you really need to do big damage really quickly at a range. But honestly, the price it has, especially using a pipe to pay for it, is a massive waste. The pipe is used for quite a lot of upgrades, so using a pipe and losing that pipe after you fire a bullet, to me, is a massive waste. And when something like the knife exists, which does almost the same thing, but you can pick it back up and throw it multiple times, it makes it even harder of a sell, the single shot. Now, for double the price of 4 scrap and 2 pipes, you can make a homemade shotgun. Like the single shot pistol, where you only have what's in it, but unlike it, it's got 2 rounds in the barrels. It's a double barrel shotgun. And I think this shotgun is a bit better. Even though I know it's double the price, shotguns are really effective in this game. This shotgun can one-shot a chomper. So if you're really in a pinch and you have one of these, or you find one, it's great to just whip out and blast something away. It's a good weapon when you're feeling overwhelmed, but honestly, I wouldn't recommend crafting it. If you find one, use it. They're well worth it. But if you're crafting it, it feels like a waste. So if you are going to craft a weapon, I would recommend crafting the handgun. For the cost of 1 weapon part, which you can buy from both traders, the Wolfman and the Trader, a handgun frame, which again you can buy from the Wolfman and the Trader for the same price of $4.50, and some tape, you get the pistol, which uses small caliber magazines, and it's actually a pretty decent weapon in my eyes. Even though it's the weakest out of all guns in the game in per bullet damage, the fact that it takes mags means once you craft it, you'll always be able to use it as long as you have a magazine. Magazines cost 100 reputation from both traders, which is significantly cheaper than getting all the parts and buying them, for example, from a trader to make a single shot pistol. It's a much better investment in my eyes. But also, 1 mag can completely kill an elk, and elks are extremely tanky. And if you want to know, it's 8 rounds in a mag. So that's pretty good damage for 8 bullets overall. To me, this is a must pick up early game. It's so effective, and it's a great thing to replace the knife with, because the knife can only be thrown 5 times, while the handgun can be used forever as long as you have bullets, and each mag has 8 rounds in it. If you want my recommendation of what enemies to really use it on, I would use it on more fast enemies, things like dogs, savages, and I would use it on slightly weaker enemies that often come in more numbers, dogs and savages. Being able to fire off 3 shots and do some significant damage to 3 savages that are charging at you is great, because if you shoot them once with a bullet, you can switch to a shovel and just bonk them once and kill them. It's a great weapon that allows you to play around your other weapons, and it partners perfectly with some of the melee weapons. Now, this is all of the weapons that we should really legally be able to obtain at this point, unless you get stupidly lucky. But there is one way to obtain basically every weapon in the game at this point. So I think we should probably go over them, because we should. Personally, I do not recommend doing this on your first run. I did this on my second run of the game for this video, not on my first. In the Wolf's Camp, more specifically the one in the Silent Forest, you might have noticed these 2 crates. And these crates have combo locks on them, and you might have thought, oh, there's a combination out there somewhere in the world for me to find. Well, for how long this game has been out, these codes and their locations have not been found in the game. And it has been basically determined that these codes are impossible to find. They're not actually in the game. You have to guess them. And for a 4-digit combination lock, that means on average it would take you around 5,000 attempts to actually unlock the thing. Now, If you don't want to do that and you're on PC, because if you're on console, unlucky, you're going to have to guess them, you can go into the game's files and search through the combinations, because every combination is recorded in the game's files, and you can find the correct combination for these crates. If you want to know, you go into the save dat file and then type in with your control F current combination equals, and then insert the code on the crate when you first look at it. So don't just start spamming numbers, make sure you remember what the code is. And then once you find it, it will give you the combination on the left of it, which you then can put into the crate and unlock both crates. You have to do this, of course, for both crates to find their codes. Now, opening one of them, you'll receive a small caliber magazine, a medium caliber mag, 4 medium bullets, and 2 pellets. And the second one contains an axe, a shovel, a pistol, a single shot shotgun, a double barrel shotgun, an assault rifle, a submachine gun, and a pellet gun. So I'm just going to do all the weapons now, get them all out of the way. The axe itself, not normally obtainable till much later in the game, is one of the most powerful melee weapons in the game, dealing the most damage per swing with a big overhead chop. It's an alright weapon, but where you get power, you trade that for its attack pattern. The shovel's swinging motion from left to right, its arc, gives it a much bigger hitbox, allowing you to hit enemies more easily, while the axe obviously has just the straight down attack. This means with the axe you'll probably miss more often than you'll hit, and also the axe's range is slightly less than the shovel. But this means that enemies that are only right in front of you, you'll be able to hit. So a chomper charging at you and you trying to swing on their side, you have to time perfectly, unlike the shovel, which has a massive timing on it that is easy to hit. It's still really good, and I would recommend definitely testing out each one, either the axe or the shovel, to figure out which one you like more. And me personally, I do prefer the axe overall because that damage is crazy good, but I would definitely understand it if you find the shovel easier to use, because you might find timing to use the axe a bit difficult. And for most of the game, I was using the shovel as well, because the axe you get so late normally. Next up on the 2 shotguns, the single shot shotgun and the double barrel shotgun. It's in the name. One is a single shot shotgun that you put one in the chamber, fire it, and then reload it. The other one is a double barrel shotgun, 2 barrels, 2 rounds in each barrel, close it, and you can fire 2 rounds. They both deal extremely similar damage, so personally I would recommend just taking the double barrel until you get the better version, which is the pump action, which holds 8 rounds in its tube and is extremely powerful. And the double barrel, if you want to know, is the second most powerful weapon in the game. Honestly, the time I was playing, I did use all the shotguns and I couldn't really find a big difference between them. I thought maybe the single shot might have had better range, but you shouldn't really be using shotguns at range. You really want to be barrel stuffing enemies with them to hit all pellets on them. So I honestly don't really understand why the single shot's in here as well. If anything, fire the bullet out of it and then trade it back to someone. But if normally you say crafted a single shot, don't feel pressured into buying the double barrel. The damage it does per bullet is fine. You can just shoot around and reload it and you'll be good. The only advantage that the double barrel has, it has 2 in the chamber, which means you don't have to reload it as much. And then the assault rifle, which is the best weapon in the game normally. It has a 20 round mag and a high rate of fire, good accuracy. It's just the workhorse weapon. It's the best weapon in the game. You really should not have this weapon this early on, as not only would it kill anything extremely quickly, you're going to run out of ammo for it almost immediately. The only thing that really balances this weapon out is how rare ammo is for it. Traders don't even sell the mags for this thing, you have to find the mags for it. And that's because it is extremely powerful. It's a weapon that can completely clear rooms and chompers. Later in the game, you'll come to a point where there'll be 10 chompers in an area and they'll all attack you at once. If you have this weapon, you can clear them super easy. It is the best weapon in the game. Well, in the base game. Now, a weapon that you don't get from this crate, which I'm going to mention now, is the hunting rifle. This is the tier below the assault rifle, using the medium bullets that we found, and it's actually a really good weapon in my opinion. It's actually worth using, and I used it for a good while for most of the mid game in my first playthrough. It's a weapon that uses 1 bullet for 1 shot. It's a bolt action rifle. And to boot, it's actually the most accurate weapon in the game with the best range. But it being a bolt action rifle means that if you get overwhelmed, you're not really going to be able to do a lot. This thing is best used for single targets and sniping them from afar. The best way to use it is if you see a group of enemies, pick a target, fire the shot, and then switch out to a melee weapon, or try and put another round in, chamber it, and then fire it off again as they're closing the distance. I would recommend using this more as a pop shot weapon. Pulling it out, firing one round and then switching to a melee weapon to fight. And that is all of the weapons that are legitimately obtainable in the game in my tier list. They all have their uses and are all good fun to use. Well, I missed some. Oh, I guess we did. The pellet gun and the SMG. These two weapons you can find in the crate, but they were removed from the game's drop table, and these weapons aren't craftable either. They're not actually normally legitimately obtainable. They are technically legitimately obtainable, because if you're playing a no glitch, no fucking with the files run, and you just guess the code on these crates, you're technically legitimately getting them. So they are obtainable, but they're not findable normally in the game, if that makes sense. They are secret Easter egg weapons, if you will. Now, the two weapons are actually pretty cool. Starting with the pellet gun, you might think it is completely useless, but it actually does deal pretty okay damage and can be used to kill things like the rabbits you might see running around for pretty cheap. The only problem is the ammo type is pellets. Pellets are extremely rare. Apparently they are in the drop table, but throughout both my playthroughs, I never found a pellet on the floor or in the world. It means that once you've used all the bullets up in the pellet gun, it's kind of useless and you can't really rely on it. Now, while the pellet gun is useless, the SMG is far from it. The SMG is the best gun in the game, and I understand why it was removed. The SMG is a 20-round mag gun, fully automatic, similar to the assault rifle. But unlike the assault rifle, it doesn't use the really rare medium caliber magazines. It uses the small caliber magazines, the same magazines that you use in the pistol. The SMG gets 20 bullets from these magazines, and it does very good damage. I think it actually does slightly less, or probably the same amount of damage that the pistol does. It's one of the best weapons in the entire game, and in my second playthrough when I did unlock these crates to play with these weapons, I found myself using it the most, and it was the weapon I used for my entire playthrough the second time. And also, it was good fun, I will be completely honest, because it is very fun to listen to and shoot with it. But yeah, don't worry about these weapons not being legitimate or cheating. I would say if you find his camp, just guess the code a couple times. If you unlock it, fuck it, go for it. You have good fun with it. Just know that the difficulty of the game will completely drop off a cliff. My first playthrough was significantly harder than my second playthrough, even though they were both on the normal difficulty. I do plan on playing on hard mode in my own time for fun, but I kind of want to make this video now. But all the weapons in the game all serve their own distinct purpose, and no weapons in the base game feel like they overlap. The SMG, I think, would overlap with the assault rifle, which is another reason I think they probably removed it. Not only was it because it was way too strong, but also because it kind of overlaps with the assault rifle. But what I like is every weapon is usable and is useful, and you have to kind of weigh up the pros and cons of each weapon. While something like the assault rifle is extremely powerful, the ammo is so rare for it that you might find yourself wanting to use the hunting rifle more, but the hunting rifle uses medium caliber bullets, which are rarer than, say, the small caliber bullets, but that damage is better. But then you could also use a shotgun, but then which shotgun do you use? The pump action shotgun is extremely expensive to make, and also I think it has a little bit worse range than the other two shotguns, but also with an 8-round mag, you might find yourself blowing through the ammo way faster than if you used the double barrel or the single shot shotgun. It's all these different things that all play into effect, and you have to really consider what you are doing and what you are taking. And I really like that no weapon is useless. You can use any weapon for the entire game. Even the board with nails you can keep for the entire game and use it as a really cheap weapon to just keep repairing and keep using. And I like that. I like that you're not forced into using these more expensive weapons that cost more to maintain. Obviously, they're better in some ways, and the shovel compared to the board of nails is like an upgrade no matter the way you look at it, but you can still choose the ones that you want for the small reasons that you prefer. But now, after killing the Sow, the Wolfman displays that he is indeed very happy with your actions, with him laughing at the sorrow and suffering of the village.
Bravo, mate. No more squeals. Suddenly, the wolf slaps me on the cheek. I can fucking hear the pitiful sobs of those old wretches and the pleas of peasants begging their beloved forest to bring back that Sow's life. Poor fuckers have no idea I will be the only one to hear their cries. This is music to my ears, mate. Their lamentations make me calm. Finally, I will be able to sleep soundly. I'll bet they will attempt to break through the wall of trees. Oh, such a shame that I can't breathe in their desperation up close. Meat, just one more thing. Say hello from me when you're in the village. Send them my greetings. The wolf checks his pockets, his paw trembling with excitement. He takes out some item and throws it to the ground. Here. And we are rewarded with a hot bar upgrade, which is very nice, as I stated. This is the 7th one. But if you don't kill the Sow, he will heavily encourage you to do so. The Wolfman, though, he very clearly doesn't care about helping anyone. He wants to watch the world burn. But you are not rewarded for keeping the Sow alive in any way, shape, or form. And the villagers don't give you praise or give you anything. Even if you repair the wire right in front of the guards, they will still attack you. You are not rewarded for not killing the Sow. So it almost encourages you in a way to kill the Sow. And this is one complaint I think I have, is some options are very heavily skewed in one way or the other. And the Sow, I think, is the first example of that. There is no real benefit to not killing the Sow, other than maybe if you want to be a good person, but later part of the game gets way more boring with less to do in it if you don't kill the Sow, because the villagers will not leave the village in search of more food. But now, while we're around the Wolfman again, we can also produce him that photo of the doctor that we were given by the chicken lady, and he can tell us some information about him because the Wolfman has been a great source of information. Well, I know this quack, a non-entity, a third-rate witch doctor, useless fucking clunker, but he still managed to screw you over with that key, eh, comrade? He views the doctor as a useless clunker, a term that normally means an old, worn-out vehicle. So he might see the doctor as old and worn out and not as good as he used to be. Useless now. But he probably more means that he knows that the doctor has been completely unsuccessful in actually helping the people of the village. We know that people are suffering. We know that people have become infected and are turning by the infection of the woods, and he has been completely unable to fix it. Again, the Wolfman, while definitely someone that we can't trust with anything and we don't know if he'll betray us, he is honest. He lays his information out very clearly for us, and he has a very storied history in these woods. He knows everyone's failures and he knows everyone's dark secrets. He is someone that has been integrated into this world so much, and he sees people for who they actually are. He knows the doctor is a failure, and we can find evidence of that. And to me, it shows that the Wolfman isn't an evil person. He's just honest. He knows in this world he will get killed if he is too kind to others, due to him being different. So he keeps everyone at a distance and makes sure that he still has power and authority over them. Now, interestingly though, if you do kill the Sow and you return to the village after the fact, you will see the village has not exactly taken the death of the Sow too well. They have dragged the Sow back to the village, and the women are crying and doing some sort of ritual with it, most likely begging the gods above to revive it, as it was again their only source of sustainable food. And to me, this shows a key theme. The village were not living in a way that would actually improve their lives. They were not actually fighting against the forest. They were kind of, I guess, coasting in a way. And with the Sow dead, they now feel no way to save themselves. They feel that they are completely powerless to protect themselves, and they need an external power to help them. And it kind of reflects a scary picture on the world now. What happens if the things that we rely on so much in our world completely fail? Food obviously is something we all enjoy, and I'm sure if Tesco's would shut tomorrow, many people would struggle to actually figure out where to buy food from. Of course, you could always go down to the Boss Man corner shop, but some people don't like going in them shops. It's a sort of horror that is very unfamiliar with people, and people can't comprehend a world where things like food, medicine, clothing, water, electricity aren't provided to them in a easy and convenient way. Obviously, a lot of people do live in a world where they don't get access to these things. In my world, and probably the people that are watching this video, your world, because honestly, if there's someone out there watching this video in a country that struggles to get food consistently, why the fuck are you watching me? It gives you that uncomfortable pit feeling in your stomach again of despair. You know that if you couldn't go to the shops and buy food, you would really struggle to figure out how to either hunt, grow, or find food. But also, it reflects on us as the player now of what we've actually done. We have done something completely horrific, and we have doomed these people to death. We are becoming a monster. We are a monster. The villagers were right to fear us after what we did.
their lives have completely fallen apart because we decided that we wanted to kill the Sow for no real reason other than to be a little bit pally with the Wolfman. But the men, on the other hand, have sort of taken a different path instead of trying to do this ritual. They have started to try cut their way out of the village, hacking and slashing at the trees to break a path through it. However, the trees keep regrowing back as soon as they stop cutting. So they have to make sure that someone is always cutting and they cannot stop, or they will be engulfed and killed by the trees as they regrow in front of them and surround them. It's a desperate attempt to escape their village and find new lands, maybe a new salvation, and it links to the idea of people will push against all odds to try save themselves in a situation that could lead to death. These men here who are trying to cut through the village, I'm not saying that only men can do it, women can do it as well, they know that if they don't do anything, they're dead. They're going to die here if they don't. So they are trying everything in their power to make something different, to try find a path out. It gives you a bit of hope in this world, and it does show that the villagers aren't evil and they're not going to just start hunting people and eating each other. They are going to try find a better life. But we know that the woods are very inhospitable and we don't know what's on the other side of these trees. It could be a situation that's even worse than the one they're in. The old saying goes, it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't. But one villager by the house that lady was banging on earlier tells us that the village mayor is waiting for us, and the doors to the back room have been unlocked, allowing us to go down into the basement and also his adjacent rooms, but there's nothing in them. But in the basement, we meet the town mayor and someone else.
Come here for a second. It's him. He's the one who killed our Sow. Release Antek. You will pay for what you've done.
And we are ambushed by two of the men, one of them there trying to kill us, and their pet chomper as well, Antek. The chomper here is a really interesting point to me because it shows that the villagers are way more comfortable with the horrors of the woods and actually shows them as way more hypocritical than anything else. Hansuka's child was taken from her due to being an abomination, a chomper. We don't actually know if it was born a chomper or it was born infected and then became a chomper, but she was not allowed to keep it. It was thrown down the well and abandoned and it was turned into a chomper. But the mayor has kept a chomper. We don't know if it's someone important to him or maybe a villager that got infected and turned, but he's kept them as a pet for some reason, either as a guard dog or they mean something to him. But it shows that the mayor himself has done something to someone else. He has banished a family for having this thing, this abomination, while he himself has one. He has a chomper in his basement that he takes care of and feeds. But Hansuka couldn't keep her child. I know it's a chomper, but it's still her child. The mayor let a monster live within the village, even though he banished a family for having one. And it seems... But yeah, after dealing with that, we can get the key and escape the basement, and the villagers really aren't doing that well. So I guess we should dip from the village and just leave them alone. But now we actually get back to the actual task at hand that we were meant to do, the doctor. So with this key that we have, the key covered in feces, right now in the village, we can go check out what's behind the door in the chicken lady's house. And behind this door, we find... Oh. That definitely is a pretty lady. All women are beautiful. But now it raises the question, who should we give the key to? And this choice will completely split the game's story into two distinct paths. One with the Wolfman being given the key and the other, the musician being given the key. Well, let's go over both of them, starting with the Wolfman. Meeting up with the Wolfman and handing him the key, he shows clear excitement about us gifting him the very thing he was after. As I produced the key, the wolf's pupils widened with excitement. Well, mate, I didn't think you could succeed. I'm impressed. Time for your reward. You'll find that quack thief here. But he locked himself away from the world, and he won't let anyone in. So I don't know if this information will be of any use to you, BT. What the fuck are you looking at? I promised that I'd tell you where to find him, and I did. Did I tell you you'd be able to get there? That's something else, isn't it? The wolf bursts out with laughter. Now, get out of my sight, mate. I have important business to attend to. If you're interested in continuing our wonderful relationship, look for me in the...
of the old woods. I predict a tasty future together. The wolf sinks his hands into the deep pockets of his coat. Here, deliver this to that insane old bitch as a way of thank you for her beautiful sister. The wolf throws the head of a chicken under my feet. As I lift my gaze, I realize the wolf is gone. The wolf is extremely happy about getting the key, and he does reveal to us that the thing he wanted behind that door was the pretty lady, the sister to the chicken lady. And if you go show the chicken lady the head that we obtained from the wolfman, she has some rather interesting things to say. Insert that. But the wolfman did show us where the doctor was on our map, which means he did keep his word. In exchange for us finding the key for him, he showed us where the doctor was. But if we're interested in continuing our relationship with him, we should find the wolf in whatever edge of the old woods he said to you, guiding us to the next section of the game, and this is the end of the Silent Woods. So giving him the key, we have nothing else to do here, so we head out to the old woods after this point. But what if we give the key to the musician instead? Well, after we meet the musician in the village, he'll have moved to a new location, the silo, playing some rather loud music. How nice. And here we can meet up with him and have a little gossip with him. And more importantly, of course, show him the items that we have found within our journey, which do reveal quite a bit, I think. Showing the photo of the Broad home, the boy talks about a story his mother once told him about people who would travel it during the night. While not full of details, it scares him entirely, and he was afraid his mother would go and walk this road as well and leave him, never coming back to him. Almost like it's a road you can't come back from. The photo of the doctor elicits quite a different reaction as well than most of the people we have shown it to thus far. Insert that dialogue. The musician really is fond of the doctor, seeing him as a good person, as a brave man just like we are. He helped out the boy and healed him, in quotation marks, of his afflictions by creating a mask for him. And this point in the game, if you choose to speak to the musician here, you might start to question what kind of man the doctor is. Up to this point, the wolfman has told us that the doctor is a useless clunker quack that is not qualified for what he's doing. But the musician sees him as a good man, helped him, and gave him his mask that gave him the confidence to go back outside. He treated him, and the musician does seem to be doing alright despite his appearance clearly showing he's infected. But he's doing okay. Mentally, he's all there, and physically, he's able to walk around and do everything he wants to. Maybe the doctor did cure him, did stop the disease from spreading, but he couldn't cure his physical changes from it. And I think this is probably when you'll think maybe we shouldn't be angry at the doctor. Maybe the doctor has gotten so desperate because maybe he's run out of supplies. He needs to escape to go get more stuff to save people, and he feels that burden heavily weighing on him. Next, showing the musician, the chick, he finds it very pretty, but I think the plastic chick shows way more about his innocence. He talks about his mother and family constantly, and he talks about how when he is big one day and older, he would buy loads of these plastic chicks. He's talking like he's a child, and the musician, I think, is heavily implied he is young. Maybe as young as 8, 9, or 10 years old. But it's also a very sad moment where he reveals that he believes that his mother hates him, and it's the reason he's out here all on his own. His mother and father are still alive, but he was not welcome at their home, and he was pushed out from his own home. And at the village, he was pushed out again. He is alone in this world. He is not welcomed anywhere due to his affliction, due to the change of his appearance caused by the infection. Now, where are his parents? Well, spoiler alert, they're in the old woods, and he will guide us there soon. But the fact that he's been pushed away from his parents, it kind of makes his story extremely tragic and makes you really uncomfortable. Again, I've said all the time in my videos, horror is about making you uncomfortable, and we're sitting here speaking to a boy that's
very clearly been abandoned and is scared. He is terrified of what's happening, but we kind of don't really have anything to do. We can't change this. We can't save him from all of this. But he's still out here just trying to live and trying to fulfill his childhood fantasy of marrying the woman of his dreams. The musician is a really sad character, and it makes you feel so sorry for him, and it makes you want to help him out. So giving him the key to get to the love of his life might seem like a good idea, but the love of his life was the woman in that room who definitely has something wrong with her. She physically has changed a lot. She has been tied and bound to her bed to either stop her from moving, or maybe it's because she's getting aggressive, maybe because she's turning into a chomper, another kind of monster that could hurt people. And the question that you might raise to yourself is, why does the musician love her? Well, it's implied that at a festival in the village, he saw her and he fell in love with her, and then she got infected and he still loved her for who she was because he fell in love on that night in that festival. But who cares about why he loves this woman? Let's help him bag the baddie and give him the key.
Yes! You're amazing, Mr. Sir! Thank you, thank you!
The boy shuffles his legs. He's visibly excited, but also seems uncomfortable.
Sir, now I have the key, but I don't have the courage. She's too beautiful. My pretty lady. Just look at this violin, mister. She'll laugh at me. And it's her I always play for.
One of the strings securing his mask falls off, together with his ear. The boy reattaches it as if nothing happened.
But maybe my mum has this beautiful violin. I would ask her to borrow it to me, but she's too angry with me. Could you please convince her to borrow it to me? I'll give you a card with drawings for her. To apologise. When she gets it, she'll surely stop being angry, and she will borrow us the violin. It's behind the cupboard. My mummy always hides it there. Oh, please, mister, please bring me this violin. You're not afraid of anything. Anyway, there's nothing to be scared of. You'll find my parents' house in the part of the old woods. If you come back with my mum's violin, I will try and get you an appointment with the doctor. Because you look pretty sickly. I'll be waiting for you near the old church in the part of the old woods.
The musician is extremely happy about getting the key, but he doesn't believe he is ready to woo his lass. So he asks him to go find an item for him, a family heirloom at his house, an expensive violin, a violin that is worthy of being played the song he wants to play to the woman he loves. And in exchange for getting this violin for him, he will set up an appointment with a doctor for us. Again, trade for a trade. We do something for him, he does something for us. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. So we now need to go find this violin for him, and he gives us a card with drawings on it to give to his mother as an apology. And he hopes that this card will be enough for her to not be mad at him anymore. Again, highlighting that childhood innocence that he has. But whoever you give the key to next, you will find yourself moving along to the next area of Chapter 1, the Old Woods. The Old Woods are the most densely packed part of Chapter 1, with large parts so dense that the sunlight can't even break through the canopy of the trees, blocking out the sun entirely, meaning that a light source, be it a lantern, torch, flashlight, or military flashlight, are a must-have when exploring these parts. And not only is this area the most difficult area to navigate in Chapter 1, it's also the most dangerous area with the most enemies within it, with the dogs that we've seen throughout the entire game now being replaced with huge dead dogs, which are an upgrade. They're tankier, they do more damage, and also I think they run faster. Chompers being way more common in this area, being almost more common than savages, but we might also start seeing two new types of enemies. Banshees, which are screamer type enemies that will scream at you, and once you kill them, they will let out a bunch of their babies to attack you as well. And also, one of my favorite enemies in this game, Mushroom Men. These are the suiciders of this game. They will run at you to try blow themselves up to attack you. Really cool idea. I like the design. Both these enemies are super cool and super unique, and I really like them. The fun part about the Banshees as well is they're quite common at nighttime now, and if they scream, all of your lights cut out, which means that the shadows can attack you. They're a great wrench in the works for this game and really make you start to approach them differently. If you want a suggestion, Mushroom Men, just run away from them, or if they're close, throw something at them, be it the knife or shoot a bullet at them. And the Banshees, Molotovs. Molotovs are your best friend. Throw a Molotov on them, it will kill the Banshee, and then the Banshee babies will get set on fire as well. This area itself, though, the Old Woods, is just difficult. It will test you significantly, with it throwing as many enemies as possible at you at all times, to really push you in terms of how you manage your stamina, health, distance between enemies, how you approach combat, what weapons you have, everything. And what I like is it encourages you to be more resourceful, to use more of the items that you might not have been using up to this point. I found myself in the Old Woods using Molotovs a lot more because they are so effective at dealing with so many of the enemies in the game. Especially when there's a lot of enemies at once, throwing a Molotov can kill 2-3 enemies in one go. But with this increase in difficulty, it also means that resources increase as well. This increase in resources means that the weapons that you'll probably have at this point will be the best in the game, be it the shovel and guns. And it does actually make sense within the world. This area is completely infested by chompers, meaning that a lot of the humans that are in the village, for example, who might go out scouting to find stuff, won't touch this area because it's too dangerous for them to go there. And that's reinforced by the only entrance to the Old Woods being this thin bridge that is guarded by chompers. The villagers themselves would have scavenged most of the dry meadows and silent forest, which explains why resources were fairly scarce. But now you'll start finding a lot of stuff here. Not only will you find more stuff, you'll find better quality stuff. You'll actually start finding things like pipes, weapon parts, shovel heads, axe heads in areas now, which is a great bonus and means that you can save some reputation if you didn't spend it already on these parts. Now, the fun part that I really like about the Old Woods is the hideout. The hideout itself can actually be quite hard to find, but more importantly, it is the most complex and most difficult hideout to fortify and survive in at night. Not only is it the most difficult hideout to survive in Chapter 1, it probably is the most difficult hideout to survive in the entire game. This hideout will be the first instance of walls having cracks within them, which will allow enemies to see you through them. This means that actually trying to hide in a corner and just cower in fear is not a good tactic anymore, because some enemies just might be able to look through the cracks in the walls and spot you, which then aggroes them onto you during the night. This means that in this hideout, doing a more passive style of survival, trying to fortify down, push stuff in front of the doors, and just hunker down for the night isn't as recommended, especially because you quickly realize how difficult it is to completely fortify a room in this hideout. Each room basically has one door or one window that cannot be fortified and cannot be shut up with, cannot be barricaded by you, so it means that a more active style of survival will be necessary. If you're wondering what I mean by that, is you'll need to figure out a way to move around your base to kite enemies and kill them, or setting up traps to either kill them or just keep them in an area and prevent them from getting to you. If you do put up barricades in this hideout, it is not to keep them out of the base. They will eventually get through them and they will start to try attack you. They're more to just slow them down than anything else and give you a bit of breathing room between enemies. And in this hideout at night, huge dead dogs and red chompers will be an extremely common sight, and banshees, of course, will start to become common as well during the night. And the most fun thing about this hideout, there is only one single movable lamp. This is not something I've mentioned, but you get normally 2 lamps in a hideout that you can move around so you can get the light source wherever you need it. You want a light source so you don't get attacked by the shadows or snuck up on by enemies. Only having one severely limits your potential within this hideout. It means you have to be way more smart about what you're doing and where you're placing stuff to make sure you actually have the lights to survive and not be attacked by the shadows. There is a lot of static lights in this hideout, but they often get turned off by the in-game night events, so only having one of these movable lamps means a lot of the time you will have to stick close to it and try to get back to it as fast as possible if you do get pushed off of it. But of course, surviving the night, we again have a little chat with our friend. Visibly struggling, the man drops the sack from his back and bends in half. As if out of breath, he shakes the dust off his clothes, then rolls up the sleeve of his seemingly too small jacket. I see some new words written on his forearm. The forest wants to devour you. You're heading straight into its jaws. Again, the trader is discouraging us from moving deeper into the forest, with us apparently heading straight into the jaws of the beast, telling us we're heading straight to danger. And to me, this is a really interesting point. It's clear that the trader knows way more about what is going on than he's revealing to us. And him speaking about the forest almost as if it's an animal and it has a desire to consume us does tell us that the woods aren't just a large group of trees that are growing out of control. They are a living organism that has a desire, it can think, and it's doing this on purpose. But that is all he will reveal to us. But a note that we can find in the hideout does reveal a hell of a lot more to us. This is seemingly a diary entry and mentions a Maciek who fucked off from the shack the whole night with him rambling about a Marek, who is either his son or younger brother. But it seems the woods got to him and he slowly started to lose it, and then he took all of his kit with him, including some water, a gun, and a flamethrower, all into the woods, as well as a lucky stone, maybe a shiny one, into the woods. But most importantly, they note that he left his hazard suit or his hazmat suit behind. This is clearly telling us this is a military operation. That is a lot of equipment and a lot of safety equipment as well to have for normal people. They are outsiders like we were, people called in to figure something out or deal with what is happening. But they were able to go and come as they pleased, like someone said to us in the past, probably through a helicopter extract. And they apparently sent 7 men to search for this individual who ran off, telling us this group is fairly large, be it the military, government, or a private group who are actively working in the woods to try figure it out or solve the problem or maybe destroy it. Because hey, fire does seem like a good way to get rid of trees. But we don't really understand what they're doing here, why they're here, why this woods is doing what it's doing. So I guess we should continue exploring the old woods and its major locations. But remember, we have a quest to do, and here we can continue that. So keep that in mind as we go along, as some of these events you will not be able to do in certain playthroughs and certain quest lines. But let's start with a location that is seemingly inconsequential, that being the Hunter's House. The Hunter's House is a small house guarded by a huge dog and inside 2 chompers. But inside we find a typical sight for a hunter's house, a bunch of hunting trophies from elk heads to bear rugs and other bits and bobs, but also a photo which shows an image of a dog or wolf eating an animal and a trophy base missing its head. But also in a bedside table we can find a wedding ring that is identical to the one found in the chicken lady's house next to the pretty lady's bed. Now this does tell us something. The hunter here was most likely married, and the only other ring that we can find that even shares a similar resemblance to this one is the one found in the chicken lady's house. So was he married to the chicken lady? Some people say. No, I don't think so. I believe he was married to the pretty lady, because to me it makes no sense for the ring to be found in the cabinet when the chicken lady is perfectly fine. It makes sense to me though that the pretty lady began to mutate and they took the ring off because it was probably going to restrict her. The pretty lady is laying in her bed naked. It's very clear her body is completely mutating and growing in a very grotesque way. So keeping a ring on there would result in it either being destroyed or potentially ripping her finger off. I'm sure some of you have seen some people where they do keep their wedding ring on and they put on a bunch of weight. let's just say the wedding ring can no longer come off. So to me, it tells me, personally, I could be wrong, but this is how I interpreted it, was that the pretty lady was married to the hunter, but the hunter has gone missing. We don't know where he is. And I think this is something that you kind of just need to remember, especially as the game goes on, is we figured out that the hunter is most likely married to the pretty lady, was the sister to the chicken lady. And also that base missing the trophy head tells us that something's happened here that maybe we could interpret for something else. But let's move along to our next location because there's not a lot left here to actually look at. And this leads us to the church ruins. Well, actually, we'll be starting with the dream section of the church ruins, as I think this is fairly important to get out of the way first, and also because we leveled up almost immediately because I used the third oven to get the most out of those embryos I've been saving. The church ruins are our first stop in our Old Woods adventure, and we can find quite a few people here. And moving in further, we find the church has been completely destroyed, and approaching the back, we find a trap door, and something's going on here. But ignoring the hallucinations and exploring the church, we eventually find a strange black storage box, and collecting it,
Seesaw, a white dress, a black box.
a chomper comes for us to attack us. Killing it and looting it, we can find a medallion, a creepy medallion with a photo of two young girls, twins maybe, and a code. And what the chomper said should remind you of something. A red seesaw, a white dress. Two things that we found at that burnt house all the way back in the dry meadows. So this chomper was at one point the father to those two girls. But what's in the box? What's in the box? That's the question. Who knows? But with the code here, we can enter the trapdoor by entering the code. But doing this, we wake back up at our base, back at the hideout, and the Wolfman is now here, and we can show him the box we found.
You look tired, mate. Busy night? The wolf winks at me, baring his teeth slightly. And this? What is this junk? The wolf examines the object indifferently, although I could swear I've heard his tail moving under his coat. But you still want to know what's inside, right? Somewhere in the heart of the old woods lies a place where you'll find the key to this box. But I doubt you will be able to sort it out. Come to me. Maybe I'll even give you something for this junk.
Well, ever the helpful type, the Wolfman has guided us to the location where we can find the key for this strange box. So let's keep that in the back of our mind as we are exploring now. But also at the church, if you return there again, this is where you can find the musician for his questline when you go to find his violin and you can bring it back to him. But also going back to the church, you can now go back down into the trapdoor, and here you will find all those people that we saw in that hallucination have now been eaten by dogs. And this kind of tells us the fate of that man and his two girls, just like at his home, which was overrun by dogs when we got there. They were all probably eaten by dogs. The two girls most likely were eaten by dogs, and the father was out and about and got infected somehow. But down here we can find the twisted key. How fun. And this key will allow us to open the box once we go back to Wolfie and give it to him. But going back to the musician, you'll probably find yourself coming across the next location we need to go to for his questline, the creepy house. The creepy house on the map is marked with a violin on it. It is the home of the musician and his parents, and entering it immediately, you will notice that they probably are not doing the best, with us finding a half-dead man on the floor.
Pale, withered skin, hollow eyes, teeth black as night. He looks dead alright, but he's still moving.
Seems the wood has done something to the musician's family. Probably infect them like everyone else, which explains why the musician's appearance is very different as well. He also was infected, but he hasn't been as affected by it. Diving deeper into the building, we find the building completely filled with mushrooms, and eventually we'll find his mother in the tub. And here we are given a choice we can make for the musician's questline. We can either give the drawing that the musician gave us to his mother, which we can do and will prevent a certain thing from happening, or we cannot. But we are after a specific item. Behind this wardrobe, we can find the very violin that the musician requested. Now, if you chose not to give the drawing to the mother, leaving the room, she will speak to us once we have the violin. And the two will turn into chompers and will now start to attack you, and you can either kill them or run away. Now, this event and part of this quest has 3 different outcomes in a way. You can either give them the drawing, kill them, or leave them, and that's it. Out of all of these, only one of these will result in the musician staying alive, and that is killing his parents, because they are turning into chompers. If we don't give them the drawing, they will just turn into chompers. And if you go back to the musician in the church, he will tell us he's going to return to them now.
Gee, you did it? Oh, this is my mum's violin. Oh, so beautiful. Was she happy about the drawing? Is she feeling well?
The kid stares at the violin with bated breath.
Now I can pay my pretty lady a visit. I will play her a serenade. Will you visit me at my parents' house, mister? If they borrowed you the violin, they surely aren't angry with me anymore. I almost forgot. We have an appointment with the doctor. He was happy to learn about a new patient. I told him about you. He's inside the train wreck in the southern edge of the old woods.
As I stated, there are 3 different outcomes. If you left the parents alive either as chompers or with the drawing, you will arrive back at the house and you will find the musician torn to shreds, dead on the floor, which obviously isn't a good outcome for the young boy. But if you do kill them, either before they turn into chompers or after, we will find the boy playing over his parents' freshly dug graves, mourning them.
Why did you kill them?
The boy silently stares at the ground. Beneath his feet, he clutches the violin in his hands.
Please, go away.
Kind of sad, isn't it? The musician's story in chapter 1 to me is fascinating. A young boy is forced out of his home, shunned by the woman who is meant to nurture him. As he stated, to me, it's a true horror scenario. It is one many people have to live through in their life, where their mother hates them or a parent hates them just because they exist. Even if his mother didn't hate him before the infection, I think it's a cool tie into how people can change in life when they get ill. You come to think of people that are in intensive care for something like cancer, and it completely changes the way that they act towards the ones around them, even though it's not what they're meant to do, but they still change in that way. It's a very different kind of horror that is really scary to think about, how your loved ones can change so drastically so quickly, and even though they don't mean it, that memory will stick in your head forever once they're gone. But also, even if it was his parents genuinely did hate him, it's another kind of horror scenario that some real people have to live through, where they don't have people that actually care for them. And I think this allows for such an interesting story to be told with the musician. He is an innocent, pure character. He is a young boy, and he sees the disgusting woods and its creations as beautiful. The pretty lady is the most grotesque human we've seen up to this point who has been infected by the woods, but he sees her as beautiful, not a disgusting mutation. She is the true symbol of beauty to him, his one true love. And this desire he had, this quest for finding and marrying his true love, was a way for him to connect with others. As I stated, I don't believe his mother actually hated him. I think the woods changed the way that she acted towards him because she was getting so sick, and I think this pushed him away in a sense. When we find both of his parents, they are both in their last moments, barely hanging on to life, pleading with us to leave and stay away. And I don't think the musician was pushed out by his parents. I think they got ill, infected, and they probably got angry or were getting more miserable, and they lashed out at him because of the infection that they had, which resulted in him feeling like he wasn't welcomed anymore, and he ran off. I don't think the musician really ever knew what was happening to his parents, because even when they turn into chompers and you kill them, he can't speak to you. He is devastated by the loss of them. From where he was standing, his mother didn't get sick. He didn't understand that. She wasn't the same person anymore. She got angry, she got mean, she got cynical. The woman who used to raise him and play music and teach him to play the violin was slowly becoming someone distant and hard to read and someone aggressive. And if you're a kid, you don't know how to interpret that as being caused by an illness. You just feel like you did something wrong. You feel like you're being pushed away and that you're no longer welcome. This kind of thing is honestly one of the worst things you can go through. When someone you love is actually dying in real life, you don't lose them all at once. They slowly change, you watch them lose themselves, and you don't see the same person anymore. You lose them completely. They stop reacting the way that they used to, and over time that version of them gets replaced by a new one that isn't the person you remember. So when you think about them later in life when they're gone, you don't think about who they actually were when they were normal and healthy, but you picture and think about what happened in the end, which is kind of the most tragic thing. And
this kind of thing is one of the hardest things to talk about, and I've had to talk someone through this. Illnesses, especially in the most common case, cancers, it changes people when they get towards the end, when the treatment is getting too much and they start losing themselves. The reason things like cancer and other conditions that just slowly degrade people and change who they are, and you can see that their brain isn't working how it should, is you don't lose them in one go. It's not like they're there then they're gone. They slowly leave. You slowly see parts of them leave. You see the way that they used to react to certain things you said or jokes you might have made, or the way that they smiled, or certain little things they did with their eyes or whatever. They lose them, and it's a really tragic way to look at it. And in the most common case with people that I know in my family and a very close friend, is these people change completely. The ones that they would love the most, the people that meant the most to them in their lives, they lash out, they get angry, they get annoyed by them. And the words that they say stick because they're so meaningful, because they're some of the last words that they say. Even if it's just the woods or the plague or a disease or cancer or whatever tearing the mother apart, to the musician, it still feels like rejection. To the people that I know, it still felt like rejection, and it was still horrible to hear. It's something I hope I never have to experience myself, but I know one day that I might have to, and I have to face that head on. So what does the musician do? He does the worst thing possible. He runs away, he ends up alone in the forest with this huge need to feel seen, to feel like he belongs somewhere, because he feels like his parents pushed him away. The loved ones that he had didn't want him anymore. They didn't mean to say it, but because of what they're going through and the disease that they have, they can't control themselves anymore. And that's why the pretty lady matters so much to him. Everyone else in Darkwood either ignores him, fears him, or barely sees him as human anymore. But she can't do anything. She can't even move. She's the only thing that he can project himself onto, and he isn't rejected. To us, she's this horrifying, mutated, disgusting, honestly, thing. But to the musician, she's beautiful because she hasn't turned away from him. And to me, the musician's story, for some reason, reminds me a lot, of course, of Silent Hill 2. The musician's parents were dying, very clearly, and he couldn't face it. In a similar way to James with Mary. Because when she got sick, his mind reshaped the way that he looked at her. He believed that he didn't love her anymore. And in Silent Hill 2, because of how she changed as she was getting sick and he felt like he couldn't love her anymore, he ended up actually killing her, putting her out of her misery. Obviously, the musician didn't do this, but the same applies here. Because of an illness between people, a bond that was unbreakable in life is shattered. It is slowly eroded at, and it's completely destroyed because one side of the relationship isn't able to communicate the problems that they have, and one side changes completely. In Silent Hill 2, James's mind completely reshapes all of his memories and his memories of Mary into something completely different. Someone he can still love without it destroying him, without the memory of her death and what he did completely breaking him. But in that story, this denial of her death, the denial of what he did, it traps him. And it leads him into the events of those games and everything that happens. And the musician, of course, he does something similar.
He looks at the ruined world that is around him, all filled with death and everything, and finds one thing that he can still believe in, even if it doesn't really make sense. The pretty lady is not his answer. For James, that letter that was given to him by Mary wasn't the answer. He isn't chasing the pretty lady because he's out of his mind. He's doing it because he wants to feel like someone, somewhere, still wants him, that he belongs somewhere. The same with James. He wanted to belong somewhere with Mary. He desperately wanted to still love her, but he couldn't. And the pretty lady doesn't say anything to him. She just lays there and can't do anything, so he feels like he is wanted because he isn't pushed away. But of course, when he does return to his family home, he's either killed by his parents who are now chompers, or he sees what you had to do to keep him safe or save yourself. He doesn't understand it because he's a child. He doesn't understand why you had to do it, and he pushes us away. He doesn't see them as the monsters they became. He still sees them as his parents. And I think this is where a very interesting second interpretation of what the musician's story could be. What if his parents were abusive the whole time? What if this to him was normal? His parents were, to most people, monsters. They were people that were abusive and hateful. Going back to the time when he finds his parents as chompers, they're violent, inhuman things that attack on sight. From our point of view, it makes sense to kill them. There's nothing left to them. They're just these brainless monsters that attack on sight. But the musician doesn't see them as monsters. He sees them as his mum and dad still. So when he comes back and finds out what we did, he doesn't thank us. He doesn't feel relieved. He's just confused, he's very hurt, and he's honestly angry. He can't understand why we would do it and why we attacked them, because to him, we murdered the only people in his life that he actually cared about and mattered to him, his only family. And this moment, and it hits way further beyond Darkwood, because in real life, I'm sure there are many people who grew up in homes that are genuinely abusive, unstable, dangerous in any way, and they don't understand that that's not normal, because you don't grow up thinking it's wrong. You grow up trusting your parents and believe this is just how families are. So when someone outside looks in on the situation, you might realize, oh, they might say to you that that's not okay, or when an individual grows up and they start to talk to other people about their childhoods and how it happened and what happened in their lives, they realize that theirs was not normal. It was abusive. And when this happens, I'm sure it doesn't feel like you're being rescued or being, it doesn't feel like your life's being saved or whatever. It feels more like a betrayal in life, like your life has been a lie in a way. And that's the musician. His parents may have been cruel, distant, or completely lost to the plague by the time that we find them, but they were still his parents at the end of the day. They were still people who raised him, taught him to play music, and made him feel like he actually existed, even if they were abusive. So when we kill them, even if it is a necessary thing to do, it shatters whatever version of the world that the musician was still holding on to, because they were the only people that actually were in his life. And it makes everything earlier feel way more darker. His innocence, his fixation on the pretty lady, and his desperate need to be loved by us, the player, and others, it all feels like it's from a kid who never really had a safe place to grow up and felt any sort of love, even before the woods started. He's played like a kid who learned to cling to beauty and fantasy because reality was something that he was scared of. His parents didn't love him or whatever, so he clings to these fantasies and dreams that he has. And I think when he's there, when he's not forgiving you for what you did and he's confused, it's not because he's naive in a way or a young child and innocent, but it's because he lost his family. They're still his family, and that still hurts like hell. And his family was the only thing he had. The village pushed him out, the doctor was nowhere to be seen, and you haven't really been that present for that long in his life. So his parents being killed is basically all he had, and that's it now. Fuck, that's kind of rough, innit? But that is the ending for the musician's quest. And if you chose his path, this will be the last time you see him, either dead on the floor, or he'll go back to the village to be with those who perceive him as infected and a monster or whatever. But he'll go back mainly to go to the person that he perceives as the last person that loves him, the pretty lady, as we ourselves just betrayed him by killing his parents, even if it is for his safety. But I guess we should move along to the penultimate location in the Old Woods, the Barn Ruins. The Barn Ruins, if you took the Wolf's Path, will be the last location you visit. If you didn't take the Wolf's Path, you won't actually need to go here at all, and if you do go here, there's nothing here for you to actually do. But if you did, here we will find a hell of a lot of dogs, like a lot of dogs. Maybe the Wolfman somehow commands and controls all these dogs, and maybe that explains why they have attacked so many people and infiltrated so many locations. be it the burned down houses in the dry meadows or the church ruins. But here we can find two things: a trophy with a human head on it instead of an animal, telling us that the wolf is a hunter, a prize hunter, if you will, and in a very romantic room with moody red lighting, the half-eaten corpse of the pretty lady. Jesus H. Christ. No wonder Pyro fucking loves this game, because the whole story is about helping a furry man eat a fucking large woman so he can inflate himself with a big swollen belly. Fuck's sake, man. But yes, the Wolfman wanted to take the pretty lady and consume her, believing that she belonged to him. And he's also a hunter, which you might think is a weird correlation between him and the hunter as well. The Wolfman stating that the pretty lady belongs to him could make you believe that maybe he is somehow related to the hunter as well. And also, he is a hunter. Or maybe it's because he is a hunter of humans and he saw the pretty lady as this big, fat, juicy thing that he wanted to get and consume as a prize-winning meal. A big steak he just couldn't resist. But speaking of the Wolfman, we can now have a little chat with him as well. Comrades! The greeting sounds like an angry growl. The wolf makes a quick leap and bouncing against me with his swollen belly. He puts his paws on my shoulders. He ostentatiously licks his face. What a gift you've given me. I notice fresh blood stains on his fur and feel streaks of his saliva dripping onto my coat. He leans towards me, as if he wanted to say something in my ear. The wolf squeezes my arms and starts licking my face, once from the left side, once from the right side. Comrade meat. His breath stinks of rot. What would I ever do without you? You're not such a worthless piece of carcass as you look. Thanks to you, I feel fulfilled. I got my girl, my sweet little lady back. Hard to believe the same blood flows through the veins of the bitch who reeks of chickens. Suddenly, the wolf sends me back with a powerful push and reaches into his coat pocket. Some object hits the floor. Here, no need to thank me. Now, since that part of the deal is behind us, I'll help you recover your stupid key. I will take you to the doctor's house. I'm sure you will find some clues on how to reach his current hideout while there. You two will have a little chat. You will get back what you've lost, and then nothing will keep you from getting the fuck out of my part of the woods. Do you get me? Meat, you will pack your bags, dive into that stinking hole of yours, and diss a fucking pier. And, are we going, comrade? And now we are given a choice. To go find the doctor, which is all we have wanted to do up to this point, so make sure that you have all your weapons that you need on hand and some healing items, and with Wolfie here, we can head out to the woods. But before that, if you show the wolf the little box and the twisted key that we found, he gets rather excited. Give it to me! The wolf snatches the box and the key from my hands. With things like that, you need to be careful, meat. This may be a trap. Muttering under his breath, he attempts to open the box. After a while, the lid gently slides open, and the wolf peeks inside, carefully squinting his eyes. He looks at the contents in silence, then lifts his gaze at me. Is this a fucking joke? Are you some sort of fucking clown or something? The wolf takes out a few crumpled pieces of paper from the box and throws them in my face. As they fall to the ground, I also notice a shiny stone among them. Some fucking scribbles. I'm warning you, meat. Do not dare waste my time again. Huh. Okay, I guess he wasn't too happy with what was inside of it, but what was inside of it? Well, it was these drawings, which these tell a story of the family of the father and the two twin girls, from start to finish. From their happy life in their house, to their dog eating a poisonous red mushroom, eventually dying, and then the dog's doghouse being turned into a red seesaw. Then them running away from the burning house to escape the fire into the church, and then one final image of them in the basement of the church comforting each other, the two sisters that is, as everyone around them starts to die and probably starve to death as the darkness encroaches upon them. This story just shows us how this infection or disease, whatever it is in the forest, has affected the regular people. It's completely changed everyone's lives entirely, and these drawings humanize the burnt buildings that we've been exploring and makes them even more horrifying. There was a normal family in these buildings at one point, but now they've been completely displaced and moved away due to what has happened. But also, it does tell us that the mushrooms, whatever they are, can infect things. The dog ate a mushroom and died because of it. But we've been injecting ourselves full of these things that have been in the woods and made probably of the same substance. But the buildings they were once filled with happy families are nothing but a ghost town now. The ashes of what was once there, with only small hints to tell us what was happening. There is no laughter, no cheering, no barking of friendly dogs. It's only our footsteps that we can hear through them now. This gives the game a completely different style of horror that you don't get on the first playthrough. So when you replay the game, you will feel way more uncomfortable walking through these areas, especially the burned house in the second playthrough, because you know exactly what happened here. And it makes repeat playthroughs actually worth it. Darkwood is a game that I think at a minimum you need to play twice. You need to play through it once, obviously, normally, and the second time, just do it all again, but do the other paths for everything. It makes you realize how detailed and how linked the entire world's narrative actually is, and all of it serves a purpose in telling the game's story and setting its horror and making it feel so alive. And I think this genuinely is one of Darkwood's biggest strength, its greatest strength, if you will. Even me, someone that I'm trying to do as much research on this game, I'm going to miss things. It's impossible. But what makes games so fun to talk about is sharing all these little details that people might have missed. And Darkwood is filled with so many of them. Different dialogue paths, different dialogue options, different combination of choices all result in different things happening and different secrets occurring. But not only that, theories and sharing what people believe the story is makes it so fun to talk about. I think this is why Darkwood is so beloved, is because its story isn't placed front and center to us. It's never really explained anything. There is no section Resident Evil style where we get the entire explanation of the mold or the T-virus or whatever else other virus that will probably get the same thing in RE9. It's all up to your interpretation, and I really like that because that makes games way more interesting, but more importantly, they feel like they can apply to almost anyone. But keeping it a mystery as well makes it more horrifying in a way. Because we don't understand everything, we're still scared of things. The one thing that humans will always fear is something that they cannot understand. It's always been a human fear. We always are against the things that we don't understand. But now we head out with the wolf to the road to the doctor's house. And along this path, we will see what the doctor was really doing here. We find another building with people in it, tied down, begging to be let free, talking and murmuring about their pasts and begging to see their families. The doctor himself was trying to treat these people, but he didn't let them go once he realized he couldn't save them. He completely abandoned them. He left them tied here to basically rot away. But reaching the actual doctor's house, we can find a crate here filled with body parts and ice, telling us that the doctor was amputating or just removing limbs and icing them for some reason. We don't really know why he was doing this, but to me, it shows that the doctor was a lot more, let's say, drastic with his measures to try prevent the infection. He might have believed that you could cut a limb off to prevent the infection, a la zombie style, to completely stop the spread going to the rest of the body, but it's clear that he was probably wrong with this assumption. But inside the house now, we return to where we started the game. This is the doctor's house. And moving through the front door, if you didn't kill the dog, we will have a massive mutated dead dog to fight here. It's not that hard, it's still a fairly easy enemy to fight, but just know there will be kind of like a mini boss fight here. But something else that I find interesting is that in the room where we spawned, there is now what seems to be this mushroom structure in it. At first you might not think anything of it, but I think it's a very noteworthy and key thing to note for one key reason, and I'll come to that in a bit. Investigating the area some more though, we will find the code that we need to get to the doctor. This is the reason that we are here. The doctor himself isn't here because he ran away from this place, knowing that we'll probably hunt him down if we get back to this location. But the doctor has now moved to a new location to try escape us, with that location of course being the train wreck. Now, depending on who you gave the key to, either the musician or the wolf, this part of the game plays out very differently. Let's start with the more simple one, which is the wolf. Having been guided to the train, we are given the code to the door after finding it with the wolf's help, and we now can catch the doctor off guard, allowing us to get the jump on him.
What are you doing here? Don't come near me!
The doctor is lying against the train car's wall. His face is covered in sweat. An intense odor of alcohol hangs in the air.
Do not come close, you rotten dog! I won't give you the key. Can't you understand I saved your life? You'd rot away in that clearing if it wasn't for me. You owe me, for fuck's sake!
The doctor moves closer to the wall, grotesquely kicking his legs against the floor.
You think I don't know who you are, Rat? I've managed to get a good look at you. Your kind visits us whenever you please. You hide behind the trees, watch us from a distance, and then disappear. You have no idea how it is to live here. This place, these woods, everything is fucked up here. I won't take it anymore. Do you understand? I won't bear the look of those deformed, reeking bodies anymore, nor the cries of those wretched villagers. First they begged for help, now I need to hide from them. I'm just an ordinary doctor. How the fuck was I supposed to help them? How?
The doctor goes silent, his face, now hugging the wall of the train car, looks truly pathetic.
Can you hear it? It's the wolves. They speak to me. My little girl is calling me. I know she's waiting for me. I must come back to her. She's so close.
His voice breaks down.
I want to go back home.
I can see panic in his eyes.
Please, this key is my only chance. Help me escape this place. Help me or kill me.
And now we get the choice to either show him the underground entrance on the map, or to leave, allow us to either kill him or just abandon him there. But slight problem, he will not give us the key unless we side with him or kill him. So you can't just leave him. You have to make the choice here to either befriend him and be nice to him or kill him. So what do I recommend that you do on the first playthrough? Obviously, your heart might be telling you to pull out a double-barrel shotgun, put it in his mouth and blow his head off. But the better choice here, especially for making the game a bit easier and especially on harder difficulties, just show him the map. The doctor himself will follow us into the next part of the game, and if you kill him, he'll be completely removed, and he will actually be fairly useful and a more interesting character if you let him join you into the next chapter. But also, we learn way more about the world and everything he was doing. I take out the map and show the doctor the location of the abandoned house with the hidden underground entrance. The doctor stares at the map for a long while without lifting his gaze to meet mine.
Thank you.
He removes his dirty glasses with a trembling hand and freezes. But what about if we take the musician's path? While entering the train, we find it completely empty, and moving past a certain point, gas begins to be emitted into the room or train car. It's a trap, and we can't escape. There is no exit, the entrance we came from is locked, so we accept our fate and collapse to the floor.
So, you wanted a doctor's appointment, eh? The boy accidentally set you up.
The doctor doesn't try to hide his amusement.
He mentioned you'd like to make an appointment. As you can see, I've found you just in time. Unfortunately, you won't be able to thank him for it.
His face suddenly stiffens.
I've waited for you, you rotten dog. You're a rare breed here. Your kind visits us whenever you please. You hide behind the trees, watch us from a distance, and then disappear.
I can feel the doctor's cold hand grab me by the jaw, twisting my inert head so he can look me straight into my eyes.
Luckily for me, something went wrong. Your companions have left you, and you couldn't handle the woods. I'm not wrong, am I? You had your taste of the local life, huh? Did you enjoy it? Did you want more?
He takes a full syringe out of his pocket.
I'll show you more.
And now we enter a dream section, playing as the doctor. And as we go deeper into the train, we see the protagonist again standing up, and some chickens. And moving deeper in, we find a bedroom with a woman sitting on the bed. Moving past it into the next room, insert the woman's
She was feeling well this morning.
The pretty lady and the chicky lady are here, and we can see that the pretty lady has begun to turn into what she became. In the next window, we see her actually turning
Fetch the doctor. My brews are not working.
into what she was when we saw her in the world, with the chicken lady now requesting the help of the doctor after her concoctions that she made didn't work. The chicken lady is some sort of witch doctor. And in the next room, we see that she is fully turned, with us now having to cure her. And if you don't, the hunter here will not let you leave, telling us that he is her husband. He is physically restraining and is preventing the doctor from leaving to make him help her. And the doctor reveals the method of healing her affliction.
I tied her hands and legs and gave her a sedative so she doesn't hurt anyone. That's all I can do for her.
The doctor had no clue what was happening. He had no idea of how to even fix what was happening. He had no clue what this disease even was. He'd never seen it before. So the best that he can do was sedate her and tie her down to prevent her from attacking people and hurting herself. He doesn't actually give her any medicine. He just ties her down, sedates her, and moves on. It's all he can do. And her husband, Hunter, has some choice words for us.
Git, you fucking charlatan. You're completely useless.
How nice. And moving through further, we see more of the people that the doctor had failed to treat and save, crying out for help, begging him to save them. And we can't do anything. He doesn't understand what's happening. He can't prevent this from happening. He has no hope in hell of saving them. He is failing at his job. He's completely failed at the oath he took when he became a doctor. And slowly moving forward, these cries of pain and begging for help slowly turn into disdain and hatred for the doctor at his failures. It tells us that the doctor himself was pushed out of the village, like Hanuska's husband, who was killed, I think, and the musician. He was unable to fix the problem going on in the village, so they saw him as useless and completely pushed him out.
I feel as if my head is about to explode under the pressure of the train car's walls.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I barely recognize the doctor's blurry image in the dark.
You wish this would end, right? You'd like to get out of here. Maybe now you'll understand how it feels to be locked away, surrounded by deformed, rotting bodies, among the cries of those pathetic villagers. How was I supposed to help them? How? First, they begged for help. Now, I have to fucking hide from them.
The doctor falls silent. It feels like whole hours are passing by.
Can you hear it? It's in the walls. They're talking to me. My girl is talking to me. She's calling me. I know she's waiting for me. I must go back to her. She's so close.
His voice breaks down.
I want to go back home.
Pain becomes unbearable.
Show me where to find the exit from this accursed place.
His silhouette slowly blurs away.
Show me where. Where is it? Where?
And now we return to playing as the protagonist in this dream section, and we can walk past the doctor and our body on the floor while he is screaming at our unconscious body. But as we explore this area, we start to be attacked by black chompers, asking the very same questions he was just asking. Where is the exit? So after these chompers are trying to kill us, demanding where the exit is, we need to escape as fast as possible. And escaping the chompers, we can fight through the drugs the doctor gave us, and he is terrified of a man who is able to withstand this treatment.
That's impossible. Don't come near me.
The doctor is lying under the train car's walls. His face is covered in sweat. The stench of alcohol fills the air.
Do not come close, you rotten dog. I won't give you the key. Can't you understand I saved your life? You'd rot away in that clearing if it wasn't for me. You owe me, for fuck's sake.
He covers his face with his hands.
I beg you, this key is my only chance.
I can see panic in his eyes.
Help me escape this place, or kill me. Please, no!
The doctor grabs my leg.
And again, we are now given the exact same choice. Kill him or save him. Killing him, you are allowed to take the key and you can go to the underground entrance and move on. Or you can show him the location of the underground tunnel, which again is what I would recommend doing on the first playthrough, even though it is really funny to bonk him on the head with a shovel after all this time of hunting him.
I take out the map and show the doctor the location of the abandoned house with the hidden underground entrance. The doctor stares at the map for a long while, without lifting his gaze to meet mine.
Thank you.
He removes his dirty glasses with a trembling hand and freezes.
I will wait for you there. And better take the essential things with you. Looks like returning here will be impossible.
And now the doctor heads out to the underground entrance and will wait for us to enter the next part of the game. Or not. If you barrel stuffed him, he's not going to be moving, is he? But we need to prepare for the next part of the game. So heading back to our base, we need to collect all the items that we want to take with us, as this next part of the game, once we move beyond that door, there will be no turning back. So make sure you bring everything that you want with you, including all the weapons you want, some healing items, a light source, and what I would recommend bringing as well is any valuable items that you have. Things that either sell for a lot of reputation or items that you want to craft things with. Heading back to the hideout and surviving one more night after collecting our stuff, we can say goodbye to the trader. The man grabs my arm and pulls me closer. A strong smell of mushrooms assails my nostrils. The old sack covering his body slides down, revealing his chest. Covered in horrid growths, it is fused with a porous helmet, pulsating to the rhythm of his breath. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Without loosening his grip, the man raises his left arm, bringing his forearm to my face. Is pale as paper and reads, "Do not open the door. Let's stick together." The trader really does not want us leaving at all, but it's made apparent at this point that he is completely infected by whatever the woods is, and the helmet is pulsating to his breath, telling us it's either not a real helmet or it's extremely weak. But a helmet should not pulsate, it shouldn't move. It's almost like it's a living organism, like his clothes are made of something else, like that smell, like they're made of mushrooms. But again, the question that I found myself raising here was, why does he want us to stay? Why is he so desperate for the protagonist to remain here? Why does he help us? Why does he smell of mushrooms? Why is he wearing this kit? Why doesn't he take it off? We don't understand any of these questions, but the one thing that we do know is that we need to get out of here. So we now head on to the underground entrance to finally escape. And with the doctor here, we can make him unlock the door to finally move through the 21 door. And we can finally start heading through this tunnel. But at one end of it, we find something interesting. A man.
I think someone's still moving there. Under the rubble.
I stumble upon something amongst the rubble. Strange soft item. The tunnel has collapsed recently. The reinforced steel protruding from the debris has not been covered with rust yet. When I gaze into the tunnel, I notice a silhouette of a man on the ground. Suddenly, the man snaps to life as if woken up from a deep slumber.
Who goes there?
I hear a faint, unnaturally distorted male voice.
Are you one of them?
The man attempts to get up, but fails. I can see him desperately flailing his limbs around. It's as if his back has been glued to the ground.
No! Please!
As I approach him, he shuffles his legs nervously, as if trying to retreat into the collapsed tunnel.
I didn't do anything. I beg you. I just wanted to pass. To get back to my family. The tree has blocked the only way out. The only path home. A huge talking tree. I begged it to let me pass, but it wouldn't listen. I
could not understand what it was saying to me. So we came here.
The man props himself up on his elbows. With a huge effort, he tries to straighten his body, but something is firmly holding him by the back and the neck.
I can't get up.
The man drops onto the rubble and goes silent. He clenches his fists.
My head.
The man places his hand on his forehead and feels a strange dent above his left brow. He freezes.
What? What is this?
He carefully inserts his index finger into the hole. His eyelid twitches.
My stone.
I hear a sound as if an eggshell cracking. The forehead bends under his hand. The stranger pushes another finger into the hole. A thick goo spews from the wound. I can hear his skull cracking.
My little stone.
The man slowly removes his finger from the hole in his head, a colourless ooze dripping from them. He's holding something, a round object.
That's why.
He swings his left hand and throws the object at me. A small irregular ball bounces off my arm and lands at my feet. Looks like a bullet, but it's soft.
This is one on me. Sleep.
His head lifelessly drops to the concrete floor of the destroyed tunnel and goes still. Suddenly, I hear the bang of the metal door, followed by the sound of fading footsteps. It's the doctor. The doctor has done a runner and has made a break for it to try escape from us. Clearly, he still doesn't actually trust us fully, so now we give chase to him. But entering this new closed area after the door that he just slammed behind him, there is something in here with us. It's in the water here in the tunnels, swimming about. And if you're lucky, you might be able to get a glimpse of it. But within this area, there are more people like that man that we just spoke to. People who are merged entirely with the roots of the dark woods. And we see also what is in the water. A big lizard creature, which doesn't attack us. It does just hide from us, but it will put you on edge on that first playthrough, I'll tell you that much. But moving through, squeezing through some narrow tunnels and doing a couple of puzzles with these large eyeballs, we can find the stairs and then ascend them and escape the tunnels, now finding ourselves in Chapter 2. Jesus Christ, that was just the first chapter, holy shit. But now we are in Chapter 2 and we find ourselves in the swamp and immediately inside of the swamp hideout. So I guess we should talk about the swamp itself. The swamp will be the only major location, so there isn't 3 locations like in Chapter 1, this is the only major area in Chapter 2. And it is the most dangerous area of the woods that we've come across up to this point, with a couple of new friends or enemy types for us to face. So I guess we should quickly go over them because at this point you'll probably feel like you want to explore some more and you'll probably feel quite brave. So let's go over these new friends. First of all, the human spider, a being of multiple merged bodies, and I really like this enemy. I think it's probably my favorite enemy design in the entire game. It's freaky, it makes weird noises, and throws its own limbs at you as projectiles, which is really fun. And while they look freaky, they are pretty weak, dying in 2 hits to the shovel. So they feel very easy to kite, dodge, and to close in an attack because their movement is very stiff. They aren't super mobile, but they are still pretty deadly with their ranged attacks being a little thing that they can just throw out at you. And also they have a lot of limbs, meaning they can hit you wherever you're at. If you're behind them, they can just attack you. So you have to make sure that your timing is on point. And the fact that they're not very mobile and agile makes a lot of sense. They're a massive cluster of limbs. It would be a fucking nightmare trying to move around with this because you'd just be tripping over yourself constantly. But they are extremely loud and they can appear out of nowhere. But the fun thing about these guys is that when you're not looking at them, they move faster. When you're looking at them, they move really slow. They're slower than your walking speed. But as soon as you look away from them, they start sprinting at you and they are quick. So running away from them isn't actually an option. And a fun thing they also have is 360 vision. You cannot sneak up on them. Every enemy that you've met up to this point is either
blind like the Chompers, well, I think the Chompers are blind, all have the standard sort of 120-degree frontal vision that normal animals and humans have. But these human spiders, they can see in 360 degrees. So you can't sneak up on them and just hit them in the back for a cheeky little hit. You have to square up with them. But next up is another enemy that has a unique trait to it, the centipede. The centipede can dig around and pop up to ambush you wherever you are. They are fairly annoying to actually fight, constantly burrowing to dodge attacks and then come up behind you to attack you, but they're not that scary during the day, but at night is when they get really frightening. During night gameplay, it means that you're never safe. They can just appear out of nowhere whenever at night, and it makes them one of the most annoying enemies to deal with because they just move all over the place constantly going underground to dodge attacks. They're a nightmare. But they are still a really fun enemy, and it means that no matter how good your barricade is, you're always under threats. You're always going to be in danger because of them. And again, it means that you're never too comfortable, because up to this point, you should have completely familiarized yourself with the game. You should understand how to fight, how to barricade, how to pace yourself, how to distance yourself. So how do you throw a wrench in the works? Well, you make an enemy that just appears right in front of you at random. But it still isn't too strong of an enemy. It does die in a couple of bonks to a shovel, and it's not the scariest enemy that we'll face in this area. The one that I think you'll need to be the most wary of is the Swamper, if the name didn't give it away. The swamp, if it didn't give it away, is one big swamp, and in this swamp there is a lot of water, and within those waters something lives in them, moving and hunting. That being the Swamper, this big reptilian thing. They crawl about and can attack you with their tail, and like the centipedes, they can pop in and out of the floor, but not in the ground, but in the water. And when they're in the water, they can launch themselves like a chomper can, flinging themselves at you. And even if this pounce doesn't land and say you dodge it and you make distance from them and they're on the dry ground, the Swamper has one more attack up its sleeve. A spit attack. When they spit is a sticky mass, and if you touch it, it will limit the player's movement like a chain trap does, completely binding you and restricting you to a certain spot. The Swampers have the most kit out of any enemy in the game, and they have the most tools to make dealing with them an absolute living nightmare. They deal big damage, they can limit your movement, and they can disappear and launch themselves at you at their own discretion. Tie into the fact that often they only aggro on you once you enter the water makes them even harder to deal with, because when you're in the water, your own movement is already limited. But again, they're not that powerful. They die within about 3 hits to the shovel. The enemies themselves are not that hard to deal with. Yes, they have more unique abilities and a bit more of an aggressive kit to them that they can use to attack you, but them themselves is not what makes them dangerous. What makes them dangerous is the actual swamp itself. The swamp introduces a new type of ground that we have to traverse, the water. The water slows down your movement, and if you try to run in it, it drains your stamina extremely quickly. Spacing has always been important in this game in fighting and dealing with enemies, and changing how you move and the speed at which you move completely throws you off because your spacing is going to be wrong and you're not going to be able to react fast enough. One way to make a game more challenging or make a specific type of enemy more challenging is to some way limit the player in a way that completely fucks with their standardized movement. Think about it. In every game you play, you'll learn how fast you move, left, right, up, down, side to side, everything. And if there's something in the game which can somehow slow you down or speed you up, it's going to throw you off. And the swamp does this perfectly. It completely flips your understanding of the game's mechanics on its head because the timings for everything is completely off. The time it takes you to get to a distance to hit with a shovel is now longer. The time to get out of an enemy's attack range is longer. It all just throws you off, and it's really well done and makes the game even more challenging and means that you cannot be too comfortable with where you are. It means that in the swamp, you're going to actively be thinking about where you're standing, what kind of ground you're fighting on, because you know that if you're in the swamp, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage. Because trust me, you move so slow that you will get overwhelmed quickly if enemies decide they want to scrap you in the swamp. So going from chapter 1 to chapter 2, there's almost this massive relearning of the game again, with you having to figure out how to time everything again and distance yourself. But limiting the movement and then combining that with new types of enemies that can either just appear out of nowhere, throw projectiles at you, or lunge and pounce you makes this area so much more deadly, because the combination of slowing you down makes you either easier to hit or easier to basically jump on and attack. Chompers in this area as well are constant. They are everywhere, with you often fighting multiple of them at once. And in one area of the swamp, there is about 10 of them that you might accidentally be forced into fighting at once if you're careless. Now, not only is the swamp an actual pain in the ass to navigate because of the water, something new will start occurring semi-often in this area. Storms. Storms are very common, and not only do they limit and restrict your vision with it getting extremely dark and of course with a lot of heavy rain, but it also gets really bloody loud. These are the two senses that you will realize that you have relied on the most, your sense of sight and your hearing to listen to what's behind you. And once these two are taken away from you, it's very difficult to figure out what is going on around you, and you'll probably find yourself being attacked without you realizing that something's sneaking up behind you. During a storm, you can't even hear your own footsteps. It is that loud. And to me, this adds another layer of horror where these are taken away from you periodically, just randomly. And it completely restricts the way that you play the game and means that you have to approach it again. You have to rethink how you're playing, which is what horror games should always do. They need to always make sure that you're not too comfortable and take things away from you. And taking our sense of sight and hearing, great way of doing that. I love it. Now, obviously, if you're deaf, the loud won't affect you. And if you're blind, I don't know how you're playing the game, but this won't affect you either. And if you're deaf and blind, well, you've been playing the game like this the whole time, which, you know what, if you're somehow consuming this content and you're deaf and blind, explain. But anyway, what about our hideout? Of course, with some storms, we're going to need somewhere to hide away when the rain gets a bit too heavy. Well, the swamp hideout is actually not too bad. It's actually easier to reinforce than the third hideout in Chapter 1. But where it gets challenging is with the new types of enemies that you'll have to face, along with those new weather effects and some new night events that take place. And some of these night events are a massive pain in the ass to deal with. But overall, it's, I would say, easier. It's definitely a toss-up between what one's easier and what one's harder. I would say Chapter 2 is easier to deal with because you have all the best weapons in the game at this point, whereas in Chapter 1 and the final base, you might be a little bit under equipped to deal with this stuff, and it feels like you can get overwhelmed a lot easier in that base because of how limited the lighting is. But the thing about Chapter 2 when we enter it is, unlike Chapter 1 where we're immediately given an objective to find the doctor and get our key back, we haven't been given a straight objective. We've achieved our objective of getting past door 21. There is no key or person to find or anything to do. The only thing that remains is trying to find the road home. But at this point, we've achieved our first goal of getting past that door, but we're completely clueless on where to head next. And at this point as well, you have either maxed out your essence or getting extremely close to it. So before we move on and start exploring the area, let's go over the rest of the perks that are available to us and max out our character to make sure we're ready for the future. Starting with our tier 3 perks. First up is Careful Step, which will allow you for once a day, you get one of this, to step on a trap or a poison mushroom and it gets completely negated. It's actually a really good skill and it did save me occasionally, but it's not game changing. It's a good little bonus and safety net that you can use to save yourself if you accidentally step on a bear trap or a poison mushroom when you're running away from an enemy. That's the only way it's actually useful, and to be honest, I think it would have been a skip perk if the other two weren't that good. Next up is Appetite. An appetite allows you to eat wood. Hold on a minute. I didn't mean that way. I mean actually eat the planks of wood you cut up, sit there munching on them to heal yourself. Honestly, it's worthless. Maybe on harder difficulties it's a bit more useful, but healing items are already so easy to find and fairly easy to craft, especially with rags, with normally most enemies dropping a rag if you kill them. It means that needing wood to heal isn't that interesting. The only advantage I guess it has is that planks of wood can be held in stacks of 10. So if you hold 10 planks of wood, you've got 10 healing items technically there. But then you can hold 3 pills and pills heal you completely. Bandages heal you a lot as well. So to me, it's more of a, is it worth taking? And to be honest, it's very much a way up of would you prefer this or the one which allows you to step on a poison mushroom or a bear trap and escape it immediately, which can completely save your life. And also, I think it's more useful than the mushroom one. I'll give it that, because wood is way more common, and also you don't use wood to upgrade your level or anything. So I think it's definitely better than the mushroom one, but man, I think this should have been a tier 2 perk, not a tier 3 perk. But the best tier 3 perk, in my opinion, is Scream. Once a day, we can scream like a Karen at a supermarket and scare any enemy away from us. This is a great perk, because when you feel like you're getting overwhelmed, just pop the ability and just tell them to, dude, back off, and they will run away. This is great at night as well, and I found myself using it pretty consistently during the night, waiting for an enemy to break down the door. As soon as they come in the building, scream at them, they fuck off. It's a great ability that I think completely can easily save your life, and at a certain section in the game, if you get overwhelmed by those 10 chompers I was on about, this can save your life like that, and you can just move along with your day. But of course, negative traits, let's go over them as well. You get choice of 2. It's either weak lungs, which means if you use up all your stamina, it will take longer to recover. So when you exhaust yourself, once you drain your stamina to completely empty, it will take significantly longer to regenerate it. Or weakness, which means that when your stamina is low, not exhausted, when it's low, you will take more damage. This perk, weakness, is actually so detrimental. As melee combat, you will often find yourself with low stamina, and you'll be trying to balance around the exhaustion so it doesn't take longer to regenerate it. And that extra damage is a no bueno. So personally, I would always pick weak lungs. There is no conceivable way where I would understand you picking weakness. Weak lungs can be managed very easily. Just never exhaust yourself. Make sure you have food, consume the food so you regenerate faster. But weakness is almost impossible to work around. If you get hit and you're low on stamina, either from running and you get hit by a bear trap, or you're fighting an enemy and they get a cheeky shot in when you're low on stamina, it does way more damage that is completely unpreventable. If you've played Dark Souls or any Souls-like for that matter, weak lungs should be significantly easier to manage around. Managing stamina is one thing that you'll very quickly learn how to do, and you never really want to exhaust yourself. So if you want a pro tip from me, if you pick weak lungs, or even if you pick weakness for some reason, never let your stamina go under half. If it's under half, let yourself regenerate the stamina so you don't either take more damage or exhaust yourself when you go for an attack. This allows you to manage and keep stamina consistent, and means that you won't fucking either die or it won't take you twice as long to regenerate your stamina. But now we move on to tier 4, which is the highest tier and has the most interesting perks to me. First up is Adrenaline, which is a really fun Pokemon starter ability. When you're low on health, your damage goes way up. And you might think, oh, pair this with weakness. No, don't pair this with weakness, because this makes you a glass fucking cannon. Adrenaline is decent though. It could definitely save you in a pinch and help you kill enemies more easily, but there's a slight problem I have with it. This would be useful if it was like enemies had hundreds of thousands of health and you were like shooting them like bullet sponges, and that extra bit of damage would make a massive difference to your DPS. But because of how most enemies die in either 2 or 3 hits, it doesn't make that big of a difference when you're using the strongest weapons in the game. This small increase to your damage is only really useful if you're using either A, weaker weapons that could take it, say, from a 4 hit down to a 3 hit, or making weapons one shot. And I don't think it really does that consistently enough on most enemies. So personally, it feels more like a skip in terms of picking it. And also the idea of needing to be low on health again is a no-go, especially on harder difficulties where one mistake can mean death and losing a permanent life. It's just not a good pick in my opinion, no matter what way you look at it. So to me, this perk often feels forgotten and is ignored by most people, and the reason for that is because the other two are just better. First up is Vitality. No, not the greatest CS team in the world, the perk. It's just a straight up boost to your health, and that's it. There is nothing negative about this perk. There's no trade-off, or you need to be X health or whatever, or you need to use so much stamina. You just get a permanent boost to your health, and that's always welcome. And to me, this is a must pick. You pick this, you get more health. Simple as. And the next one is Chameleon. Chameleon allows you to turn invisible once a day. A great perk in my opinion. And while it doesn't last super long, it does allow you to run away from an enemy, go invisible, collect yourself, move some items around, pop a pill to heal yourself, and get ready to go again. It's like going back to your bench and sitting down at the end of a round in boxing. It gives you a bit of breathing room and allows you to recover a little bit. It's a great life-saving perk, and combining that with Scream, you get 2 abilities in a day that allow you to pop them to save yourself from being killed, meaning that you kind of get way more health as long as you manage it right. And using these abilities and using them correctly, they're broken. They are some of the best abilities in the game combined with each other, because you can survive an entire night without fighting anything, which I think is really fun. But of course, now we go to the negative traits. First up is weak regeneration, which makes healing items less effective. And if you combine that with all the other things, which mean you take more damage, or if you took, say, healing from mushrooms or healing from eating wood, pause that, clip it, it means that you've kind of just fucked yourself and your health is going to be something that is almost impossible to manage. And the second perk is Shaky Hands, which decreases your accuracy because you have shaky hands. Take Shaky Hands. It's the easiest perk to manage. I understand maybe on controller it might be an issue, but on PC, on a keyboard and mouse, man, you're not going to miss anything. Even when I took it, I was still able to hit things. Only at stupid long distances, I would miss bullets. And that's probably because of either the bullet spread or because of this perk. But for me, most of the time I was using a shotgun, so I would just barrel stuff things and then just blow their heads off. So if you take this perk, just take a shotgun. They're the best guns in the game other than the assault rifle. And if you do take other weapons, just make sure that you're in a decent range, either barrel stuffing them with it or medium range. Don't try snipe things. And that's all the perks in Darkwood. And I love the range of perks in this game. There isn't endless amounts, but they do change up the game in interesting ways. And replaying the game is really fun, and it can actually be a challenge if you decide to go with these paths that make the character significantly weaker and make you have to play in a very different way. But there is a bit of a problem I have with it. Some perks are very clearly better than others, and some of them are a no-go. You never pick them. A lot of the negative traits aren't ones that are, oh, this one's like an actual decision. It's always, this one's so bad that the other one is just way easier to manage. And I really hope with Darkwood 2, yes, Darkwood 2 is being made, they do improve the perk system a bit. This is the one complaint I have about Darkwood. The perk system feels very underbaked. I don't mind it, but I hope that with Darkwood 2, the perks that you can choose in the tiers, if they keep the tier system, are randomized. Either give us way more perks that are randomized. You can only pick, say, 3 positive, 2 negative, but you have like 10 different options per tier, and they're completely randomized, which obviously would make the game significantly more fun to replay over and over again, or make every perk in the game in all tiers. Imagine if in one tier you had to pick between fearful and weakness as your negative trait. That would actually be a really hard choice to do, but as it stands, there is a clear choice for each tier. There is a best choice for all of them, not only with the negative traits, but also the positive traits. This is what I'd like to improve. Either change up the system a lot to make it more random and more challenging to deal with, or make the perks more drastic. Have more perks and that only allow us to pick so many of them in each run. Obviously, don't fucking do it like a RPG where you have like perk trees and stuff. That's not what I'm asking for. I just want it to be more random, and I want when you take the essence there to be a more almost forced negative side to it, where there's actually a genuine debate of whether you want to increase the essence or not. As it stands, once you hit tier 4, the character is significantly stronger than he is being degraded, and I think that the character should lose a lot more in other aspects and make it more challenging to survive. But anyway, enough about us taking our drugs and evolving. Let's get back to the swamp. Oh shit, after I've taken them drugs without having a dream. Oh, for fuck's sake. We awaken somewhere in the woods, and we can smell grass and the trees. The earth itself bends to our weight, and the smell is pleasant. What we are searching for here...
Oh, I wasn't expecting this. You look tired. Come, lie with me. Feel the soil. The trees hum so calmly. They sing so beautifully. Can you hear it?
And now we have a choice. We can either lay down in the grave and just fall asleep embracing the woods, which allow us to wake up from the dream, or we can run away from the grave, not listening to the words of this random man and trying to escape it the way we want to. Doing so, you'll quickly find that every path leads to a dead end, and so returning to the grave, we can find a shovel that wasn't there before. Picking it up, we'll hear the scream of a chomper, and a black chomper will come to attack us. So of course, we scrap it, and killing it, we wake up from the dream, and this will pop a secret achievement. These are two different endings to the dream, and they give two separate achievements, so there isn't actually a wrong way of doing it, and you'll need to do 2 playthroughs of the game to get both achievements. And also, it doesn't change the game's story in any crazy way at all. It's kind of just like a little secret achievement, I think. Now, after surviving this dream or sleeping in it, I found my day running out quickly as I was collecting some materials in the area and fortifying the hideout. So I quickly filled up the generator, hunkered down, and survived the night. With daybreak, I wanted to trade with the trader again, but this time we don't find the trader. We find a new individual or group of individuals who are here to trade with us. A group of 3 called the 3. The 3 visitors stare at me in silence, as if waiting for my move. I can only hear the heavy breathing of the tallest figure holding a giant bag. As the tallest figure opens the bag, the room is filled with an intense smell of mushrooms. Apparently, they wish to give me something. These 3 individuals will become our new trader, offering all the same items that the previous trader had. But who are they? Why are they here? And where is our old friend? Did he stay in the old woods in the end? Well, those answers will be answered extremely soon, as in right now. We can find a dead body just outside of the trapdoor that we came from, and searching him, we can find his helmet with the word liar etched onto it. He got decapitated. So yeah, our trader friend is now dead. Who killed him? Don't know. But most interestingly, we can find 2 items on his body apart from his head, which should remind you of a certain someone. A key with the number 21 on it, and a journal. But they seem to be made wrong. They're made of mushrooms, like that bullet we found on that person. Now, seeing these 2 items should make you realize that the trader here is us. He is another protagonist. He has the key and the journal. But how? How does he have them? Why does he have them? And why are they made of mushrooms? Is he a skinwalker type character trying to replace us? It explains why he wanted us to stay. He wanted to consume us in some way and merge us with the woods, maybe? Who knows? But first of all, we need to establish who killed him. Well, unfortunately, this is never actually answered. It never is. But there are 3 main guesses that people have, and 3 guesses that I had as well. First of all, he succumbed to the woods. The infection, i.e. the mushrooms, seemingly fully took over him and he no longer could go on, and somehow his head got chopped off. Don't know how. Maybe he fell over and hit his head really hard and mushrooms, kind of just popped off. Second guess, the 3 killed him and then took all of his loot to trade with us. Now, this could be right and could be true, but why? Why did they kill him? Yes, it might be like a Fortnite battle royale in a dog-eat-dog world and they killed him to get some dosh, but if they killed the trader, why don't the 3 kill us, is a question that you should ask. Is it because he is made of mushrooms, or is it something else? Or maybe the 3 didn't kill him. Maybe they found his loot and took his stuff and are now trying to sell it to us, but maybe they weren't the ones that killed him. Who else would call him a liar? Well, the only person I think that would be calling him a liar is the person that interacted with him the most. Us. I did state at the start of the game that our protagonist has been doing things that we don't realize. He is an unreliable narrator. The 3 never say anything and we never really learn too much about them and what they're doing now and why they're doing what they're doing. I believe personally that the protagonist had some sort of blackout dream that we didn't see and he killed the trader, cutting his head off and inscribing the words liar onto his mask because he believes that the trader is a liar. We continued going forward believing that we can reach the road home, even though the trader told us that we're going to die, we're never going to escape. I believe that the trader came to the swamp to try get us and bring us back to the old woods, the silent forest, or the dry meadows, and the protagonist refused and in a fury killed him. You have to remember that we're playing a game where we're constantly having these drug-fueled dreams, so who's to say that we don't just have a dream we can't remember and we are never shown? I believe that the trader was killed by the protagonist, and he calls him a liar because he doesn't trust him. The trader only ever interacted with us. We never saw him interact with anyone else, and no other person mentioned him. Even the Wolfman doesn't mention him. The person that seems to know everything that's going on never mentions the trader. So
it can really only be us calling him a liar. Again, it could be the 3, but they don't say anything. Spoiler alert, they never say anything to us. But moving along from that and that answer and that theory that I have about us being an unreliable narrator and the horror of not knowing who we truly are, I want to focus on the key, the number 21 more specifically. It could just be the tunnel door labeled 21, and there could be 20 other doors in the area. But something interesting about that door that we saw is there was a peephole on it. A peephole is something you only really see on houses and apartment doors or flat doors here in the UK. And I think this key could be an item that is linked to the protagonist's previous life, a life where he had a house or a flat with the number 21 on it. But what does the number 21 actually mean? It's a bit of a weird number to pick if you think about it, obviously because my brain always thinks of a 21, but also it's not really a number that a lot of people associate with anything. You could have picked the number 7, which obviously is a lucky number, or a simple early number, which obviously all numbers from 1 to 9 have a lot of historical references and connections to the spirit world, or you could have done 666 to obviously be the devil in hell. But 21. Funnily enough, 21 actually does have quite a bit of meaning to it, not only as a funny meme, but also it is to many cultures and countries the coming of age number, the true adulthood age. Once you hit 21, you're a proper adult. You have full legal rights, and when you have full responsibility for yourself, you're free to do as you please. Obviously, in the US, this is when you can now fully drink. Here in the UK, obviously, we can drink earlier. But 21 is often seen when people are like, yeah, you're a proper adult now. Like, you're not a teenager, you're not a young adult now. You're starting to get into an adult now. The age where you start to choose your own path, and the path you choose is your choice alone. Kind of like our choices in Darkwood. But of course, 21 is seen everywhere. Not only in something like the Bible, but it is also the perfect hand in blackjack. But it's also a number that represents transitions, not only from a proper adult, but also death. A traditional military gun salute will fire 21 guns for heads of state or the royal family, like here in the UK. Anytime a royal funeral happens, there will always be a 21 gun salute. But I think what is the most important thing that we need to look at and apply to the number 21 is looking at the number in the tarot card deck. Obviously, I'm Persona brain, so my brain always goes, what number is that in the tarot deck? Tarot cards are used a lot in media, in fiction, and everything. They're always used to try to represent something. And the 21st card, most interestingly in the tarot deck, is the World card. The World card signifies completion of a major life cycle. So, for example, going from childhood to adolescence or adolescence to adulthood. And it can represent a hell of a lot of other things. But to make a long story short, it means that there is going to be a significant ending. An ending that is positive, that has integration and cosmic unity. I think the key number has been hinting at the ending of the game the whole time. And for those that know the ending, you know what I'm hinting at now. But what about the other key? If, say, what we have is the regular 21 key, what about the mirrored key, the replica mushroom key? Well, a reversed meaning of the World card symbolizes something completely different. Obviously, each tarot card reversed means something completely different. If the normal World card means progression and transition and everything, reverse of that obviously is stagnation, delayed success, or the resistance to moving forward. This is exactly what the trader was doing. He was trying to stop us from moving forward. If we ourselves hold the world key, the trader held the reverse world key. He is the exact same person, but the other side of the coin. He is the negative thoughts to our positive thoughts. The protagonist is the one that never gives up, that always wants to push forward, that always wants to find a way out. But the trader is the negative side. He wants to give up. He wants to remain where he is. He doesn't believe there's a way out. He is us. Us calling him a liar and killing him is us symbolically destroying those thoughts, rejecting them and pushing them out of our mind. We are completely focused and determined to make our way out of these woods. And this is an interpretation I have never seen anyone make. There could be a video out there of Darkwoods that looks at it in this way. But this is something I always thought, that the trader and the protagonist were linked in some way. They were the same person, but different sides of it. And I think this is probably what the developers and storytellers pulled from this tarot card reading. It's actually crazy
how in-depth a lot of these characters are and how symbolic they are, and fuck me, I adore it. Now also, just in front of the three, we can find a skeleton, and on this skeleton we can find a journal, and the writer of this journal is very clearly from the military, with him recording times in military style times, saying 1600 hours, which only really militaries record times like that. And it seems that there was some sort of observation going on in the woods. They seem to have mapped out the areas with these circles, which I believe are the areas that they have either been searching or the two areas we've been exploring and their wall of trees that surrounds them. Now, they mention that some locals have been lurking between the trees following them and that they are at risk of being found and they need to evacuate, telling us that the outside world is still out there, it's still functioning, and they're coming in and trying to sort out the situation, but they're trying to from the local villagers. But this guy is also a skeleton, so maybe the outside world isn't there because, man, he is definitely dead, and he's been dead quite a while. So maybe they're not still out there. Maybe this all happened quite a while ago and we're seeing the remnants of what happened and the slow decay and fall of the outside world. But he or she mentions a junkyard building with someone living there, which we can mark on our map as a key location that we should go investigate. But due to how outdated this map is, as the forest has shifted significantly, the entire area and the things that they have marked out on this map are completely useless to us, and using it to navigate will only cause us to get lost. The only location that can be gleaned from it is that building, so we can go investigate that if we want to. But anyway, at this point we have done everything that we need to in the hideout and looked at everything, so we should now continue on and explore the first place that you'll probably find yourself going to, and that is the Tree Village. Almost immediately, we will find ourselves at a village which has been completely abandoned, and there is also a hell of a lot of crows seen flying overhead. Crows. Something must have scared them off of the huge tree crown towering over the village. And also, there is a massive tree up ahead, and something has scared the birds away. If you know anything about animal movements, birds often only move when either they're in danger or they're looking for food. Most of the time, means danger. Crows mean death as well, so could be that. But diving deeper into this village, we can find the doctor again.
You again? What do you want from me? Want to put me in front of a firing squad for desertion?
The doctor snorts ironically, hiding his irritation.
I'm not going anywhere with you. I'm too close. I can hear her. Just as if she was standing beside me. My little...
With shaking hands, he reaches for the cigarette butt between his yellow teeth.
I'm sure someone is waiting for you too.
He spits out the rest of the tobacco. It's very clear that the doctor is struggling, but we can again show him the photo of the road home to maybe give him a little bit of hope.
Why are you showing this to me? You better tell me how to get there.
And he really does not like it that much. He very clearly is losing entirely his will to live. He's lost his desire to keep going, and he's going insane. It's clear to see that. At one point, he was so determined to get home and run away and find his family, but now that he's achieved his goal, he's kind of clueless. He's directionless. He doesn't know where he's going or why he's doing it, and now the woods are fully starting to engulf him. But of course, we can also gossip with him a little bit.
I've realised something. It came to me when we were walking through the tunnels. You're like a disease. You and your kind.
The doctor takes a step back as if he was afraid of me. At the same time, a sinister smile appears on his face.
You don't belong to this land. You weren't here when the forest was born. You're a splinter. A foreign body. A vagabond. And them? The forest and everything else here? These are the antibodies. Even the morons from the village, raging white blood cells in an infected bloodstream. That's the reason you hide from us.
The doctor is visibly pleased with himself and his theory. His hands are no longer trembling. He produces a hand-rolled cigarette and lights it.
Logical, isn't it?
His comments are interesting to me. He sees us as a plague, and he thinks that the forest views us as such. We are a foreign body in its immune system, a vagabond that does not belong. And he believes that all of the monsters, the villagers attacking us are the white blood cells of the village. That's why they don't have to breathe in the gas, because they are a part of this one organism. They are trying to get rid of us because we pose a threat to the woods. We could damage it. And he believes that this is the reason that we have been hiding for so long, hiding away from him, the villagers, and also the monsters, because we are being hunted by it. Now, this itself makes no logical sense if you take it at a base value. How could this all be like one massive immune system? But because we have been affected by the woods as well, we are also a part of it. The Wolfman himself said as much. We've been injected by the doctor, by the mushrooms. We now take the essence of the woods. We are slowly becoming more and more infected by it, which explains why we've never been able to speak to anyone. Does he just want to blame someone or something for what happened, something that he just doesn't understand, so he just puts blame on us? Or the easiest thing to do is blame someone that you don't know, and an outsider who appeared when things started to go wrong is often what most people do. Politics again, this happens in real life. Trust me, it does. People will blame outsiders or foreigners for the problems in their country when they're not the cause of the problems. It's often someone else that is trying to shift blame and make a scapegoat. I'm not going to go politics again. I'm not going to do it. That's it. But I think his comments are actually more interesting and actually add more detail than most people think about. For argument's sake, what if he is right? What if the forest is the body and the monsters are the white blood cells? And say the mushrooms, the trees, everything are the red blood cells. What if they are hunting us and trying to kill us at night because we do pose a threat to the woods? The woods knows this. We have been told that the woods is potentially some sort of living organism that can think and feel by the trader, saying that it hungers for us and that we're walking to the jaws of the beast. And if this means that it is sort of like an immune system response, maybe that explains why we're being attacked constantly, why random things come to attack us during the night, why the shadows are after us. It adds a layer that maybe the forest isn't just this animal, but it's a real being thing that thinks and feels and has a desire and is doing this on purpose. And it makes us maybe start to dislike the woods because of this. Not because it's this dangerous plague, but because it's a living organism that is attacking us. But further gossiping with him, he tells us more about what has happened in recent events in the area.
The peasants broke through the wall of trees. I could not believe my eyes. I tried to do it many times. I couldn't manage to cut the trees fast enough. It was as if the woods were healing the scars. The motherfuckers were growing back right in front of my eyes. I was afraid I'd get stuck between trunks. Losing that sow made their blood run cold. They escaped, fearing starvation.
The doctor smiles as he puffs a cigarette.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire. They have a camp in the old quarry in the edge of the swamp. Some of the flooded areas hide underwater passages. Recently I fell into this underwater den in the western edge of the swamp. I have no idea where it leads. I'm a shitty diver. I've seen a similar one in the edge of the swamp. I used to come here to treat people. I pulled out kids' milk teeth, delivered babies. And then came the diseases I'd never even heard of. I was the only doctor in the area. You cut us off from the outside world.
He tells us the fate of the villagers if you killed the sow. They broke through the trees. They did it by cutting through, but he states that they went from the frying pan straight into the fire. They went from being in a pretty bad situation into being in the absolute worst situation they could be in, telling us that they're probably struggling a lot. And he tells us that they set up a camp in the old quarry at the edge of the swamp. And just like us, they cannot go back the path that they came. The woods completely closed the area they cut through, meaning they cannot return to their village anymore. And he also mocks their intelligence, with him remarking if they could make a bridge, it would be a miracle. As the trees didn't close, the ground beneath them completely collapsed in. But I think that really sums up the village as a whole. None of them thought for themselves. They all acted on desire and attacked us, even though they didn't actually understand what happened at the pig shed. Yes, we did kill the sow, but if you killed all the farmers there, no one would be able to report it. So because they attacked us, mainly the mayor, he's doing the same thing the doctor is doing. He is seeing us as an outsider and putting the blame on us. But also, because they're not thinking for themselves, they've done something which they might regret
greatly, which is making their way to the swamp. I'm sure if they were smart enough and they could figure out a way, they could have made the village work and it would have been way safer than the swamp. We know that already. Where they were in the village is significantly safer than the swamp. But again, they listened to the mayor, they burnt a family's house down, killed her husband and took her child, and then just left her to rot, basically. The villagers believed they were entitled to food that was being provided to them by the Sow. It was their God-given right, and once it was taken away from them, they started to freak out. They started to try and do rituals, they started lashing out, and they were desperate. It just shows to us how one single event, one single change in someone's life can completely flip their mental state over. It can make them extremely desperate and do something drastic like this. And the thing is, the villagers were so unwilling to try and make a big difference. The fact that all of them just kind of sit around, not really doing anything when we first go to the village, shows that there is a massive just level of inaction there. They don't do anything to try and make a change, to try expand the village, to fortify it or whatever. They are so comfortable with their lives and they just sort of let it happen. And it's probably a good assumption that the mayor is probably corrupt in some way, probably keeping more food for himself or doing whatever he wants, because there's no outside influence anymore. There is no police or government or anything, so we don't really know what's happening. He could kick the people out of the village that he doesn't like or he feels are a threat to him, which might be why he kicked out Hanuska's husband, because potentially he was someone that was higher up and maybe more influential within the village. But also, it's clear that he wanted to make a big example of them and show what happens when they don't either follow the orders, or he just wanted to make people scared. But this inaction of all the villagers, where they don't do anything, where they're not even really trying to fortify anything and trying to find other means of getting food and stuff, this leads to them being used and abused by others. Hanuska knew how to basically destroy the village with one action, cutting the wire and preventing them from getting any more food. The Wolfman even, he loves to see them suffer, and he knows exactly where to push and prod to completely destroy the village. He knows killing the Sow will completely remove them from his woods. He is very territorial. Even with us, someone that has been a friend to him, if you chose to side with him, he is very territorial. He doesn't want us in the woods. He wants us to leave his parts so he can just hunt probably and have everything for himself. And I'm guessing he wants the same with the villagers, them out. But also, the villagers never really tried to stop us from doing what we did. Yeah, some of them did try to fight us off, but none of them tried to connect with us. They all pushed us away and didn't warn us and try to communicate with us that they need this to survive. And I understand, again, this is a dog-eat-dog world, and revealing such a glaring weakness might be dangerous, but how are you meant to convince someone to try help you if you just push them away? It makes them more likely to want to go against you if you are so hostile towards them. How isolated the village is to others and how cliquey they are and not willing to let others in has led them to where they are now. A group that is being villainized by others who are being pushed out. The Wolfman, Hanuska, and us now. But also, the doctor mentions a place where we could dive and find some items, but he couldn't go far enough to investigate what was actually in this diving spot because he didn't have the equipment and he was terrible at diving and he didn't really understand how to do it. But this wreck area, an underwater wreck of a helicopter, is completely optional. And finally, the doctor mentions that he used to come to the village as a doctor before it became inaccessible. He used to come here to deliver babies constantly, telling us that this village was probably bigger than the one that we were at earlier, and also that it had been going on for ages, and the doctor is probably a local to this area as well if he's being called out to deliver babies. But it might also explain why this village is in complete ruins. There was no doctor to save these people, no one to take care of them, medicate them, and fix the issues that they had. They were completely defenseless against any diseases or injuries that they sustained from the woods.
First you, then the woods. No help from anyone. Last time I came here was 3 or 4 years ago. Then the trees blocked the path.
Well, as the doctor reminisces and realizes how much shit has hit the fan, he offers us a trade for a free item. And from these 3 items, we can select some pretty helpful bits.
but they're not game-changing in any way, shape or form, and at this point in the game you'll probably have 2 of them in your workbench and have used them, but the embryo is very nice to have, and obviously in hard mode is essential at this point. But moving along deeper into the village, investigating the ruins of a once probably bustling civilization, you can probably find some of the inhabitants that once lived here who are now becoming chompers, who of course are not very happy with us having a look around their village. But more importantly, we can find a surviving member of this village, our next friend, the cripple.
Who are you? Wait. Bloody hell! You're alive!
Man extends his hand, blindly trying to reach me.
You're not from around here, eh? You cannot be. All them lads are dead. It's only me and...
He finally finds my arm and grabs it. For a moment, he clutches my hand in silence, then I hear him mumbling under his breath.
I don't have anything, mate. Only this chair. Bloody hell.
His gaze stops somewhere under the leaky barn ceiling.
What?
The old man suddenly jumps up.
What are you saying?
I feel his long fingernails digging into my hand.
Ain't no fucking tree that. It looks like a tree, but those faces, I know them buggers. Every single one of them. So close and so fake. They're not real. They're not. From time to time, thank God I went blind. I don't have to look at them anymore.
The old man lets go of my hand to lean against the broken back of the chair. He sighs with relief.
It disgusts me. It fucking disgusts me, this buggery, this fucking scum all the time. I have to listen to this pathetic blabber complaining all the time as if I was supposed to believe it's human. That's me, Zoltra, yeah, right!
He suddenly reaches towards me with both hands, almost falling out of the chair. He grabs onto my sleeve. I feel all his weight on me.
You, lad, you've got your hands and legs strong, arms, I beg of you. Get rid of that filth from my village. I can't bear another day of that abomination wailing and sobbing. I want to die in peace. Fucking hell. I want to die in peace. Listen to me. I've thought about it for a long time. I've had a lot of time to think, for fuck's sake.
His eyes widen, his pupils are milky white. I can feel him climbing my coat.
You need to find the basement. Jasik's basement. I remember it. It's right next to the tree. The tree is too large, so if you can't reach it from the top, you gotta try it from the bottom. Find the basement. And there, surely you'll find the tree's roots. The bloody thing must have roots. That's where they are. Destroy them, pull them, drag them, twist the fuck out of them. You'll find a way. I know you will.
The old man slides down my coat, straight into his destroyed wheelchair. For a moment, he searches for his stone, which he uses to prop himself up against the muddy floor of the barn.
Thank you.
The old man here tells us quite a bit about the village, with him being extremely knowledgeable about everything that seemingly happened. And if you want to know, the best way to learn anything about any area, any town, any village is always to speak to the eldest person there. They will have the most understanding of how the village has changed and its history. But he reveals to us that the large tree ahead of us ain't no tree. It may look like a tree, but it has faces of those he once called neighbors, and they all scream out to him. And this fact of them having faces, he is so grateful that he has gone completely blind. His sight has vanished, and he believes that if he was still able to see their faces, he would have turned fully insane. But the noise he is still cursed with. The human heads all speaking, making noise, telling him things, telling the cripple that his neighbors used to know and trying to convince him to join them. They are his friends, family, so on and so forth.
The woods took all of the villagers except him and merged them with the woods itself, embedding them within this one massive tree. But while he definitely hasn't gone fully insane, he is definitely still there mentally. The cripple is a bit loopy. He is losing it and he is completely tortured by this tree, and his first request from us tells us as much. He wants us to get rid of the tree, burn the abomination to the ground and get rid of it completely. And he guides us to a basement that will allow us to get to the tree roots and hopefully find a way to destroy it. Now, if you do go to this basement and try to investigate it, you'll find it is completely flooded. And asking him about this, he has a little bit more to say about the basement. Insert his next part about the elephants. Well, he guides us to somewhere where we can attain some equipment to go diving, more specifically a oxygen tank, and more specifically from a person or people called the Elephants. An interesting name to say the least. Now, of course, like always, we can have a bit of a gossip and show him a couple of our items. But starting with the items, we can show him the photo of the road home. The old man grabs the photograph, feels it, then takes out a small glass object from his pocket and puts it to his eye.
The road home. What a load of bollocks. The road to madness is what it is.
Now, searching the village, you'll find 3 more items which we can show to him, and they reveal more about what happened here at the village, and more specifically the story of one specific family. There are 2 photos, one of an older woman and her seemingly 20-30-year-old daughter, and then most likely her grandchild, and a photo of 3 boys who are older, probably late teens, early 20s, with the word thief carved into it in Polish, and also a food inventory. Showing him the first photo of the 2 women and the young child, the cripple pulls the photo close to his face.
Poor woman.
He points to the old woman in the photograph.
She was left alone when her daughter lost it entirely and ran off into the woods with her kids. The old lady was devastated. I don't know what became of her. The lads would say that even with her legs not working properly, she crawled into the woods looking for her daughter. That was around the time when our fields were getting flooded. Even a healthy, strong lad would have had a hell of a task getting through all that water. And not to mention, an old woman who could barely move.
It seems that the older woman, the mother to the mother, the grandmother, was left all alone when her daughter, the mother of the kids, ran off into the woods with 4 of her children. This led to the old lady feeling extremely miserable, desperate, and lonely, and despite her legs not working properly, she went into the woods and probably crawled her way into them, trying to find her missing daughter and grandkids. He believes that she is probably dead, as that is when the flooding started to begin, and he knew that even a healthy, fit, prime man who was in the prime of his life would struggle to make their way through the swamps, and he isn't wrong. We know this firsthand, how difficult the swamps are to navigate, and he's probably right. The old woman is probably dead. But next up, the photo of the 3 boys. Upon seeing the photo, the cripple cringes with disgust.
These ruffians, sons of a thief. There were 7 of them. The mother took the 4 youngest ones when the hunger struck. The other 3 stayed with the father. They were weak and sickly. One day, the father got it into his head that they are getting smaller rations because we've written them off.
His hands start to tremble.
So, he went with a group of people to rob us of our food in the night. They broke into the basement. It didn't end well.
The cripple goes silent.
The lads threw them out of the village. I don't know what happened to them after that. People used to say they wander the woods with the savages, looking for their place.
He gives me back the photo.
I can still hear the cries of that thief. Oh, the bloody time.
These 2 photos are connected. 3 ruffian troublemakers who were the sons of a thief. In total, the family had 7 of them, with the mother taking 4 of the youngest and running away into the woods when the food started to run out and the hunger started to become a problem. But the older 3 boys stayed with the father, but they became weak and sickly, as of course food really started to run out. One day, their father, seeing his boys starting to die, was getting extremely desperate, and he believed that they themselves as a family were getting less food than the rest of the people in the village. And him and a group of men then went to steal some food from the food storage from the rest of the villagers. But it really didn't end well, with the old man here implying either that the storage place where it was either flooded or caved in. And this led to them all dying. In the end, the villagers threw the 3 boys out of the village because they, again, were connected to the thief, labeling them as the thief's sons. And the cripple states that he doesn't know what happened to the boys, but they're probably out there now with the savages or have turned into chompers. And maybe we will find them in our adventure in the swamp, or maybe the creatures that consumed them or the creatures they became. And finally, the food inventory.
All sorts of things used to happen in our village. Sometimes a mug got punched for some silly thing.
A faint smile appears on the man's face.
But we always stick together when the time came. We had to. Until the hunger came. The hunger divided us. I sometimes hear the echoes of those times in the trees' moans. The fucking monstrosity won't let me forget.
He reminisces about better times when he felt that the community were together, they were believing in a greater good. But when the hunger came, it divided them. The desire to survive became stronger than that of the desire to keep the community together. And this division led to the state we found the village in now, with only the old man here left to tell us what happened. At the end of the day, often the young and strong will fight each other until they all die, and all that is left is the old and bitter, the ones that are there to tell the stories and show us what happened. The cripple very clearly was someone important in the village, be it a high-up member in maybe the parliament thing of here, maybe he was the mayor, maybe he was the grandfather of the thief, or maybe he was a random homeless drunk, but he knows a lot. He is important to the village because he is the only person remaining that can tell us what happened here. But now the cripple has given us our first objective for the swamp, the tree. It needs to go. We need to find a way to get rid of it. And to start this quest, he points us in the first direction.
The basement is flooded. Am I right? Dogs, bollocks, everything is fucking flooded!
He turns around as if looking for something.
What? Ah, yes. Yes. Elephants. Fucking blockers. Ever seen elephants, matey? Yeah, we have these elephants here. You see, they live here in the western part of the swamp. Their hut is in the thicket, in the flooded forest. Since the woods have trapped us here, they keep to themselves. They don't fancy us. Bloody elephants. They have these oxygen tanks, lots of them tanks. And if the basement is flooded, you could use an oxygen tank, eh?
The elephants, to get an oxygen tank to investigate the roots of the trees. But now finally we can gossip with the cripple to learn more about him and some other events.
What are you going on about again?
The old man leans towards me, scowling.
The wheelchair? The war took me legs. Then those wankers burned my house and me pigs, but that was years after the war. They said it was to fight the disease. So they said. And my Zulsha. The disease took her from me. All I have is this wheelchair and this land. It used to be different here. First the woods changed, the trees started sprouting up everywhere, we were cut off, and then water flooded into our fields. People went crazy out of hunger, they fought for food. if you come across some wheels, 2 little wheels, so that I could fix me chair, maybe you would benefit from it as well. Years ago, when me eyes were good, people used to pass through here. They would leave their huts and go there, where that damn tree grows. They would often leave at night so that no one could see them. They went into the deep, dark woods and never came back. Some of them would say they were going home, but most of them were silent, and I don't know. The land has changed. The trees have cut us off from the rest of the world, but home for me has always been here. Then that monstrous, moaning abomination grew out of the ground. It blocked passage, and that's that. No one has managed to pass through since then. Maybe people found some other place. Maybe they died at the swamps, just like us. No one lives around here anymore. Everyone is dead. Only sometimes...
The man lowers his voice.
Sometimes I hear footsteps. They wake me up at night. The sound of bare feet against the floors and bells. Sort of. They come out of nowhere. They move towards the trees. Then they come back. They pass me and they fall silent. They're like a nightmare. A bloody nightmare.
But anyway, now finishing up our conversation with the cripple, we can now head out to the swamp and start exploring, starting with the holes. This is a really small location, but I wanted to highlight it because again, we can meet the doctor here.
This land hides more secrets than your little fucking rat brain is capable of understanding.
The doctor digs through the mud. I think he's looking for something.
Deep underground, there's a current of electricity. Fucking electricity!
He starts flailing his arms wildly, throwing pieces of mud everywhere around him.
And it flows underground, from tree to tree.
The doctor suddenly freezes, staring at me with his arms midair.
And it powers everything. It connects it all. If I had a light bulb, if I just screwed it into one of these branches, it would light up. I bet it fucking would.
He bends over a small hole in the mud and continues digging.
Maybe this is where you're hiding. Maybe this is the way. Can you hear the trees sing? They're calling us. They're showing us the way. They're showing us the way. At the same time, blocking it. I can't understand it.
He kicks a stone.
Are they trying to tell us something? Are they putting us to a test? I don't know. Maybe they're lost too, and don't know what to do.
He shakes his head dispirited and goes silent. After a long pause, he turns towards me. His glasses are so dirty, I barely see the eyes hiding underneath.
I see you haven't regained your speech. You need to find another doctor.
The doctor is lost in his thoughts. A cigarette sticks out of his mud-covered mouth. Using what remains of his shoe, he draws lines on the ground. They seem to intersect in completely random places.
I'm waiting.
He doesn't stop drawing. He moves away a bit and makes a wide arc with his heel.
Or...
Doctor flicks his cigarette into the dirt, stomps on it, and drags it along the ground, creating the last straight line.
You. Fuck. Drawing never was my forte. I haven't slept a wink in many days. I don't think this is good for me. I hear this voice all the time. Can you hear it? Her heavenly voice.
The doctor stares right into my eyes. Mud drips from his face. He hasn't blinked in over a minute.
No, you don't. Why would you? You don't know her.
He steps towards me and lowers his voice.
I'm a bit fed up with her. A bit. A little, tiny bit. She must know I'm heading her way. I'm doing everything I can. I don't eat. I don't sleep. I search under every rock, under every fucking bush. She must understand it. She must give me some time. Some little time off. Tell her this, will you?
It appears that the Doctor is really starting to lose it, believing that beneath him the roots of the woods are one massive circuit, all flowing with electricity from tree to tree, and he believes that if he were to dig a hole and plug a light bulb into it, it would turn on. But why is he starting to believe this? Well, it might be due to his lack of sleep, and this has been caused by the voices that are now torturing him. He can hear certain voices. We can't hear any voices, but he can hear the voices of his wife and daughter. Well, one of them. He doesn't state which one he can hear, but he can hear one of them. But he gives us some advice to maybe find a new doctor, as he has completely lost it. He has no clue what he's doing and doesn't even understand what's happening now. Him recommending that we find a new doctor, to me, tells us that he's really losing his grip on reality. He doesn't see what's actually happening now, and he is starting to shut down and turn into something else. But again, we can trade with him for the same 3 items and pick whichever one you want. To me, it's clear after the Doctor achieved his objective of getting to the other side of that door, he's completely lost. He's directionless. He has no objective anymore. Unlike us, where we still have the photo of the road home guiding us somewhere, the Doctor was after his wife and child, but once he finally got to the voice that was calling him, he can't hear anything. The only thing he can hear is them in the trees, telling us most likely that they have also merged with the forest. Now he is being tortured with it. The Doctor has no clue what to do anymore. He is completely lost. So he's sitting here trying to dig into the ground, probably because he thinks maybe if he gets to the roots and can disrupt the circuit, he can stop the voices. But there's no proof to that. There is electricity in those roots. And honestly, he ain't doing too good. That is completely clear. But it's also very clear that the woods are starting to infect him. He has gotten the plague of whatever this woods is, and you might notice he's starting to resemble a type of enemy in the game. A savage. Well, maybe he's not. Maybe he is just getting a little bit dirty, falling over in the mud a bit, so let's just leave him for now. Now, the holes themselves will allow us to quickly travel back to the hideout, just like the holes that we had access to back in the village, allowing for quick travel between 2 ends of the map. This is extremely useful, and I would recommend you get it as soon as possible. But now, exploring a little bit further, we find ourselves at the junkyard. The junkyard is a fairly interesting location, with this maze-like area with a bunch of scrap piles scattered about the place, which with the use of a shovel you can dig through to see what you can find. Either pieces of junk, random crafting items, or an extremely important quest item that we will need, the compressor parts. If you remember, at the hideout there was an item just by the trapdoor, a air compressor which was broken. This part will allow us to fix it. Now, if you're wondering where this part is, or you want to try figure out the ones that you want to dig up, because there is 7 of them and each hole uses a third of your durability on your shovel, which is fairly expensive to repair. You can find a map which tells you where each pile is and what each pile contains. So make sure you find this, because the piles are completely randomized what's in which one and where they are on the map. Now, if you also completed Pietrek's quest and you didn't sabotage him, you can find the ruins of his rocket ship with him in it, dead of course. No matter what you do, he will die, unless you just don't help him. But hey, I guess the poor guy did die doing what he loved. He was happy, trying to reach the stars like his idol. Pietrek is such an interesting character to me, with a really interesting story. Throughout this game, he is a man who seems to think like a child, or he is a child that is thinking like a child. His age is something that is often up to debate, but when I first saw him, he appeared more to me like a young, maybe mid-20-year-old man who was acting like a child. He was obsessed and always concerned about achieving his dream of being an astronaut, going to the stars, reaching the sun when it's nighttime. His character is a complete foil to the others, where the others understand and believe that they are doomed and there's nothing they can do to save themselves. He escapes the nightmares of the woods with his work on his rocket, and he hopes for a better future where he can escape the woods with his rocket. But there is an interesting note here. The individuals who seem to do the best and survive the longest in the woods are those who are alone, selfish, and fight for what they want and not hide away in groups together hoping that someone else will save them. 2 whole villages up to this point have been destroyed. Well, one of them can be saved, but 2 can be completely destroyed because of the division between people. This division leads to their destruction, but us, on our own, we have been faring quite well. The Doctor was able to make actual progress in escaping. The Wolfman seems to be actually the most sane individual out there, and Pietrek, despite being, let's say, less mentally developed maybe, he is fine for the most part. He is chilling, building his rocket, and he does achieve his goal of getting to launch his rocket. He might not stick the landing, but he still did what he wanted to. And I think this is a message Darkwood is probably trying to push forward, that conforming and staying in a collective to remain on a path chosen for you and hoping that someone else will fix your problems isn't the right way to live. By choosing the selfish path to pursue a passion or try to improve your life in a more meaningful way might lead you to live a much more fulfilling and exciting life. It did for Pietrek, but it also could mean that the individuals are much stronger than often they believe. They can keep going and they can achieve whatever batshit insane goal that they want, be it marrying the love of their life, getting back something that belongs to them, building a rocket to fly to the moon, finally getting through that door and escaping those parts of the woods, or doing whatever you desire. The power is in your hands. Your actions are what can push that dream to become reality, and you should feel encouraged to do whatever you want. You should do what you're passionate about and what you love. Anyway, let's continue to that cottage that we found on the map, and oh shit, it's the doctor again.
The doctor turns his mud-covered head towards the sun and freezes, then spreads his arms along his sides. A chunk of mud falls down on his exposed tongue. He chews it slowly and swallows with satisfaction. The doctor approaches me. I can feel him embracing me. I hear his hoarse breath and smell his odor. I hear his whisper.
Soon. Very soon. Not long from now.
The doctor puts the muddy hand into his mouth, grimaces, and pulls out a yellow tooth. He puts it into the pocket of his torn trousers. The tooth falls through the hole. He does not notice this. The doctor begins staring at the nearby tree trunk, paying no attention to the blood flowing between his lips. The doctor glances at me. He tilts his head sideways, lost in thought. After a moment, he extends his hand towards me, as if wanting to grab me by the throat, but he stops halfway. He freezes. Slowly, he bends down and grabs a thick branch from the ground. He starts biting the bark off. He swallows the bark with an effort, but also great satisfaction. He places the stick among the other ones sticking out of his mud-covered head.
Seems brother ain't doing too sharp now, is he? And yes, he is completely becoming a savage at this point. And gossiping with him, he does a lot more, which is disgusting, but he doesn't really say anything. And I think this is a really good horror moment with the doctor completely turning into this savage and we're watching it happen in front of our eyes. It's a really uncomfortable moment, but he also hints that something is happening soon. But let's just move past him and go to the cottage. But as we do this, we will continue to keep spotting him doing his own thing, but just ignore him. He's all right. He's completely lost it. Let him have a little moment. But this is the last time that we see the doctor, unless we see him at a certain point, which it might be him or might not. I don't believe it is. This is the last time he probably is seen in the game. And to me, the Doctor is one of the most interesting characters in the whole of Darkwood. The Doctor himself is the physical embodiment of the old world's power, the power of modern medicine. How in a time of dire need, when a new disease pops up, a plague, a virus has never been seen before, it completely falters and powers traditional conventional human medicine, and it turns it completely obsolete and ineffective when faced with something of this magnitude. And this reflects pretty scarily on real life a lot. If anyone doesn't know, it's predicted within the next few decades, maybe in 4 to 5 generations, that most modern medicines that we have now will not work anymore because bacteria, viruses, fungus will all have adapted to fight the stuff that we've developed. It means that there's almost this arms race between the infections and diseases that we have now and the medicine we use to treat them. There's a reason why things like super salmonella is more common now. It's because salmonella and stuff like that is being treated more with things like antibiotics, and they're not being done and fully treated properly, which then leads to people getting even more sick. Obviously, we can go into the overprescription of things like antibiotics and so on and so forth, but this is almost a scary reflection of what can happen in our world. This plague could happen. We could enter another dark ages in Europe where people die of the Black Plague again and there's nothing we can do about it.
And to me, this is
All I
a
have
completely
is
different kind of horror.
wheelchair
It's the horror
and
of
this
pure
land.
desperation that no matter how developed or how powerful we as people may
First the
become,
woods
we can
changed,
easily
the
be destroyed and
trees
changed
started
forever by
sprouting up
one
everywhere.
small
We were cut
change.
off,
A
and
virus
then
that
lots
adapts
of
in a
blood
different way.
into
A
our
pandemic that
People
spreads
went
too quickly and
crazy
isn't taken
on
seriously
holiday
enough by
plots for
most
food.
countries. It can completely ruin families and
across some
change
wheels.
people's lives completely. I know some people that were affected
So that I
extremely
could
badly
fix me
by
chair.
COVID back in the day. And it again gives you that sort of pit of despair in your stomach. But the Doctor himself is a failure to himself, not being able to actually help the people and save them, but also he was a failure to the people of the village. He was a failure to everyone he tried to help, and most likely his family as well. This is what led him down the path of losing his mind. His family was probably dead by the time we met him. He's probably just delusional trying to find them, even though they're not there anymore. And what I find so fun about the Doctor is in the beginning he's set up as the main antagonist, but he isn't a traditional villain. As the game goes on and the story develops, we realize that he is just like us. His life has just been flipped upside down by the woods, and he's doing everything in his power to try escape the woods and find the ones he loves, just like we are doing. Darkwood has no villain or heroes. Everyone is equal. The game is more about highlighting how moral ambiguity between these characters and the choices that they are making affect survival. It asks the question of, is trying to survive more important, and the choices that we are making affect not only our survival but everyone else. Everyone is just trying to survive, but some are more willing to cross more lines than others to try survive. And the Doctor tried to stay good throughout the game. He tried his best to be a good Doctor. We saw that in the dream sequence. But either due to his hubris or unwillingness or inability due to not having the equipment and medicine to treat these people, we see that it led to him being seen as a failure. He acted, gave medicine, recipes to people that just didn't work because he wanted to make sure that people still had hope. But at some point, the medicines didn't work. People started to realize he wasn't helping. He was just not doing anything really. But all he really tried to do was mitigate damage. He knew that people were infected and eventually it would get violent, so he would tie them down. He knew that the people who were infected were doomed. There was no saving them. But he didn't want to accept that nothing could be done. He tried his best, tried these weird witch doctor recipes to see if these new mushroom funguses could maybe save the people that were infected. But at some point, the villagers decided that the Doctor was no longer of benefit to them, and he was pushed out of the village. But unlike most, the Doctor did keep trying to go forward. He kept trying to find a way to get to his daughter and wife, the people he had been searching for this entire time. Again, an objective, a reason to keep going, and it helped keep him in check and maintain his sanity. The Doctor had crossed some lines. He kidnapped the chicken lady's brother, most likely in order to try figure out how to get out of the village, because he might believe that they knew something. He even did this to us. He took us prisoner to ask us them same questions. But upon reaching the swamp past the door, which he believed hid everything that he was after, the door that would lead to his family, it shattered his reality. There was nothing left for him in this world, a bit like the musician when his family is killed. His picture of what is in the future and what he was trying so desperately to reach wasn't real. It was shattered right in front of him, and this led to him becoming a savage. The Doctor himself should be a warning to the player about giving up and letting go of hope. The Doctor gave up on finding his family, believing that he did everything in his power and everything that he could do in order to achieve said goal. And now he is without a path. He is in a world with no road home. But that is what distinguishes us from the Doctor. We still have the road home. We still have an objective that we want to reach. We need to get past that talking tree that tortures both him and the cripple so much. And this is something I find interesting as well. The Doctor almost immediately gave up after getting past the door, but even us, when we had no real guide of where to go, we still kept going. We still kept exploring, and we did find some hints of where to go next. We just didn't give up, unlike the Doctor, who has at this point. But proceeding past him, we can now find a lot of snails, and at the end of this path, we can find one big old snail. Now, breaking part of his shell on the backside, we can actually go into his shell and speak to him. Who are you? The snail's speech is extremely slow and slurry. He moves his jaw with great effort. It looks like he's about to fall off. His eyes sag from their sockets. They dangle from side to side, trying to keep me in their sight. Why? Why have you disturbed my forced rest?
His right eye raises with great effort and wobbles.
Your face. What happened to you?
The snail's jaw falls so low, it almost detaches itself from the rest of the body.
You scared me. You barely resemble a human. You should cover yourself.
Suddenly, I feel a subtle shiver behind my feet. The snail's body livens up.
Quiet! Hear that? Do you hear that voice?
The snail tucks its head inside his shell.
She calls to me. Can you hear it?
The snail falls silent for a longer moment. The inside of his shell is completely silent.
She's calling me, and I'm here, trapped, bound.
The snail's body suddenly leans forward. The wooden construction of the cottage creaks under his huge bulk. I barely keep my balance.
Cut me loose, please. I need to get out of here. If you release me, I will leave. Come back tomorrow, and I won't be here anymore. You can live in my home. You'll like it. You just need to cut me loose.
The snail falls silent. His enormous head slowly drops to the shell. Giant, gleaming drops of mucus appear on his slimy skin.
You need to understand my predicament. I am unable to do anything myself. My legs are numb from lying here. I can't feel my arms at all. I admit, lying in the sun gives me this strange pleasure, but it's time for me to go. Understand? I have to.
So the snail is trapped here on top of this building, and of course he has asked for our help, but we can have a little chinwag of him and show him some items, more specifically starting with our favourite photo, the photo of the road home.
You're going there too? Everyone is going there. It's the road home, after all.
And of course, after that, we can have a little gossip with him to see if he has anything more to say.
It was yesterday, or a few days ago, maybe a year. I woke up in front of the house. I thought I was dreaming. I took a step and fell down. I fell straight on the roof. How did this happen? You're so ugly. I feel like puking. You barely resemble a human being.
Kind of ironic, because he's a snail. It's being implied that the snail here was once a human being at some point. And you might think that maybe it's the doctor, because he's talking about a woman calling out to him. I don't think it is. I think it's a completely different person, but it's someone is calling out to him, and he very clearly at one point was a human, because he does say that this house was his at one point. Now the snail though, he wants to be free. So how do we do that? Well, there's two main options that we can free him. Either free him from this mortal plane by killing him, which isn't very nice, or we can just do this really simple puzzle by taking this key that he gives us and then fiddling about with this eyeball and stuff. And once you do free him, he will leave the area and say goodbye to us, exploring the woods again.
I feel free again. When you return here tomorrow, I won't be here anymore. I will follow her voice, and you will be able to live here. I promise.
So the snail, after waiting a day, will leave the house and allow us to live in it. Unfortunately, it doesn't become a new hideout, which I thought would have been pretty cool. And also it can't be because it is almost completely crushed. But waiting a day, he will leave and we can return to it and investigate the inside of the house. Entering the snail's house, we find it completely crushed, but we can find a radio and a lot of radio equipment to go along with it that is strewn all over the floor. There is old recorders, destroyed tapes, but everything is covered in goo, so we can't really inspect it. And this goo is dripping from the leaky ceiling, which the snail had fallen on. But on the bed, there is a dead body, a dry corpse overgrown with small roots. How lovely. And this body is somehow seemingly connected to the radio. Now, the most important thing in this building is an item that we can find in a wardrobe. A map which will mark the radio tower on our map for us. But once we grab it, we start to have some sort of hallucination in this area. Well, it seems the fuse blew, but something was trying to communicate with us, but that map revealed the radio tower to us, a location of great importance, but there is actually nothing else here to grab. So after grabbing this item, we can just leave, as that's all this area has to offer. This is just a location that will lead you to another location. So let's just move along to the next location that we will be visiting, the Swamp Cottage. Deep in the swampiest area of the swamp, we can find a heavily fortified cottage, surrounded by a wall and a bunch of bear traps. Now, making our way into the house, we won't really find anything, but if you fix the generator outside, someone will call out to us.
Thank you for fixing our generator. You can come in.
And we get to meet those elephants the cripple was on about.
The air is filled with a suffocating, sweet odor of rot.
Who are you?
The woman is wearing a heavy, ruined coat. Her voice is suppressed by the cracked gas mask she's wearing.
Can't you speak? Did someone take away your voice?
2 children hide behind the woman. The younger one eyes me nervously, cowering in fear. The older one just stands there, motionless.
You're not from around here. I would have recognized you. We may keep to ourselves, but I know everyone here. I would never forget your mug.
The younger child pierces me with its eyes. The steamed visor of his gas mask betrays his rapid breath.
Your gob looks like that because of this fiendish air, don't you know? I bet you can't speak because you didn't keep your mouth shut when walking through the woods. The trees and plains are simply beautiful here, and the bushes bloom gorgeously this time of year. But don't let the charm of this land deceive you. The devil lurks between the trees, and he gets to you through your mouth and nose.
The older child's grasp on his mother's hand tightens. He does not lift his gaze from one of the hut's walls.
And? You're just going to stand there? I know you want something, you leper demon. You're not getting anything from us. I don't trust you, leper gob. Do you hear me? I don't trust anyone who breathes this filthy air.
The woman stares at me intensely through the cracked mask.
Did you take my Marcinek? Was it you who kidnapped him? Talk! No, that cannot be.
The woman stares at the floor. Her greasy, black hair drops down on her mask.
It's impossible. Stupid child. He was on about how his granny will take him mushrooming. I have no idea where he... I told him he cannot go outside. I told him that the devil will find him, take off his mask, and take him away. I would look for him, but...
She lowers her head even more, as if observing the dead flies stuck to her coat.
You want my trust. Bring my Marcinek back. My stupid Marcinek. Find him and bring him home. Here's the key to his room. He was spending a lot of time there recently. Maybe you'll be able to find something there that will lead you to him. You're just like these lunatics who roam around the woods, searching for God knows what. There used to be more of them. Guess most of them starved to death. I remember when they appeared not far from here. Must have been around 2 years ago. Around 24 of them. They were led by these 3 weirdos dressed in old rags. They set up a camp at the marsh, there, between the trees. They watched our house, stared right into my windows, the oddities. I thought they wanted to kidnap my children, or harm them some other way. But when the night fell, I lost sight of them. There was no one there in the morning. Apart from these 2 here, and Marcinek, there's one more boy of mine. My precious darling, a blessed child.
The woman rests her hands on the oxygen tank of the children standing beside her.
His love fills our tanks with clean air. For this, we are forever grateful to him. For the clean air, for the oxygen tanks, for these beautiful masks, and the book, in which the devil has revealed his true image along with his evil plan.
The youngest child, hidden behind the woman's back until now, finally finds the courage to make a small step towards me.
One little bear ate a little soup.
A faint voice can be heard.
Then another one came and...
Quiet!
The woman smacks the boy in the back of his head. The punch is so hard, the hood of his rubber cloak lands on his mask's visor.
Not now. Not in front of a stranger.
So the elephant had 4 kids with her, and one of them had gone missing, having run away from home, and the other is dead. But she has tasked us with finding the other child that has gone missing. Now this woman, of course, will remind you of the one that the cripple told us about, that whole story, if you didn't really catch on at that minute. And showing her the photos that we collected from the village, she reveals as much, telling us that 100% she is that same woman. But the first photo, the one of the 3 boys, the woman takes the photo and freezes.
No, I don't know who that is.
She states that she doesn't actually know who they are, but the one with the woman and the older woman and the younger child...
That was a long time ago. A long, long time ago.
The woman silently hands me back the photo.
She remarks that that was a long time ago, revealing it was her. But the photo of the road home I find the most interesting.
I remember this road. The woods devoured it about 3 years ago. It used to lead to our village. I walked it to school.
The woman stares into the photo, hypnotized.
The road home. My road home.
She reveals that that was the road to her village and the road that she walked daily to get to school when she used to go to school. And it tells us that she was a local of the area and she grew up in the area. But why does she reject the photo of the 3 boys? Well, she does mention 3 weirdos who led the savages around the area and just watched her one day in her house. But they didn't do anything, they just watched them. And this clearly is meant to be indicating something. The 3 boys, the three weirdos. The 3 boys were 3 people she can't face to look at due to probably the guilt she feels for abandoning them. And yes, I think the 3 are the 3 boys, which is heavily implied. She left her 3 eldest boys in the village, probably because she thought either she didn't need to care for them anymore, because there is sometimes some parents believe that once someone gets over the age of 18, they don't need to take care of them anymore. They can just push them out and leave them and let them fend for themselves, which, yeah, you can technically, but I think family should always be a bit stronger than that and you should always look out for each other. But her rejecting and saying that she doesn't recognize this is her just mentally blocking out the memory of them 3 kids that she abandoned, her first child that she had to abandon to keep her youngest safe. And the 3 weirdos, I think she probably knows that they are her 3 boys, but she doesn't accept it. She most likely knows that they were thrown out the village and that her husband is probably dead at this point. But you might question, okay, so we know where most of her kids are. We know the 3 of them, the 3 eldest are the 3. She has 2 of them with her and one of them ran away. But where is that other one? The one that I mentioned is probably dead. Well, she mentions that the 7th child is a special child. His love fills their tanks, protecting them from the wood's air. And you might question what she means by that. Well, if you leave her house and follow a path with flowers, you can find an old shed, and inside this shed you find a door with a code lock in it. Now you won't know the code at this point, but by the time you finish her quest line you'll get it. But we're going to go into here right now. Inserting the code that you learn from this quest line, you can find a dead body surrounded by gas tanks and flowers. She mentions that her child brought a book back with him, and that book mentions the devil. And here we can find that book.
The pages are glued together, creating a rotting chunk of paper. On the bottom of the note, it reads, Radio Tower, door 21, 12 p.m. Kalzinski, Trzingowski, Stelmans... I can't say this. That's Zelensky, I know that. At the top, I can only make out the words. Devil Horns Auger. It mentions door 21 again, but also mentions the radio tower. This child found something extremely important, and either his mother was angry at him, or her, we might be her, was angry at them for leaving the safety of their home, and then searching somewhere, most likely the radio tower, finding this diary. You really can't figure out what happened to this child. They either died of being infected to the woods, or the mother so angry that they wouldn't listen to her, because this is probably the eldest child that she took with her, kind of just sacrificed him and deluded herself into believing that he's a Jesus type figure, he needed to die to give them salvation or whatever. And I think this reveals the elephant, the mother more specifically, as a much darker character than you might have initially thought. At first you might think, oh, it's a mother trying to keep her children safe, but from her physically hitting one child when they try to speak,
to another running away, and one of them, being dead, and then 3 of them being abandoned, you start to question what kind of mother she truly is. But we can't really do that right now. We have to go find this missing child, and I guess we should go help her out, because why not? So now let's head out to look for this child. But to do this, she tells us that we might find some clues to where he went if we go into his room, and going into his room, we can find these drawings which should hint at where he might have gone. And it's really not that hard to figure out where he went, because rather quickly, we will find ourselves heading to the Mushroom Glade. Mushroom Glade is a large area that is completely covered in those mushrooms, making it this one massive grey mass, and it looks rather similar to parts of the village from earlier. Now, as you explore, we can hear voices of the people merged with the mushroom, but that isn't of interest to us. In the center of this massive mass of mushrooms, we can find a house infested with said mushrooms, and at the end of that house, we can find the sole inhabitant of it, the Mushroom Granny. An old woman sits on a weathered rocking chair. Her sleep is deep and peaceful. A handful of ripe mushrooms grows out from beneath her thick hair. The old lady slowly opens her eyes. For a moment, she stares into space with an absent gaze. Finally, she becomes aware of my presence.
Wait, you're not.
Her empty eyes now take on a questioning expression.
I didn't expect any guests.
She throws a nervous look at the door on her right, then gazes around the mushroom-infested house. She relaxes a bit.
I suppose you won't tell me what you want. And you want something, since you're standing here, in front of me, right?
I point my finger at the door.
It's the door to my chamber. There's nothing that would interest you there.
The old lady puffs her cigarette.
Come back when you remember what it is you want from me.
Showing her the photo of the road home, the old lady examines the photo. Her thoughts wander far away.
I remember cars driving along this road, and then they closed it. They set up a fence and a gate. But both the fence and the gate got devoured by the woods eventually. I think that's how it was.
Now, if you don't have many items to show her, she won't really speak to you. And you will not be able to actually find the child if you didn't collect these items, unless you do the more brute force way of getting the child. But showing her certain items, she has a hell of a lot of information to give us. Again, the eldest people in any place are always the most knowledgeable. So showing her these items, she has very interesting things to say. The old lady takes the drawing and squints her eyes.
Yes. You're his father. Or brother. He came here a few days ago. He was very nervous. He hid in the corner and stayed there for what must have been the whole day. He relaxed in the end. I think he likes it here. I like when he's around too. He enjoys drawing, although his drawings are not very childlike.
The woman casts a nervous look at the small window, overgrown with mushrooms.
This forest is not a place for children, nor old people. 'Tis a place for the likes of you. I saw some villagers through the window yesterday. They were hiding, right there.
The woman raises her hand with great effort, pointing to an unspecified place with her trembling finger.
They were hiding, but I've a keen eye despite my years. I saw their hungry, hollow eyes. I know what's on their mind. They want to devour me and my house. At first I thought you're one of them, but you seem like you can control your appetite. Get rid of these hungry madmen.
The old woman lowers her voice to a silent murmur.
Do a good deed, son, and get rid of them. I don't know where they live, but you're young and strong. You will manage. I'm sure you'll find some clues near my house. If you make them go away, and the child will be safe. If you make them go away, and the child will be safe, I will let him return home.
Now showing her some external items, mainly the photograph of the 3 boys and the photograph of the woman and the older woman. The woman takes the photo into her hands.
Lovely boys. All they have left is their father. My child. She went into the woods and never came back. I'd look for her, but my legs don't work how they used to.
She straight up reveals that she is the older lady from that photo, and she left in search of her daughter, the elephant, who took her grandkids, the 4 children. Now the granny will just not hand over the child to you. The only way to actually save the child is to either get rid of the villagers who she believes were going to eat her, as they were desperate for food, and you might have noticed that you occasionally get the option to eat her as well. Something about her gives everyone this insatiable desire to consume her, which is definitely an option you can take as well. But the villagers, as mentioned, did escape the village and the forest and made it to the swamp. Now, if you didn't kill the Sow, the granny will just let the child choose if he wants to stay or go with you, making this quest a lot easier. But if you did kill the Sow, we of course find ourselves having to go to the next location, the quarry. The quarry you can go to if you didn't kill the Sow, but there's nothing here. If you did, there is a massive choice to make here, with the survivors from the village being here and many of them not doing too well. Now, if they spot you, the villagers will instantly turn hostile and try to fight you off. So you either leave them alone or you have to kill them. Now, you can manually kill them, beating up each one individually, or you can do, in my eyes, what is the much more monstrous thing and knock down this boulder to completely isolate the quarry and trap everyone inside. Now, trapping them is significantly easier and less resource costly, with you only having to fight 3 of the villagers instead of the 10 or so that are in the quarry. But what if you don't want to do this? What if you don't want to kill everyone? Well, you can just eat the mushroom granny to achieve the same result and get the key. And this is a proper trolley problem thing. Do you cause a natural disaster that kills many people and run away from it, not killing anyone technically? Or do you eat one person to get what you want, physically having to kill them entirely? It's definitely a choice, and which one should you choose? Honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But I chose in my first playthrough to trap the villagers because I thought it'd be quite funny. But after this, we can return to the granny to report your success.
And what news? Have you gotten rid of the greedy mob that wants to get me?
The old lady smiles, revealing her white, toothless gums. She leans in her armchair and grabs me by the hand heartily. I feel a white goo seeping from her and smelling of mushrooms.
You're a good man, Sonny.
The woman produces a small key from under her skirt.
Here, take the boy to his family. He will probably be safer there. And come back tomorrow. I'll give you a beautiful gift for the trouble.
And now she allows us to see the child that the elephant lost. The boy is standing under a wall overgrown with enormous mushrooms. He's visibly scared. His lush mop of hair veils a restless, wide-open pair of eyes. The kid is whispering, as if reciting something under his breath. The boy cowers and presses his back against the soft wall, which starts to ooze a white goo. The boy is terrified. Slowly, he slumps down from the wall to the ground, curling into a ball. The murmur turns into a loud recitation. When I take the boy into my arms, he starts screaming, reciting the rhyme over and over. And now we can return the boy to his mother.
You brought back my child.
The woman leans towards the boy.
Marcin, where have you been?
The boy stares at the ground in silence.
Come here!
Marcinek walks towards the woman, nervously plucking at his old, torn sweater.
Look at you! Where's your mask? And the gas tank from your gracious brother? His love protects us! It fills our lungs with clean air, and this is how you thank him, young man! Your childish behavior made him very, very angry. Now, we will all have to apologize to him for your stupidity!
The 2 kids standing behind their mother flinch. The woman grabs the boy's hand and disappears in the hallway. After a while, she comes back with an oxygen tank.
Take it. It's a tank for you. It will protect you from this devilish air. The devil's breath and other evils lurking in this foul place. It's the only thing I have and the only thing I can give you.
The tank is a little rusty, but it seems intact. On the side, I can see some unintelligible scribblings. The valve opens with little resistance, but I don't hear the hiss of air. It's empty.
Do not open the valve without need. You will only waste the clean air.
She pushes my hand away from the valve and closes it hastily.
Do not open the valve without need.
And the woman takes the boy and disappears and brings back an oxygen tank to us that is empty as we hear no air hissing from it. But she is completely cuckoo, believing there is something in it that is protecting them. Then you'll want to ask about the poem that the children keep reciting and the numbers that are in it. That is the code to the shed, 1245. And I'm guessing the boys saw their brother die and got so traumatized by it that they kept reciting this poem that their mother made up so that she would never forget the code. But these kids are completely doomed as they are being exposed to one of the most terrifying real-life horrors any kids might have to face. Maybe. Because the entire storyline here reads like a abuse case. It feels abusive. And I think this is kind of one of the hardest characters to analyze in general is the elephant and her family. Because it's way too clean and cut and dry, and Darkwood doesn't deal in that. Darkwood, again, has no big evil villain that is the big bad. It's very slow, it's very confusing, and it's very grey. We meet a woman here who is supposed to take care of her children and protect them at all costs, but we can interpret some of her actions as her using them, lying to them, and harming them, even letting some of them rot or be left to die. And the thing is, she doesn't look like a monster. It makes it so hard to actually analyze her, and I think that's the point. She just looks like a pretty normal lady, a mother that is, yeah, a bit greasy and a bit disheveled, but hey, isn't that what new parents are always like? But her mask as well, concealing her face, to me is meant to represent that this abuse can come from anyone and anywhere. Anyone's parents can be abusive, anyone's siblings, grandparents, anything. They can be abusive and they can be harmful. But is she abusive? That's a good question that I see a lot of people raise, and it's a lot of analysis around her character. Is she a bad parent? Is she abusive? And I can't make that call. A lot of what she does you could definitely see as abusive. Physically hitting her kids, abandoning one, letting one die, even locking what I'm guessing is the child that came back with us in a room, probably to die as well. But Darkwood is a really interesting setting because this is a game that is set in a world that is completely lost, in a world infected by whatever the woods are. And we're seeing a mother who is being pushed to her limits to try make ends meet, to try solve the problems of what's going on. And I think this is what makes her such a well-written character. She is a reflection of what real-life mothers sometimes have to go through. For argument's sake, she is technically a single mother at the moment who is having to care for 4 young children, and she is struggling greatly. Am I going to say that she shouldn't be around children? No. She might have been a great mother at one point, but due to certain actions that affected her life, like real life, a divorce, a relationship breakdown, an accident, death in the family, a plague that spreads throughout all of Europe, it can change people and push people to their limits. The mother saw that the village was collapsing on itself. She saw that her husband tried to do something and potentially died before or after she left the village. She knew that the food was running out, and she knew that staying there wasn't going to save anyone. So she took her 4 youngest, who were the most defenseless and she knew would probably be kicked out first because they don't add anything to the village. They're not strong adults. They can't help build or defend the place. They just eat the food and take up resources. She took them out into the woods, believing that she was their only hope in survival. And unfortunately, the woods are ruthless. The woods kill anything they come across. Again, it's a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong survive in these woods. And the mother has done her best, but has pushed her to her limit. And I think her first child, probably the eldest, who wanted to take more responsibility, wanted to step up more and help their younger siblings, once they passed away, I think it broke her and it resulted in her becoming who she is. Darkwood isn't black and white. I can't say that she's a bad mother. I can't say that she's a good mother. I think she's just a person doing the best that she possibly can. Originally, my analysis started of just painting her as this abusive mother, and that's the horror of the situation, but I don't think that's really what Darkwood wants to go into. I think Darkwood more wants to dive into how difficult it is to be a parent, how that in of itself is horrifying, how you have so much responsibility weighed on your shoulders, and even the slightest mistake can label you completely as a failure of a parent. And you see this a lot in real life, where maybe a child and their parents don't get along as well, and that relationship breaks down because of one misunderstanding, one mistake that the parent made that they couldn't fix. And it's a weird horror that this game dives into, that breakdown of relationship and how each side of that relationship, the parent and the child, have a completely different recollection and feelings of how them events went. I'm sure there's parents who thought that they did a very good job raising their kids, and then the kids feel like they were abused, or maybe the other way around. The parents feel like it was an absolute nightmare raising their kids, but then the kids think that their parents weren't really there. They were maybe hover parents, always around them, not giving them any space, or just absent entirely. It's one of the hardest characters that I've ever had to analyze because it is such a complex topic, and we're not really given anything. We're not really shown anything concrete that, yes, she's abusive. Yes, she's a good parent. She's just there doing the best that she can in a world that will kill her if she makes a simple mistake. And should we blame her for that? For the fact that this world is going to kill her kids if she lets go of them? Because if anything, she's been shown that it will kill her kids if she does let go of them, with the eldest one she took with her. Well, I guess we should just leave now, as there isn't really anything else that we can do here. Unless you do what I did on my second playthrough, insert me killing everyone. My second playthrough was a psycho run, if you want to know, where you just kill everyone you meet. It's quite fun and it actually does lead to a unique ending. But anyway, with this oxygen tank and retrieving the compressor parts from the junkyard, we need to now go and fix the air compressor. And at this point, we are quickly approaching the end of the game now. I know, Chapter 2 definitely feels a lot shorter. That's because you can do it in any order. But there are two events that I quickly want to go over before we move on to the endings. So surviving 5 nights at Freddy's, depending on which path you picked in Chapter 1, you'll meet the other character. So if you chose to give the key to the Wolfman, the musician will visit us during the night.
I'm sorry.
From beneath the mask, you can hear a horribly distorted, resounding voice of a child.
Very, very sorry. I didn't know you were living here.
The figure tries to turn its head, but its enormous neck makes the task impossible to complete.
I didn't want to disturb you, Mister. I just wanted to hide. I don't know this part of the woods. Everything here is different. And this wee hut here seemed so cozy and safe. Oh, please let me stay. Please don't chase me off. I've got nowhere to go. The villagers don't allow me to live in the camp. I promise I won't play anymore. I'll be quiet. You can cover me with something if you don't want to look at me. Please. Just let me stay. Sorry. I didn't want to. I didn't want to. This thing is coming out of my body. I tried to stop it. I don't think I can. And now the whole room is covered with this. I didn't want to make a mess. I swear. Oh, please, don't throw me away. Please, let me stay. I promise to be good. Please don't be angry with me anymore. Please. Don't leave for long.
The musician has now completely mutated into this massive hulking being, with his limbs being too weak to support his massive body. And you might ask, what happened? Well, the entire time the musician has been infected and has been changing, just like his parents were. He was slowly becoming a chomper, which we can clearly see with the top of his head now starting to separate and become those chomper jaws. His infection explains why the doctor was treating him, but it might also explain why his parents tried to push him away. They were infected and they wanted to protect him, and they pushed him out, not realizing that he was already infected, and then the doctor found him probably at the village and treated him there, which makes it a lot sadder that you realize that his parents pushed him away to save him from the infection. But you might ask, what is he doing here? Why is he in this cupboard in our new hideout? Well, after mutating more and more, he reached the swamp with the villagers, but due to his worsening condition, they didn't want to be around him anymore, so they pushed him out as well. They exiled him as the villagers realized that anyone that was either sick, hungry, or weak was not going to survive, and also was just a detriment to their survival, so they started pushing out anyone that they viewed as weak, dividing them. But focusing on the musician himself, his story is extremely tragic. It doesn't really have a happy ending at all, and it all feels like his thoughts and feelings are coming from the naivety of a child, which is what he is. The entire time we've known the musician, he's been infected. He's been slowly turning into a chomper, just like his parents were. And the game makes sure that we can see this, with the top of his head starting to split apart, his mask getting ripped off when his head starts to shift a bit more, which we see in chapter 1, and his body is changing significantly and quickly. It doesn't just change him automatically, but he's aware of it. He knows what's going on, and he knows what's happening is wrong. It shouldn't be happening. But he doesn't fully understand it because, again, he is a child. What makes it uncomfortable, though, the musician, is that he carries on like nothing is wrong until it's too late. Kind of like children in a way, where they'll just keep going when something's wrong with them until it gets like really serious, and then they start complaining about it. The musician doesn't realize that his life is over. He's been infected, and he's doomed. He's going to die from this. But he keeps talking about a future and things he wants to do, and he wants to marry the love of his life, obviously. But we physically see him dying, breaking down, and changing, but he still has these dreams and thoughts of a future. And I think this is a really interesting point, again, that ties into the idea of objective and the desire to do something which allows people to keep living. There is a very heavily studied and odd correlation between the survival rates in deadly diseases, conditions, etc., and people still having hope. Doctors have found a very strong correlation that if someone still has the desire to fight and they want to keep going and do something in the future that they're so desperately don't want to miss, they are more likely to either A, fight off a deadly condition, or B, actually beat it. There are many people who are diagnosed with cancer that is terminal. It will kill them, but somehow their body just keeps fighting. It doesn't give up, and there's a discussion around whether this is a mental thing, if it's something within someone's psychology in their brain that basically tells their body, you're not giving up, you're going to keep fighting. And this is what we see with the musician. Throughout the game, he's so determined to achieve his goal that he doesn't let this infection take over. But as soon as we don't help him, as soon as we give that key to someone else, the pretty lady is removed and he starts to degrade, he starts to change, and his condition worsens significantly. And I think this is a really cool message about not giving up in general. Don't give up. Everything is stacked against you. Not giving up means it won't get worse. As long as you keep fighting to make it better, you might just make it better. But what is really sad in general about the musician is, despite him changing, his way of thoughts doesn't change. He still is a child at the end of the day, and when we finally meet him, he begs us not to leave him, to stay with him, and to not abandon him like everyone else. Even us, the player, we chose to not help him. We chose to help the Wolfman if you are on this path. And he is so desperate to find someone that will either A, love him or just be with him because of how lonely he is. He's come back to the player when even the villagers pushed him out. It's a really sad moment, and it makes you feel awful. And again, great horror. It's the horror of being left on your own in that despair, but also the musician is great body horror. The musician's story is just bleak. It's
really depressing. It doesn't really have a good outcome unless you meet a very specific set of events to cause the best ending, which is really sad because if we leave the musician up to his own devices and give him exactly what he wants, he either dies, or if we leave him alone, he just mutates even more. The only way, if you want to know, is that you can save the musician, actually give him a good ending, is basically by sacrificing yourself. You have to do the ending of his questline where you kill his parents and he doesn't want to speak to you anymore. This ending will lead to him being adopted by the chicken lady, and you also can't choose the true ending. If you want the musician to survive the events of Darkwood, you have to pretty much sacrifice yourself to do so. You have to protect someone that is weaker than you, which in turn the woods takes you for it. The musician is, in my eyes, the only good character in Darkwood. He might be a bit weird and a bit of a creep, but he's harmless. He's a kid caught in a world that is completely falling apart, and he's been infected with something he doesn't understand that causes people to be terrified of him. The character that is most similar to him is Pietrek. Both of these characters are in a world that is falling apart, but they both have goals that keep them on track. They don't lose themselves, in a way, because of the goal that they have. But I genuinely believe that Darkwood is trying to outline a narrative that having a goal, having a target, a thing that you want to pursue and go for, can keep you sane in the worst of times. And this is a message I find myself really feeling, because I've been there myself. In very dark times where I've been struggling, it was that passion and that desire to build something for myself and chase a dream that seemed so stupid that got me out of it, that got me back to who not only I once was, but make myself even better, build myself up to be someone that I wanted to always be. And both Pietrek and the musician, to me, symbolize this. They are showing us that just having some stupid dream can keep you sane in an insane world. Even when the days are dark, you feel isolated, and you feel like there's no one around that can truly help you. As long as you have a goal and you keep working towards it, you'll stay on the path and you can keep moving forward without losing yourself. But in this ending here for the musician, we basically destroyed his dream. We removed it in front of him, and that's why he clings to us. We were the last person that could have helped him and the last person that was nice to him in this playthrough, technically, so he clings to us. Insert his last eyes. Brings a tear to my eye. But now, the second thing that can happen is that the wolf will pay a visit to us and decide that he wants to have a nosy in our workbench. And if you have a look, we find that we've lost quite a few items. More specifically, I think it's about half the stuff in here, maybe a bit less. I'm not 100% sure. But he replaces those lost items with a note from him.
You've tricked me, mate. You've ignored my request, and this action has its price. If you ever want to recover your things, come to the old sawmill. It can be found in the north edge of the swamp. Don't think you can do whatever you like. It's my fucking forest.
So now we have to get our items back from the Wolfman, as he has taken them from us because he is very angry we gave the key to the musician. So now we head to the old sawmill, and here we will find it completely abandoned other than a couple of enemies, which are dogs. And entering the larger room, the PA system will turn on and we can hear the Wolfman talk to us.
Hey. Your lack of respect is appalling. Ignoring my request has a price. Know my generosity, you stray. I will let you take back everything you've taken without permission. All you need to do is give me some quality entertainment. Before that happens, however, you'll need to hand all your belongings to my assistant. I don't want you to spoil the fun with your cheap tricks.
So now we need to deposit our items that we have on us onto his assistant here. We need to give him everything, because if you drop stuff inside this room, it won't start the engagement, which is a boss fight. So put everything in here.
Excellent. Now,
Pick up the gift I left for you.
The gift is a couple of healing items, a table leg, and a knife. And now, for Wolfie's enjoyment, we have to agree to his deal.
The deal is as follows. You will provide me some quality entertainment by fighting my brothers. And in turn, I will entertain you by playing on this violin I found recently. Let's begin.
And now we enter a enemy rush thing with a bunch of dogs coming to get us, while Wolfie plays a delightful tune on that violin he found. I wonder where the violin came from, but eventually killing enough dogs, and if you want a tip, use the knife as much as possible. Fling that thing at the dogs as much as you need. The Wolfman will insert himself into the fight.
You bore me, mate. Time to die.
But he is honestly quite easy to deal with. Just keep behind him, get some pop shots in, throw that knife at him, and eventually he will fall over.
You hit like a woman.
And thus, the Wolfman is dead, and we can grab a key off of him and also a wedding ring described as an imitation of the real thing. How interesting. And inside the room with the locked door, we can of course find that same violin that he was playing, which used to belong to the musician. It's actually the old one, not the new one. So if you want to know, the musician is safe. But also, we can get our gear. It's very clear that the Wolfman was extremely angry that we didn't give him the key, if that wasn't obvious enough, because he genuinely believes that the pretty lady belongs to him. He sees her as his, something that was taken away from him. That's why he reacts the way he does, because in his mind, we didn't just refuse him help or assisting him in some objective. We gave him something that was his to someone else. We gave something that wasn't ours. Like the man in the tunnel, the ring the Wolfman has is a fake. It looks real at first, but on closer inspection, it completely falls apart. And underneath, it's just mushrooms. And the Wolfman himself works the same way. He is an imitation. The forest, if you haven't figured out at this point, took the hunter and tried to recreate him, but it didn't fully understand how to. It's clear that the forest tries to replicate everything, but it can't replicate everything because it has to make it out of mushrooms. So the mushrooms mean it can create an almost identical physical appearance, but the actual feeling, the insides, everything are different. And it somehow imitated the hunter, but merged him with one of his trophies that we found in his house, the one that was missing the head, the wolf head. This isn't actually the hunter. He is a copy of the hunter that went wrong. The entire time we see the Wolfman, he has a bullet in his jacket. This bullet should tell us that the original hunter was shot in his house, and maybe the trophy head fell on his head, maybe squashed his head, or maybe just fell on him and he was merged with it. I personally believe that the hunter was killed before the events of Darkwood. And the entire time we've been seeing the Wolfman, he is the living hunter, kind of. Let me explain. I think once someone dies in Darkwood, they get killed, they die from the infection, the woods themselves takes over them and imitates them and recreates them as part of the village. This explains all of the monsters, the men that are merged with the roots, the entire village that was merged with the trees. But what happened with the Wolfman is slightly different. The hunter was shot at some point, and I think because of where he was killed, the forest couldn't merge him into part of the woods. It could only recreate him, and it merged him with his wolf head. And like everything, the forest tries to recreate everything, and I think what it also does is recreate thoughts, feelings, opinions, and desires as well. The Wolfman, of course, being shot, was probably shot by someone, who probably another human. So when the forest copied him, it was the hunter that was shot dying on the floor, cursing out the man that shot him, maybe all of humanity, the village, everyone that couldn't save his wife. And in his final moments, dying, bleeding out, he was probably extremely angry at the people that attacked him, raided him, whatever happened to him. But also he desired so much to get back to his wife and be reunited with her. But this desire was twisted in a way. It's clear that when he was merged with this wolf head, those desires shifted to a more animalistic desire. He no longer had a hatred of the people that killed him. He wanted to hunt humans. He didn't want to be reunited with his wife. He wanted to consume his wife. It explains everything about the Wolfman if you look in it this way. His familiarity with the woods, his familiarity with weapons, tools, healing items, and his love of them as well, but also his understanding of everything, how he knows who everyone is. He knows who the doctor is, who everyone in the village is, everyone. Even he has those weird hatred of his in-laws, the chicken lady, his wife's sister. And that's why he gets so angry when we give the key to the musician. In his mind, we are doing exactly what the people that shot him did. We're taking his wife away from him. We're not letting him be reunited with her. The Wolfman isn't a monster. I want to make this perfectly clear. He isn't a bad person. He isn't evil. He was a man that was killed and then changed, merged, and flipped on his head into something new. He is a creation of the woods that tries to be what the hunter was in his last moments. Yes, he does some heinous things, but can we really blame him for that? He is in no control of his desires anymore. He is a creation of the woods that is trying its best to imitate the hunter, and that is who he is. Can we blame something when it's already determined how it's going to act, how it's going to behave towards others? I don't view the Wolfman as evil or bad, honestly. I view him as someone that has been pushed around, has been pushed to his limits, trying to save his wife from the infection, and in the end it just got him killed. But no one's innocent either. He might not be a bad person in my eyes. He might just be someone who is trying his best to save the ones he loves, kind of like the elephant, but he's not good either. Again, Darkwood is a game that deals in grey. The only innocent things in these woods are the children and Pietrek. Everyone in these woods is selfish to an extent. They want something for themselves. They want to find something for themselves, do something for themselves, or get something. All of them will just try to be the biggest fish in this small pond, and the Wolfman very clearly was the best equipped to be the biggest fish. And I find his character fascinating. There isn't really a lot to say with his character. He kind of just plays a lot of the same narrative points that the game has been building up. The idea of losing yourself in a time of hardship, trying to protect family and the ones you love, and being changed through those times of hardship. And I think that's almost the most beautiful thing about Darkwood, is every character is so similar in how they're written and how their stories go. Yeah, there's little differences. Some of them are a bit angrier, some of them are a bit meaner, some of them don't trust you as much, but all of them have something in common. They all desire to protect family, be with family, to find love, to be safe, healthy. They all have these links, and they are all changed due to the plague that the woods has brought upon them. It's great. I love the writing in this game, and I could sing its praises all day, but I think we should just move along to our next location. And there are a few locations we're going to quickly go over. First of all is the Great Lake, which is really fun to go through and is actually quite challenging because there is a lot of goddamn chompers, but also here you'll find a massive pig snout, which I guess something had to give birth to that sow in chapter 1, right? Or is it a replica of the sow? Who knows? But funnily enough, the snout here is what causes those fairly frequent storms and thunderstorms in the swamp, as if you kill the snout, the storms completely cease to happen. Just make sure that you don't go too loud, or if you do go loud, make sure you have enough ammo to deal with all the chompers. And the second area is the underwater wreckage, which is honestly only good to explore if you don't have the AK yet. But if you do explore the heli crash, you can find 3 bodies, and there is a theory about this area, but there's nothing really concrete about it. One corpse has a partially destroyed photograph, which is the other half of the photo that the doctor had of his wife and child, and the other half obviously is the doctor. And some people believe that this could have been the doctor's wife and child who were attempted to be heli evac'd out of the woods, but it ultimately failed, with them dying, then merging with the wood would explain why he can hear their voices. But it might not be. There is also another theory that maybe the military were searching for the doctor, trying to extract him, and this was the photo that they had given to them. Maybe the wife did get out, but I think it makes more sense for the wife and child to be here, and they both died, even though it is extremely morbid, but it does tie into the narrative and does line up with the thinking I have of how the woods works, where it can only merge people with the woods once they have died. So obviously, if the child and wife are merged with the woods, they have to be dead. Overall though, these 2 areas don't really have a lot to them. They're very short, very simple. One of them doesn't even have a lot of lore to them. It's just a fun gameplay area. Just go to them, check them out. They're a good fun little romp to go through. But once you've done all of that, let's get back to the task at hand. Of course, now with the oxygen tank, we can now take it into the flooded basement in that village. But throughout the game, a mention of a radio tower has been mentioned every so often. With that diary we found with the dead child, they had the door 21 written down. So what do we do? Well, of course, this leads to a split path again, which will lead into separate endings for chapter 2. But let's start with the one that you'll probably get the first time you play the game, and I think is way more common. Let's go burn that goddamn tree down. Heading back to the village, we can finally approach the tree and inspect it. The tree is gigantic. Its bark stays in constant motion. It swells up and collapses into itself, as if breathing. I see human silhouettes growing out of the tree trunk. They're also moving, as if gesturing, in slow motion. Dozens of mouths repeat their lines simultaneously, creating a uniform, noisy murmur. Between the boughs, I catch a man's gaze. It's fixed on me. His body, similarly to the other beings, seems to form an integral part of the tree. His limbs are gnarled, and his face is grotesquely deformed. He's the only one to acknowledge my presence. His hand slowly raises, pointing to something on the horizon, above the roofs of the destroyed village. The man's lips are moving. The ghastly murmur of the others drowns out his words. Look at the persons. Even though the figure speaks sluggishly, it's too high for me to read its lips properly. I think one of the words is radio. The bark is slimy and soft. Its creases move away from my shoes and hands. I feel the arms that protrude from the root tugging at my clothes. I'm not sure if they want to drag me down or pull me closer. I barely break free from their grasp. Climbing up is out of the question. I kick the tree trunk with all my strength, breaking a branch sticking out from between the roots. It hurts! I hear a silent voice coming from beneath my feet. It's a face of a man who has grown into the root. He's completely covered in bark. His lips barely stick above the mud, and his raised arm resembles branches. One of them is broken in the elbow. The stump bleeds a white, gooey substance. Instead of seeping down, it steadily flows upwards, forming a new arm. The tree itself is hinting at the radio tower is important, and the heads muttering about said radio tower is telling us that we're not meant to burn it, that burning it is the wrong path, and that going to the radio tower is probably the correct way. But if you ignore this and go to the diving spot, we can enter a new dream sequence, which is kind of freaky. This one has us moving through this repeating area until we can find an axe, and then with this axe we can head through until we hit a dead end. And then when we head backwards on the path we just came from, a new path emerges, and moving through this very long ass tunnel, it will close in on us almost like the forest itself is trying to completely snuff us out. But we wake back up from the dream in that same room that we were just in, and here we can find a valve which is closed. But this valve and tank is very close to the tree's roots. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to open the valve to allow the gasoline to flow out and then set it ablaze. Setting the massive tree on fire. This starts a massive fire that will burn down the entire forest. Walking outside, we can find the cripple, and the cripple is so infatuated with the sight that he won't even speak to us. So there's nothing less for us to do other than to head back home and to our hideout and wait for the entire tree to burn down. Now, during the night, we have a special night encounter. To me, it's clear the burning tree is the wrong path. It's the easier path and the one that results in us not having to go out and do more difficult things, but it results in way less questions being answered. And during the night as well, the fire begins to entirely spread to our hideout, and we enter a final boss rush of burning chompers trying to kill us in a last-ditch effort by the woods to kill us off, who the forest seems to know that we are its biggest threat. And in the morning, most interestingly, once we survive this onslaught, the traders, the three, will not appear. They didn't want us to burn the tree. The tree contains all the people that have died, so technically we just killed all the people again in a way. But now moving past this tree, we can reach the road home. Wait. we have another path to talk about real quick. What if you take up the words of the tree and head to the radio tower? Well, you will find yourselves going on a very different path to the radio tower. This is a very different location. If you helm the snail, you'll find a massive nest of banshee babies, which makes it a very challenging area to navigate, with it being like an absolute maze navigating through the snail's dead body. Yes, the snail got eaten and was completely consumed by these banshees, which is kind of sad, but the snail cannot be saved. If you leave him there, he will just cook to death in the sun and die, and if you release him, he goes to the radio tower and he dies no matter what. But immediately inside the building, we can find a diary entry which talks about someone's experience when the talking tree first appeared, and apparently savages have been coming to the radio tower and bashing their heads into the door to try get through. And also in this diary entry, it tells us that it has been 10 years since the Darkwood first appeared in 1977. We are currently in 87. But the radio tower is of some importance, like the underground tunnel back in chapter 1. And going further through the area, we will reach another building with a code combo on it. And you won't know the code up to this point. You won't know where to look for a code or anything. But the protagonist will randomly mutter that he remembers the code. Telling us that he has some sort of past with this building, and he just tells us the code that we can use. And the line, hoping they haven't changed it, is him talking in a more familiar sense. He knows that this place, he might have worked here at one point. He knew the people that were here. He's talking about someone that he hopes didn't change the code, someone that he knew. And entering said code, we find the room filled with radio equipment and again another underground entrance. And as we enter, he remarks, this is a one-way road, and this is basically the end of the game again. Then this section has us find some mushrooms and slapping them, they drug us, and we enter a dream sequence, which is really fucky. So first of all, we can find a flashlight on the floor, and we have to now navigate these dark tunnels following shiny stones, which will eventually lead us to a room, which is identical to the Doctor's house, room which we started the game in. And in this house, we find a very weird sight. It's someone on the table. At first you might think it's us, but it's actually the man from the beginning of the game that we killed, the chicken lady's brother. But very quickly after exiting that first room, we will start to hear chompers come to attack us, so we need to quickly make a run for it, escaping through the window and into another area, all while being pursued by the chompers, and eventually reaching a new area, a tunnel area. The darkness itself, the floor gore stuff, whatever it is that attacks you at night, will come to attack you. But eventually you will come to a point where you will find this massive tree that someone is praying in front of and is talking to it. Now occasionally the tree will open its mouth and you'll have to run through it, but make sure you do not get chomped by it like I did. Now the fun part about this dream section is if you die, it locks you out of doing this path at all, meaning you have to burn the tree down. There is a way to get around it. It isn't a permanent lock around. If you do make a backup save or you just get a save file that was at this point, you can try again until you actually get it right, because most likely you will die. But if you're on console, good luck. But actually running through the mouth, we find ourselves in the tunnel, and digging through some rubble, we can clear a path, and now we wake up and move through the door that we just cleared in the dream. And through here we exit into a new area, a outside area, and almost immediately we can find a scarecrow with what appears to be the trader's clothing, the hazmat suit. And moving further forward, we can find a military outpost with a sample of the mushrooms, an oven which would then produce the gas, and a lot of notes talking about surveillance on the woods. But this outpost tells us that the military was very much involved in examining what was happening within the Dark Woods. And this journal shows how much the woods have been growing and how long it had been going on. But also we can see that they have dug up these massive areas and have been studying the roots, plugging in something electronic, potentially telling us that the Doctor was right all along, that the roots do have some form of electricity flowing through them. And maybe the government was trying to experiment if this was some sort of energy source that they could abuse and then obviously get energy from for everyone else, but it got out of control. But now moving past here, we can go through this door into this house and we exit onto the road home again. So back to the road home. Along this path we will find many people, including the cripple if you burnt the tree down, crawling his way along, but all these people have become part of the woods. They've become mushrooms. We have reached the road home, but we're still in the woods. Now there isn't much here to actually see, but eventually getting to the end of it we will reach. The epilogue has us escaping the woods and returning to civilization, which seems to be right next to these woods, and it is normal. Insert the lady on the bench dialogue.
And they're gone. Who's going to eat the bread now?
It's a normal day. And continuing further, we can find a woman. The protagonist remarks that she is my first floor neighbor. Good day. Now we can head into the apartment block, finding a fairly normal looking apartment block with even a drunk man on the floor. Insert all that dialogue.
Boss, got any spare change?
You're waking my kid! Get the hell away!
Was any of what we just went through real? At this point in my playthrough, having forgotten a lot about the Darkwood videos that I'd watched the years back, like the Pyrocynical one, I actually thought this game was all in the head, with our protagonist having some sort of mental break in the woods, and he reused memories from his life to make these characters up. Things like a young mother who was locked in her home with her kids, a scoundrel causing trouble outside, and all the other characters were just reflections of the people in his life. This is wrong, immediately, this is completely wrong, but it shows how deep Darkwood is, how one single missed detail can change your perspective entirely on the game and its meaning to you. But if we continue upstairs, we can get home and we can run into our maintenance guy. Insert his dialogue.
Pleased to see you, mister. Haven't seen you in a while.
A friendly fellow. Now, one thing the protagonist comments on is the flowers are always green, but he never sees anyone tending to them, which makes little sense as this whole place seems like an utter shithole. But maybe the maintenance guy is tending to them early in the morning, or maybe there's something more different afoot. Who knows? Eventually reaching our door, we can use our key, the key that we've had this entire time, key 21, and we can finally head in and reach home. Home, sweet home. And we can take our coat off and just take it easy. Wash ourselves, chill out, and entering the kitchen, we can find a note. I need this, the note, in the thing done by whoever voices the woman in the dream. How nice. So let's go to the oven and get some soup. The old trusty gas stove. There's still some soup in the pot. The smell fills the entire kitchen. I grab the largest dish from the closet under the sink and pour myself a bowl. It's not much, but it's enough. I don't remember the last time I've eaten a home dinner. And in the living room, we can find our pet dog, a friend, of course, not the one that we need to kill. And yes, you can pet the dog, 10 out of 10, masterpiece horror game. But after that long adventure and a little bit of grub, we head to that nice white bed. It's my bed. The white crumpled sheets look as if I've just woken up. At last, I feel my sore legs buckling underneath me, my body becoming heavy and overwhelmingly lethargic. It was a grueling journey. 22 days of human torment. A sedating warmth washes over me, a warmth of security and happiness. And we now drift off to sleep after a hard adventure in the woods. Hold on a minute, that can't be it, right? Surely that wasn't it, right? Well, good call, viewer. This isn't the true ending. This ending is known as the fake out ending or the bliss ending. Or what it actually is, it's the embrace ending. We choose to embrace the woods, basically. Now, after this ending, you'll get text that explains what happened to the many people you met throughout the woods and throughout the entire game, with most of them not having very happy endings. There are the occasional ones that are happy, like the villagers being extracted by military or the musician being adopted by the chicken lady. Most of them, though, they died in the most gruesome ways, with death being stuck in their lives and isolation being the most common theme amongst all of them. They are not happy endings. What about that other ending? Maybe that will lead to a happier ending for most. Once you enter the epilogue, you might notice that if you deviate from the path the game is trying to make you go on, from going straight to the right, the world will break. This area isn't real. It will loop back on itself and the characters, like the women on the bench, will disappear. This place is an illusion. It's either a dream or it's a physical place that is changing rapidly, like the woods. So we need to figure a way to break out of the woods, and this is the most convoluted way to break out of this dream. So first of all, instead of heading immediately upstairs inside the apartment building, we need to head downstairs into the basement. And this is when the facade will really begin to crack. We're starting to see mushrooms appear and what appears to be a chomper on the other side of a door that you can only see a slight part of it. And in a storage cupboard, we can find a jar of jam and a radio will start to play. And fiddling with the radio, it starts to speak.
Sleep.
Alpha. Well, let's leave the basement and head back upstairs. Now, before we go anywhere else, we should grab inside of our post box, we can find a postcard from our parents, which we need to grab. And going to the mother's door again, as soon as she opens the door, if you throw your face in it, you will see an odd thing on the ground. A fetus. But now, actually heading upstairs to our flat, we are now able to grab a screwdriver from under the sink, as our character believes that there's something going wrong, with all these different events occurring, throwing him off a bit. Now, moving the furniture, you'll start to see roots poking out of the floor, and with the screwdriver we can start ripping up the floorboards, revealing even more roots. Now, following these roots, it will eventually lead us to the bed, and dragging the bed out of the way and ripping up the floor, a hole will be revealed that we can enter. And now we wake up as a naked man. What the fuck? But we also see a sleeping woman who is murmuring in her sleep, who could be the woman that we saw in our dream in our bed, potentially our wife or girlfriend. But in this area, we find a massive valley that is made of all the roots of a massive tree. And moving further through, we find more and more people who are all asleep. And navigating to the center, we find a massive bright light. This area should remind you of that dream that we had earlier in the game, of that lamp that was surrounded by loads of bodies. And when we went away from it, it turned into a baby creature thing. This is the entity. The entity is something that is not really known about, but I believe the entity is a being or thing that is restarting the world itself. It is taking over the world to start a new era, the era of the Dark Wood. It's a new type of thing, a new creature, and that's what the baby light that we saw in that dream represented. This is a living thing, and we can choose to embrace the entity, which will lead us basically into the bliss ending again, or reject it. Now, if you did go all this way, don't embrace the goddamn light because you're going to waste your time. Make sure you reject it, and now you will enter the rejection ending. Moving away from the entity, you can find quite a few more people, which includes the characters like the doctor, who is here unconscious, someone that we believe might have been dead. But more importantly, we can move away. We can find the man called Mashek. The man mumbles in his sleep. He's emaciated and dirty, but his face is radiant and calm. He clutches a rusty object covered with his old beads. Some weapon? The man is talking in his sleep. These are only snippets of sentences, single words spoken gently, slowly. It's hard to find any meaning in them. Leave! Without opening his eyes, the man clumsily waves his hands at me, then covers his head with it. Freezes. Leave! The man waves his hands again. This time he grabs my arm. Without opening his eyes, he turns his head towards me. I recognize him. He's one of us. Can you fucking hear me? I won't let you take her! The man clenches his teeth with the fury of a maniac. Saliva flows from his mouth. He's hurting her! He will tear her arms out! Don't! Leave her! No! One line here, I think, says a lot. He's one of us. Mashek was one of the soldiers who was scouting the woods, the one that has the flamethrower. And with the protagonist stating that he was one of us, the protagonist is saying that he was one of the soldiers. The flamethrower which he gifted us is a strong word to use, I think tells us 100% that we were a soldier, as this links him to that note that we found earlier. And also the hazmat suit that was potentially copied from us on the trader was ours. So you might question, why are we alive then if we've been replicated? If my theory was that the person has to die for their replica to be made, how are we still alive? Well, that's a good question, but you might ask, was the trader ever real? Were we always a replica of the woods? We seem to be able to take the essence fairly well, and we're slowly being infected, and maybe the trader wasn't actually real, or maybe he wasn't actually us. Maybe we were seeing what we wanted to see. Again, there is so many questions that I cannot answer. There is no way I can make this answer, and the game doesn't give us these answers. But it does confirm to us that the trader was us replicated when we were a soldier. Potentially we discarded our uniform and the forest tried to replicate us with this suit, believing that that was us, but it couldn't fully replicate us, which might explain why the trader never spoke to us. But now that we have this flamethrower, we're able to make a massive change. With the flamethrower, you can start setting everything ablaze. And I mean everything. The people, the entity, and the entire woods. Now, once you do this, you will think that you will need to run away and escape. But with the mass of people also trying to crawl away to escape, they will start to attack us, seeing as we were the one that are destroying everything. And you will be forced to keep burning these woods, make the fire even more unstoppable and even more disastrous. And eventually, everything burns, including us. And we get the same text crawl, but this time we learn about how everyone that we met in the woods also burned to death. From the elephants being trapped in their house, to the mushroom granny not being able to move, to the musician burning to death where he lived, to the chicken lady burning as well. Many of the characters that we met will have burnt to death, and the only ones that maybe will survive in your playthrough will be the Wolfman and maybe Pietrek if you did not send him to the stars. But most of the characters do die in the fire. This is the true ending of Darkwood. This is the one that most people see as the proper ending, as it's a secret ending that we have to go out of our way to achieve. It's not a happy ending. There is no happy ending in Darkwood, but this is the closest thing we can get to a happy ending. This ending stops the woods from spreading even further. It completely wipes out the plague of the woods, but it kills everyone else. We have to kill everyone else to achieve this ending. There are some endings that we can achieve for others that are happier. The musician, for example, being adopted by the chicken lady, is happy for him, but it doesn't end the plague of the woods, and I think eventually the musician will be taken by the plague that he's infected by. And I think this is kind of a genius move by the narrative. There is no happy ending. The protagonist doesn't get a happy ending. He doesn't find his way home, get back to his wife, whatever. We never truly escaped the woods because we had become a part of the woods. We had to burn everything that was the woods, and that would include us if we wanted to eliminate it entirely. And that is Darkwood. Darkwood is a game that I didn't expect for it to sit with me and hit me the way that it did. Most videos, obviously, that I watched before even attempting to make this video always introduced the game as, hey, I don't like horror games because of jump scares, scary noise, big bang, but I like this one because it's different. And that's normally where the conversation entirely ends with these people. A lot of the reviews I saw for Darkwood, to me, fail to understand what made Darkwood such a good horror game. Trust me, many of those videos dive into what makes it a great game, a great story, so on and so forth, but actually looking at the horror part of the game and truly explaining what made it so good and different to most. Darkwood itself uses so many different kinds of horror that we very rarely see in not only games, but TV, films, and books. There's obviously the clear body horror that makes you very uncomfortable, that brings me back to watching The Fly for the first time. It's a very physical kind of horror that makes you feel ill and doesn't make you feel very good inside. There's the atmosphere, of course, that always keeps you on edge, tense, that building up of that anticipation of what's going to happen, which is what most horror games are really good at. But what Darkwood does is it inverts that, it flips it. There never is a big payoff with this tension the atmosphere's building. It's always just there. Nothing ever happens and the tension never goes away. And the reason before that is because Darkwood wants to let its other aspects of horror truly shine. The things that the developers probably thought were significantly more scary than the jump scares many people talk about. For context, I don't actually mind jump scares in games. I think if they're well executed and well paced, they can be extremely good moments and high points for a game's horror. But unfortunately, jump scares have got the reputation of being overused and overutilized by a lot of indie horror games that I don't even see as true horror. Not naming any names, but any fucking mascot horror game that came out in the last 10 years and they're all the fucking same. Darkwood focuses much more on the way people act, the choices that you're forced to make, and the way that mirrors real life, and how unpleasant those thoughts and choices are to make, and the horror behind them. It's the feeling you get when you see your action cause such destructive outcomes. The entire game itself feels suffocating. It never lets up and it's always blanketing you in this tension, this pit in your stomach that just never goes away. And it's not, again, in a loud way. Darkwood doesn't present it front and center. It doesn't scream at you and try to make you scared or fearful or anxious. It's just there. It's that sense that there's no real escape from these choices, from this world, from the darkness that surrounds us all. Every direction that you go in Darkwood, every path you choose, no matter where you are in the game, it always pulls you further into that horror, that despair, that fear of what is happening and the fear that your actions will cause more harm. And what I love as well is surviving a night in Darkwood, it doesn't ever feel triumphant. It just means you have to do the day again. You have to go back out into the woods, you have to fight more monsters, and you have to make more choices that could get more people hurt. And I absolutely fucking adore that. On paper, it makes Darkwood sound really exhausting to play and miserable to play, and I'm sure many people might state that it's not a game that they would enjoy. It never really is super rewarding in any sort of way, and it kind of is exhausting to play. It does feel like a lot to play Darkwood sometimes, especially on harder difficulties when the game starts getting more difficult and more punishing and that fear factor is dialed up a bit more. But that's the part that I adore. That's what makes horror so good. The reason I love horror, and the reason I'm unlike most people that I've watched review this game, I love horror games. I love horror in general. It's one of my favorite genres because of the emotions and feelings it makes me feel. I like any piece of media that makes me feel something different from my daily life, be it fear, uncomfortableness, happiness, sadness, whatever it is. If I feel something that takes me out of my life and makes me feel something different, I love it. It's why I play all kinds of games and why I love all kinds of genres for them. It's why I can go from playing a game like Xenoblade Chronicles to then playing a game like Silent Hill and still love both genres equally. I don't like to focus on just highlighting Darkwood as a horror game that has no jump scares, because it is so much more than that. Darkwood is this slow grind of a game that is so laborious to play in the moment, but once you finished it, you realized
how amazing the game actually was. There's no big turning point in Darkwood where all of a sudden everything becomes manageable unless you basically min-max the shit out of your gear and find all the best shit, but you never beat the woods. You never conquer the darkness, free everyone and save the day. The game never dramatizes or makes you feel like what you're doing is for the greater good. It doesn't tell you what your actions are doing. It doesn't, at the end of the game, explain the true future if you save the day by burning down all the woods. You just don't really know what happens. You see the immediate impacts, of course, when you burn down the woods, but you never really learn if that completely destroyed the woods. And spoiler alert, I think with Darkwood 2, I don't think we destroyed the woods entirely. The real tension and horror of what Darkwood, in my opinion, tries to present over the monsters, over those loud noises, the uncomfortableness, is that everything you do in the game feels pointless. Every choice you make, every person you meet, everything you kill feels pointless, because at the end of the day, it never makes that big of a change. The woods most likely are going to continue and everyone is probably going to die at some point. And that, again, reflects scarily on real life and a lot of real life sentiment that people have. Does anything matter? Do my choices really matter? At the end of the day, we all die, so there's no point to anything. And that thought and feeling can lead you to just give up. And the game itself doesn't stop you from feeling that temptation at all. The game is hard. It will push you to just give up and just leave the game. And I'm sure many people drop the game at some point, be it when they first encounter a chomper, when their weapon breaks and they don't have the equipment to repair it, when they lose their equipment in a place that they can't get back to, whatever it may be. The game doesn't try not to push you to quit. In fact, it asks you multiple times throughout the game to give up. The trader constantly tells you to just give up on your quest and stay there. And that's the core message that Darkwood is trying to present. Keep going over these overwhelming odds. So many games present this message, but all of them always feel like they're never focused on enough. People don't see the message for what is truly there. In Darkwood, you keep going even though the trader tells you there's no point to keep going, that you're just not going to do anything. Your actions don't matter. You still keep going. Not in a heroic way. You probably don't do it because you want to save the day and free everyone of the woods. It's a selfish, stubborn reason. You want to escape the woods. So you have to slowly make your way there, killing each monster one by one, slowly making your way through the woods, trying to figure a way out. At the end of the game, you don't. From the outside, Darkwood is not an appealing game to really sell someone. It's slow, it's punishing, and it doesn't guide you whatsoever on what to do. It's not a flashy game, it's good looking, but it's not something that will impress people. And there is no big payoff at the end of the game. You just make it to the end and you wonder if any of that was genuinely worth it. Was it worth getting to the end and burning the tree down, or embracing it, dying, or giving up? Should we keep going even if our goal is stupid, pointless, or silly? And that sentiment right there, that thought, that idea that will pop into your head is what Darkwood wants you to go against. People will say the same thing in real life to you about many things. Ideas you have, plans you want to do, and your dreams will be shot down as silly, stupid, idiotic, not good, because it doesn't fit into the idea of, say, the normal progression. Dreams and plans will get dismissed because they're too unrealistic, you're aiming too high, and you're going to fail. But what most people won't really say to you is most dreams are achievable. You can really achieve anything in life. Darkwood as a game doesn't reward you in the way most games do, where the better you get at it, the faster you become, the more deadly you become, the easier you can hit a headshot on a guy across the map. It's different. It rewards your patience, your attention to the world, learning from your mistakes, and sticking with something, the game, even when it becomes uncomfortable. And I think that's why it lingers, because it can apply to so many people. Many people's dreams of what they want to do in life can often be seen as unobtainable. They'll be uncomfortable at some point. I'm sure if anyone out there has had something that they pursued to an extent that they felt uncomfortable, that it wasn't going to pan out. And I've been there myself. I didn't know where the fuck I was going for a few years when I was a bit younger, but I still found something that guided me. For a long time, I always put things away. I never tried anything because I thought, well, not that I thought, others made me think that they were stupid. They were not worth my time. They were an unreliable way to do anything. Truth be told, I always wanted to do content creation. I always wanted to. I always wanted to make long form video game reviews. It's something I always wanted to do on YouTube. But for so many years, I put it off because others around me told me straight to my face that that dream I had was stupid. And I let them words affect me. It's something I wish I could tell a younger me to just go for it. Just do it. Just have fun with it. But because the idea of that passion I had was so heavily linked to, well, that's not going to make you money. That's not a guaranteed way to make you live your life. Saw the entire dream and idea as stupid. I never started this with the plan of making money. I started it as a way to try to get myself better mentally. And it has done that. It's definitely got me back to where I want to be. But now I find myself in an interesting spot now where I am making money, good money from this now. And I have to look at it now, not as a dream, but as a reality. But what got me here, what made this dream real? Well, it was many days of just working, taking small steps forward and just keep following the path I chose. That's to me why Darkwood lingers, because I see my own story in the game. Truth be told, if you are in dark times, if you are where I was a few years back, you don't have to be fearless to get through it. No one is fearless. Even me, the one that sounds miserable, I'm not fearless. I do have fears. You don't have to be perfect at anything. Most people in life are barely holding it together. That's something I've learned from people that are older than me, younger than me, even the ones that I think have it completely together, who have basically what I want in life. They're barely holding it together. But we keep going because we want to achieve more. We want to find more, and we want to achieve those dreams that we so desperately hold dear to us. And again, that's what Darkwood tells us. Most people in the woods, most of them aren't holding it together, and they're just taking day by day trying to survive the woods. And that feels more real than almost any horror game that I've ever played, bar a few. The darkness itself will never disappear in life. You'll just get better at existing alongside it. That's how I've got better at it, how I've gotten better at living with my issues, my doubts, my hatred of myself, and the grief I still carry with myself. The path you follow will never be clean. It's unclear, it's bumpy, and most of the time it might not look impressive to others, but keep moving forward along it. Not because it's glamorous, and not because someone told you to, because you decided to. Follow that path because you want to. Everyone in life has a completely different compass. Everyone's compass will point in different directions, and some of them will lead you in a very different path. But the happiest you can be in life is as long as you stay true to yourself and not try follow someone else's compass. Follow your own. Make sure that you are true to yourself and you feel happy with what you are doing. Don't try to impress others. Try to impress yourself. So yeah, don't give up on something just because it sounded dumb when you say it out loud to others, or they try to convince you it sounded dumb. If you want to try something, try it. Don't let some idiot talk you out of it. Nobody has life figured out. We're all just doing whatever feels right to us and what we want to do, hoping it makes sense later in the day. There is no universal right direction, just your direction. So keep going. You'll find your way. Holy fuck, it's done. Thank fuck. Anyway, hello lads and lasses, thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed, and I hope that the wait for this video was somewhat worth it, because fuck me, I feel exhausted after making this. This video took way longer than I actually wanted it to. To be honest, it took 10 days extra than I wanted to take. I wanted to get it done within a month, and my last upload was what? The Dead Rising video, and that was what? Start of the year? So fuck me. But yeah, I hope it was worth it. I know this video is probably going to have some issues, audio stuff, maybe music's a bit too loud at some point, but I have tried my best to check it as much as possible, but my computer is actually starting to struggle with this video now. So I'm kind of just having to sort of finish it up and get it done and sorted so I can now help my computer by allowing it to have the hard drive space back. But I hope the video is decent. I know definitely the script is probably quite messy, but when the script gets this big, it's
insane to make it all perfect, but I wanted to make a video this long to see how well I would do with it, and I think I've done a pretty good job, especially with the fact that I've had to work with over 17 people in total to make this video with all the voice acting and everything, which was very fun. So of course, thank you to my entire cast who were very nice to help me make this video and everything. All of their links and everything, the credits for this video will be in the description, so check them out. They're all great people and they're all absolutely lovely to work with. But of course, let's talk about as well the membership shoutouts. So thank you to Chelsea and Tyler, Gator, Darren76, It's Bert, Carter Phillips, Crago, Zerolino, Kento, Ermin the Turk, Ashley, Seagood, Not Saber, Jane Caliber, Jamie Barrett, Juniper LP, Dam Larat, Straight Gin, Synapse, Lolink12, Mr. Disappear, Shaku, Yakito, Daft Punk 58, Yavion Hammond, Horizonta, Tyler Reeves, Saint CL, Camden Shepherd, Zartane FF14, Yves, I don't know, lad, and Renegade. Thank you everyone for your support. It has been greatly appreciated. Now, as I stated, this video has taken way longer than I expected, mainly for many other factors. Things like work being a pain in the ass and me not having the time to actually be able to make this video, to me actually struggling to sit down and edit this video because my computer kept dying. But thankfully it's done, and now I'll be moving on to Resident Evil 9. I've already scripted and started recording that video, so hopefully by the time this video is uploaded and everything, that video will be about a week off, maybe even less. So hopefully we'll get back to regular scheduled programming. But of course, I actually want to mention something. I don't know if I'm going to do a poll for this, but we are fast approaching 50k, hopefully, which is quite a big milestone for me personally, because it feels like insane of a number to talk about. So I wanted to kind of put it out there and mention that maybe do something special for it, i.e. a video that is completely different. I do want to do a 50k special that is of a game that I love, but also maybe a Q&A or maybe a different kind of video. I don't know, I'm up to ideas, like maybe do a co-op game that I can get the viewers involved with. I've been thinking about doing Left 4 Dead and doing the PvP stuff of that, just do all the campaigns through with all of you, so different people to play with. But also I've been thinking about maybe do some sort of merch or something that celebrates the 50k. I've been thinking about it. I've wanted to do something to celebrate it and just put it out there, but obviously I only want to do it if people are interested in it. Merch would be done most likely by the person that done all the art that started my channel, and I'd want him to do it, and I'd want it to basically be something that celebrates the videos that I've done in the past, and it'll probably be the video that is the most popular on my channel, a reference to that, because I feel like it's important to make sure that you remember where you come from. I would love to be able to do that and make something cool like that, but I'd only do it if there is a high level of interest in it. Obviously I don't want to do it to make money, that doesn't interest me, but if I can make something cool and you guys fuck with it and you want to pick it up, I'll consider doing it and maybe getting my brother to help me out with it. But other than that, that is all I really have to say. Again, thank you everyone for the support and being patient with me. This video, it took way too long, I will be honest, but it was good practice for when Black Souls 3 comes out, because fuck me, that video is going to be even longer than this. And I'm not looking forward to when that comes out. But yeah, again, thank you guys so much again for all the support. That is enough waffling from me. Hopefully you'll see me in about a week. See you around. Crocodile.